팔콘에서 탱커를 맡고 있는 스머프라고 합니다.
This is Sir Majid from Team Falcons. I play flex support.
팀 팔콘에서 힐러를 맡고 있는 필더라고 합니다.
팔콘에서 덱을 맡고 있는 스토커입니다.
팀 팔콘에서 힐러를 맡고 있는 치오입니다.
팀 팔콘에서 탱커를 맡고 있는 한빈이라고 합니다.
팀 팔콘에서 딜러를 맡고 있는 프로퍼라고 합니다.
아무래도 일단 저희 팀의 주장인 한빈 형이 요즘 폼이 많이 좋은 것 같더라고요. 기대하셔도 좋을 것 같습니다.
A player that got better in our team, I think it's Stalker from last season.
필더 선수가 요즘 먹는 폼이 장난 아니어가지고 이제 먹는 폼만큼 게임 폼도 좀 오를 거라 생각하기 때문에 전 필더를 하겠습니다.
당연히 1, 2팀은 저희 팀이고 2위 라쿤, 3위 제타, 4위 아래는 뭐 또이또이 할 것 같아요.
1등은 당연히 팔콘이고 2등은 라쿤, 3등까지는 제타, 나머지는 다 몰라가지고.
이번에도 라이벌 팀은 라쿤밖에 없을 것 같습니다.
I think just Raccoons and Zeta maybe. What do you think?
Oh, your opinion.
I wanna see your opinion. Because you're a coach.
전적은 라쿤이 더 앞서긴 하는데 기량은 저희가 더 앞서는 것 같다고 생각해요.
지금까지는 라쿤이 더 우세하고 있지만 마지막까지도 똑같이 생각할지는 잘 모르겠어요.
지난번에 2번 준우승했을 때는 솔직히 실력도 실력이지만 운이 안 좋았다 생각했어가지고 이번엔 좀 운만 따라주면은 이길 수 있다 생각합니다.
이번에는 정말로 진짜 이길 수 있을 것 같고 그만큼 자신 있습니다.
앞으로의 남은 경기들은 저희가 이길 테니까 너무 속상해하지 않으셨으면 합니다.
계속 이기셔가지고 많이 자만들 하고 계실 텐데 이번엔 다시 죽여버리도록 하겠습니다.
재원이 형 기대하고 있어. 혼내주러 갈게. 이번에야말로 우승 한번 다시 해보도록 하겠습니다.
I need more playtime. That's my goal. Our goal this season is just qualify for Sweden and win, hopefully.
이번에는 스웨덴까지 우승 달려보도록 하겠습니다.
열심히 해서 스스로 만족할 수 있는 그런 경기들을 하겠습니다.
항상 응원해주시고 최근에는 좀 많이 응원보다는 위로를 많이 듣게 됐었는데 응원으로 바뀌도록 열심히 하겠습니다.
항상 응원해주셔서 감사하고 이번에는 꼭 이기도록 하겠습니다.
저희 팔콘 팬이신 거에 대한 뿌듯함을 느끼게 하실 수 있도록 하겠습니다.
Thank you guys for supporting us and 감사합니다.
팔콘!
안녕하세요. 제타 디비전에서 탱커 포지션을 맡고 있는 베르나르라고 합니다.
필러를 맡고 있는 바이올렛이라고 합니다.
필러를 맡고 있는 핀이라고 합니다.
메인 DPS 맡고 있는 플로라라고 합니다.
탱커를 맡고 있는 희성이라고 합니다.
딜러를 맡고 있는 알파이라고 합니다.
열심히 해서 이런 좋은 팀 오게 돼서 좋고 신입의 패기가 뭔지 보여드리겠습니다.
좋은 팀에 좋은 스폰이 들어와가지고 저희가 좀 연습할 환경이 좀 좋아진 것 같아서 더 좋은 성적을 낼 수 있을 것 같아요.
폰이 생겨가지고 이제 합숙을 하게 됐는데 이제 그러면서 더 선수들끼리 친해지고 좋은 성적을 거둘 것 같습니다.
솔직히 좀 만족하지 못한 성적이고 꼭 이번 OWCS에서는 우승하고 스웨덴 가서도 우승을 해보도록 하겠습니다.
저희가 코리아랑 아시아 둘 다 3위 했는데 좀 아쉽다고 생각을 하고 좀 더 잘할 수 있는 팀이었다고 생각을 하는데 이제 합숙도 해서 더 좋은 연습 환경 갖췄으니까 우승할 수 있도록 노력하면 될 것 같습니다.
아무래도 같은 탱커라서 저를 항상 이제 좀 이해를 해주고 항상 PO팀 투표도 항상 저를 해준다고 하더라고요. 그래서 고맙고요. 탱커가 사실 제가 힘든 포지션이거든요. 항상 못하면 티도 많이 나고 잘해도 티가 안 나고 그런 포지션인데 다들 화이팅 하셨으면 좋겠습니다.
목표는 당연히 1등이고
이번 각오는 절대 3등은 안 하겠습니다.
당연히 우승이라고 생각하고요. 제가 항상 각오로 이제 3등을 안 하고 싶다고 했는데 이번에는 꼭 안 하도록 하겠습니다.
일단 저희가 지금 사우디 대회까지 해가지고 3등을 거의 3번 해가지고 저 홍진호급이 돼서 이제 1위 들어갈 때가 되지 않았나 싶어요.
스웨덴 가고 싶고요. 진짜 3등만 하기 싫습니다. 3등 말고 1, 2등 하겠습니다. 3등만 하기 싫어.
저희 팀 응원해주시는 분들이 자부심 가질 수 있게 이번에는 꼭 우승해보도록 하겠습니다.
저희를 이제 항상 응원해주시고 이제 경기도 보러 와주시고 하는 팬분들 덕분에 이렇게 저희가 좋은 환경이나 이제 좋은 팀도 구할 수 있고 하게 되는 건데 그에 보답할 수 있도록 저희도 노력도 많이 해서 좋은 경기를 보여드릴 수 있도록 하겠습니다.
日本で応援してくれてる方に感謝します。ありがとうございます。
今 OWCS コリアにクレイジーラクーンとゼタっていう日本のチームが2つあるんですが、ラクーンが今まで優勝もう3回取っちゃったんで、今ゼタが入ってからは優勝はゼタが取ろうと思います。頑張ります。ゼタ화이팅!
안녕하세요. 푸나틱에서 딜러를 맡고 있는 나이프입니다.
푸나틱에서 힐러를 맡고 있는 이재곤입니다.
푸나틱 탱커 동학입니다.
푸나틱에서 서브 딜러 맡고 있는 체크메이트입니다.
푸나틱에서 서블러를 맡고 있는 이재키입니다.
사실 저는 한국이랑 외국이랑 크게 차이는 없다고 생각해서 늘 하던 대로 열심히 하지만 그래도 관객분들이 한국 분들이다 보니까 좀 더 파이팅을 잘 받아서 할 수 있을 것 같습니다.
한국에서 대화할 수 있는 계기로 한국 팬들을 만날 수 있으니까 그거를 이제 목표 삼아서 제가 더 좋은 모습 보여드릴 수 있도록 노력하겠습니다.
좀 늙었고요. 좀 못해진 것 같고요. 저도 포함이고 이제 좀 안 좋은 모습을 보였기 때문에 이제 앞으로 이제 남은 길은 더 열심히 해서 유종의 미를 좀 거둬야지 않나.
저는 저를 눈여겨보면 좋을 것 같습니다. 제가 히트 스캔을 주로 안 했다가 이번 연도부터 하기 시작했는데 다른 메인들 선수보다도 더 잘할 수 있다고 생각하기 때문에 눈여겨보시면 좋을 것 같습니다. 전 제가 1등이라 생각합니다. 이번에는 더 열심히 해서 더 높은 곳으로 올라갈 수 있도록 하겠습니다.
저는 이번이 좀 마지막 대회일 수도 있다는 생각이 들어서 마지막까지 좀 후회 없이 좋은 모습 보여드리도록 하겠습니다.
우승 아니면 의미가 없다 생각해서 우승하겠습니다.
재밌게 잘 해보겠습니다.
항상 팬분들이 있기에 선수가 존재한다고 생각을 해요. 만약에 팬분들이 없었다면 이 직업이나 선수들 자체도 없지 않나. 그래서 항상 찾아오고 응원해주시는 팬분들한테 너무 리스펙하고 너무 감사하다는 말 전하고 싶습니다.
매번 찾아와주시고 이제 부시는 팬분들한테 항상 감사하고 응원을 빌미로 다시 일어날 수 있게 해주셔서 감사하고 진짜 마지막으로 생각하고 열심히 하겠습니다.
We are very thank you for fans who always supporting us. I really want to say thanks.
Cheer up, Fnatic. Thank you.
안녕하세요. 포커페이스에서 힐러를 맡고 있는 심플입니다.
딜러를 맡고 있는 재우입니다.
DPS 맡고 있는 최상입니다.
포커페이스에서 탱커를 맡고 있는 자스민입니다.
메인 딜러를 맡고 있는 프라우드라고 합니다.
탱커를 맡고 있는 벨로스라라고 합니다.
포커페이스에서 힐러를 맡고 있는 픽사라고 합니다.
힐러를 맡고 있는 카루입니다.
전에 있던 팀이 제타였는데 제타보다 훨씬 더 있기 전에 있었던 팀이 포커페이스라서 딱히 적응하는데 문제는 없었던 것 같습니다.
심플 선수가 오면은 우승시켜준다고 하길래 고민도 안 하고 바로 왔습니다.
제가 다 팰 수 있다고 생각해가지고 그렇게 말했던 것 같아요.
전체적으로 템포가 좀 더 코리아 쪽이 빠른 편이고 피지컬 차이가 전체적으로 나는 것 같습니다. 그래서 재팬 때보다는 코리아 시즌에서 좀 더 좋은 성적 낼 수 있을 것 같습니다.
부상은 이제 시간도 많이 지났고 이제 잘 회복이 되었고요. 이제 마침 포커페이스라는 팀에서 이제 저한테 함께하지 않겠냐는 제안과 함께 이제 다시 도전해볼 마음이 생겨가지고 이제 다시 처음에 도전할 때는 이제 어려움이 분명 있었지만 좋은 선수와 좋은 스태프진 아주 좋은 팀이라서 제가 다시 복귀해서 적응하는데 큰 문제 없었던 것 같습니다.
지난 시즌엔 나이 제한 때문에 못 뛰었는데 이번엔 나이 제한도 풀려서 좋은 성적 낼 수 있도록 잘하겠습니다.
다른 팀에 비해 로스터 인원수가 좀 많기 때문에 아마 감독님이 행복한 고민을 하시지 않을까 싶고요. 또 모든 조합을 구현이 가능한 멤버들이기 때문에 아마 좋은 성적이 나오지 않을까 싶습니다. 여태까지 해왔던 것처럼 항상 최선을 다해서 열심히 할 생각이고요. 좋은 팀원들 만난 것 같아서 개인적으로 기대가 좀 큰 시즌입니다.
저번에 푸나틱을 저희가 올려드렸는데
이번 시즌에 푸나틱은 꼭 잡고 올라갈 수 있도록 하겠습니다.
이번 시즌에서 제타는 꼭 이기고 올라가도록 하겠습니다.
저희가 1등 하겠습니다.
응원해주셔서 감사하고 이번 시즌에 심플님이 1등 시켜준다고 했으니까 열심히 해서 좋은 성적으로 보답드리도록 하겠습니다.
항상 응원해주시는 팬분들 정말 감사드리고 좋은 모습 보여드릴 수 있도록 노력하겠습니다.
얘들아 나만 믿어. 내가 우승시켜줄게.
하나, 둘, 셋. 포커페이스 화이팅!
네, 안녕하세요. 저는 VEC 대전에서 팀장이자 또 탱커 포지션을 맡고 있는 전용민 구름이라고 합니다.
VEC 대전에서 힐러 맡고 있는 레고 이도현이라고 합니다.
VEC 대전에서 딜러 포지션 맡고 있는 미니 서민서입니다. VEC 대전에서 딜러를 맡고 있는 다트 고민혁입니다.
DAEC 대전에서 서브힐러를 맡고 있는 진성이라고 합니다.
VEC 대전에서 탱커를 맡고 있는 하머라고 합니다.
이번 시즌에 제가 VEC 대전에 합류하게 되었는데 원래 오랫동안 알고 있던 선수들이기도 하고 좀 잘한다고 생각하는 선수들이어서 많이 연습했는데 생각보다 더 좋게 나오는 것 같아요.
VEC 대전에 들어오게 되면서 새로운 팀원들과 함께하게 되었는데 경험이 많이 없는 선수다 보니까 많이 서툴긴 하지만 그래도 열심히 하려고 노력하고 있습니다.
새로운 선수들과 합을 맞추기 위해서 열심히 하고 있습니다.
솔직히 전 시즌에 정말 참담한 결과를 나왔는데 이번 시즌은 정말 다르다라는 모습을 보여주려고 지금 새로운 팀원들과 함께 정말 열심히 연습하고
저희가 대회 끝나고 한 4월 말부터 지금까지 계속 쉬지 않고 연습해가지고 아마도 이번에는 좋은 성적 거둘 수 있지 않을까 생각합니다.
사실 저도 대전에 살았는데 그런 만큼 이 대전에 대해 되게 애정이 있으니까 시민분들께 e스포츠 쪽으로 되게 좋은 팀이구나 라는 인식을 강하게 남겨드리고 싶네요. 아무래도
최대한 많은 경험을 하고 더 높은 곳으로 가기 위해 열심히 노력하겠습니다. 팬분들이나 경기를 보시는 분들께 아마 저희 팀은 저 시즌 성적이 많이 안 좋았어서 약한 팀 이미지를 지금 쓰고 있는데 이번 시즌에는 그런 이미지를 탈출해 보도록 해보겠습니다.
이번 시즌은 우리가 얼마나 잘할 수 있는지를 보여주자라는 각오로 이번 시즌 정말 열심히 임하겠습니다.
대회 관심 가져주셔서 감사하고 좋은 모습으로 보답하겠습니다.
팬분들께 일단 맨날 시간도 내주셔서 정말 감사하고요. 계속 응원해주시면 정말 감사하겠습니다.
항상 관심 가져주시고 시간 써주시는 우리 팬분들 감사하고 사랑합니다.
VEC 대전 화이팅!
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to Overwatch Champions Series Korea. I'm Unknown at the commentary, and with me today I have Hex on the expert analysis. Hey, Hex, how are you?
Doing good. We have a really good matchup tonight after a couple days, which, was kind of some 3 Overwatch, some 3-1 Overwatch tonight. We have a couple of bangers on the books.
Yeah, definitely. We have the match that probably, arguably so, that people have been waiting for all season. We have Crazy Raccoons and Falcons coming against each other on the second series of the day. Of course, it is a little bit tilted towards CR today, Crazy Raccoons today, if you ask me, because during the, already has been more than half of the round robin already gone, but looking at the results right now, it looks like Crazy Raccoon looks a lot stronger than they have compared to previous seasons, whereas Falcons, yes, they are good, but they don't seem to be at that level of Crazy Raccoons currently.
Yeah, they've kind of switched spots. We can talk in breadth about that match when we get there too. We've got a, kind of an easier one to start out a little bit where Fnatic needs to continue getting their momentum back on it. Their schedule is a little bit different. And then I think later, the last match of the evening is Pokerface versus Zeta, which is going to be really interesting. I've been kind of hyping up this Pokerface team, but Zeta has been as dominant as any other team so far. I've dropped a couple maps here and there, but have looked really good. So that's going to be a really interesting one to see where those teams are at, because I think Pokerface, we talk a little bit about them being that 4-5 mix, which is going to come into play later when, we get into seeding matches. And if you're in that top 4, you just move on. So, you mentioned these group stages have gone very, very quick. These teams are going to have a record that's only out of 7 matches as everyone will play each other. And we're already getting down to it, it seems like.
Yeah, today's already day 6. We only have 9 days of group stages, which means after today, 2/3 of the group stage will have been already taking place, and it's only going to be down to that last 1/3 of the group stage. Of course, there will be seeding matches, like you've mentioned, Hex, and also there will be some, I guess, it's not called the last chance qualifiers. It's called, I forgot what it's called, but it's
Aren't you
basically
in charge of naming it? How do you forget?
There are a lot of factors to it, right? So it is basically the last chance for qualifiers, where it is getting to decide the last 2 teams that get to the playoffs. So, like you said, Pokerface, all the matches today have a lot of good context. Fnatic, they have been struggling the entirety of the season, and they got their first win, and it was against a team that, to be honest, we thought that Fnatic would lose to, considering their form and their recent results. However, they got their first win on the board, and then now that they have a relatively easier schedule, that they would look forward to getting that momentum going on. And second match, like we've been talking all about it, it's the match that we've been all looking for. We have been seeing this matchup in the finals, and then also Pokerface. To be honest, this matchup should have been, but preseason, if you asked us, it would have been, it's going to be an easy Zeta win. But Pokerface, like you said, Hex, have been showing that there are no pushovers here. And being that 4th place means the world of difference from being 5th place, because top 4 gets a guaranteed advancement to playoffs. And then starting from 5th, you have to fight your way tooth and nail to get to that playoff spot, which is important to get to Asia and then Stockholm. So a lot of stakes here. Today may be a very season-defining day.
Right, and I think that Crazy Raccoon Falcons is going to tell us a lot about where both those teams are. Different trajectories, really. Crazy Raccoon has just been getting better and better. I think Crazy Raccoon may have the goal of just not losing a map this stage. If they can really roll over Falcons rather. It's weird because Falcons is plural, Raccoon is singular, and it's gets tricky. But yeah, it's ever since they went down to the lower bracket in Dallas, Crazy Raccoon has gotten the better of Falcons. Even running it back through that. So I think undisputed, the best team in the world, Crazy Raccoon. Falcons up there for sure. Falcons with an interesting roster. They've got players that they can bring in. They've got options to run with. Zeta, I think they're looking to take that 2 spot. With Falcons going down, like if they can, really capitalize on that, they could be that 2 seed coming through it. I think we all kind of have a pretty good idea who number 7 and 8 seeds are. I don't want to speak ill of the poor teams, but ever since Vesta Esports Club was able to win their first match, good for them. They're able to beat Old Ocean, who came in looking, even like pretty rusty, to be honest. They haven't won a map since. So maybe they can flip that around for Fnatic, but Fnatic's got everything to play for to, pick it up, because you know, you look at Fnatic and they're like, oh, they're 0-3, how terrible. A lot of it's context, right? Like, they had a tough schedule. Someone's going to have a tough schedule to start the year. So the next 2 matches that they have are very winnable, and they could be going into their 7th match, which is against Team Falcons at 3-3. So that's going to be an interesting one to watch. But yeah, if you look at Zeta Division right now, 4-0. With the +9 map differential, Crazy Raccoon 3-0 +9. So Zeta Division has really taken advantage of every opportunity that they've had. And then, you know, on the other side, I just talked about but Old Ocean, I look at their schedule and I find it very difficult to see a win for them on the board. They had some of the easier teams early and were unable to capitalize on that. But is there anyone here who stands out to you? I always look at those like 3, 4, 5 slots and how they're going to figure out.
Yeah, exactly. So the playoff, I guess, guarantee spot cut line is going to be the point of interest for me, to be honest. And then if you ask me, Team Falcons, I don't think it's not going to be a question of whether they can make it to playoffs or not. I'm not too concerned to them at that rate. It's just whether they're going to be, hey, is Team Falcons going to lose that number 2 spot to Zeta Division or not? Crazy Raccoon, yes, they are currently 2nd because they haven't played a match yet compared to Zeta Division, but I think they'll be just confirmed 1st here. And then my guess is that whether DAEJEON can make it to like cheeky I guess entrance to 4th, because they do have the talent. It's just a matter of a little bit of coordination and that. And on that note, losing to Fnatic would have been a very bitter loss for them. The same map pool that we've been seeing all season, Runasapi, has been a very, I guess, popular addition to the map pool that we've been seeing.
It's been really fun to watch Runasapi. A lot of counter picking going on in Runasapi, and I think we'll see more of it tonight. Like, the map pool meta has kind of settled down a little bit, although we got our first Eichenwalde last night. I just like saying Eichenwalde. So that was fun. We've seen a little bit of outliers here and there, some Blizzard World, but for the most part, you see a lot of Circuit, a lot of Saravasa, although, you know, there's been some mixes up there, but for the most part, the map pool feels settled as to what teams like to play, especially Old Ocean. Old Ocean really only has 2 map picks. They like to go to Parasol and they like Saravasa. But yeah, as we mentioned, here is today's matchups. Fnatic have to take care of business. They need to get themselves on the right track. And, you know, we talked a little about this, but I really want to look forward to that. You know, you say the Falcons are definitely going to make the playoffs, and I agree. But Falcons Fnatic being like one of the final matches of the season is going to be really interesting of like, where are these teams at going into the playoffs? Because I don't think either will miss the playoffs.
Yep. Speaking of which, Fnatic is taking the stage right now. Currently, WDG Esports Studio is being sold out for 6 days in a row. So, yeah, so that is a lot of support for both of these teams. Well, all these teams coming in. And Fnatic, smiles on their faces. They should feel definitely confident coming into this match. Not only did they have a very crucial win against DAEJEON yesterday, which was actually in another venue, but this Vesta Esports crew, DAEJEON, is a team that they should be on paper expected to win. But here's how they go. Vec, they have been struggling for the past 2 seasons. Of course, these players are promising. These players are talented. However, they have a very tall task of going against Fnatic today.
It's a tough region. Someone's gotta be, you know, one of the worst teams in the tough region. They seem to have fun with it, though. That's why I always like Beck. They're also very honest in interviews of like, yeah, we don't think we're gonna win, but we're going to try our best. Like, I've always respected that about them. I do want to wonder if they're ever gonna bring in Farmer. It's a player that they brought in to supplement the tank line. Fnatic does, you know, they have they've pared down this roster. This is the 5, that's it. So, I mean, this is you know, Checkmate Knife and Donghack were on the initial roster. They swapped out their support line for DAEJEON and Izayaki. Had a pretty poor showing for that support line as they tried to gel it at the EWC, so that didn't work out well. They seem to be getting a little bit better on it. I think this team is always going to be a team that is stronger when you can run Lucio. DAEJEON, you know, just that is his best hero, I think, by a mile. It's stronger when you can run dive. I mentioned Farmer. I would like to see Farmer come in, but also if you're looking for bright spots for this team, and I know, bear with me, I'm not going to talk about the damage line effect just yet. I really like how Lego and Jinsung are playing. They are the pickups of this roster coming into the second stage. They're the changes, really the big changes that they made. And yesterday they had some really cool set plays. I think they've been playing really solid. And, you know, as this team moves forward together and as they gel together, I think they might end up being the strongest part of this squad.
Yeah, definitely a lot to look at, especially on the support lines of both rosters. VC DAEJEON will definitely be wondering if Farmer will be able to come up today. To be honest, I don't know what he has to offer. Maybe he is a Sigma specialist, or maybe if he has something other tricks coming up his sleeves. But before that, we have an interview with the representatives of both teams. So Quest, please take it away.
Stage2. 안녕하세요. 아나운서 이시윤입니다.
Thank you very much, Unknown. We are here with the final day of week 2.
네, 반갑습니다. 자, 오늘 첫
before we head
번째
into the
경기가
first matchup
치러집니다.
today, we
푸나틱과
have
VC
the two
대전의
player
경기가
reps
펼쳐질
from
예정인데요.
both
경기 시작
Fnatic
전에
and
각 팀의
DAEJEON.
대표분들 한 분씩 모시고 인터뷰 진행해 보도록 하겠습니다. 먼저
Two player reps on
푸나틱 팀
stage.
자기소개 부탁드립니다.
Fnatic side,
안녕하세요. 푸나틱에서 힐러를 맡고
we have
있는
DAEJEON
이재곤입니다.
from the support lineup.
네, 이재곤 선수 반갑습니다. 자, 그렇다면 VC 대전 팀도
And on
자기소개
VC DAEJEON side,
부탁드립니다.
안녕하세요. VC
we
대전에서
have
힐러를
Lego,
맡고 있는 레고라고 합니다.
also from the support lineup.
네, 레고 선수 반갑습니다. 자, 이렇게 두 힐러분들을 모시고 인터뷰를 진행해 보도록 하겠는데요. 자, 먼저 이재곤 선수.
The first question goes to
지난
DAEJEON.
대결 때
course,
길었던 연패를
Final,
끊어내고 드디어
Fnatic
첫
finally
승리를
broke out of their
맛보게
loss streak
됐습니다.
yesterday.
자, 낯선 장소에서 그때 치러졌었던 경기인
Of course, it was a
오늘
match
조금 더
that was
제대로
played
날뛸
at a
수 있을
different
것
venue.
같은데요. 오늘 경기 결과
And now
기대해봐도
that you're
될까요?
back in the
어제
familiar
좀
venue,
기분
are
좋게
you
이겼기 때문에
feeling more
남은
comfortable
경기
and confident in
다
your victory?
이겨서 플레이오프 꼭 안전하게 진출하도록
Yes,
하겠습니다.
it was a
야,
confidence
오늘
boost for sure.
경기뿐만 아니라
And
남은
I will
경기
make
다
sure
이겨서
to win
플레이오프
today's
꼭
match and the rest of the
진출하겠다라고
matches that are
말씀을
coming up to make
해주셨는데요.
it to the
자, 그렇다면
playoffs.
VC 대전팀 항상 정말
The next
밝은
question goes to
에너지를
Vec.
보여주는 VC 대전팀이 아닐까 싶습니다.
Vec also always
저번에 좀
shows
포지가
a bright team
길어졌을 때
atmosphere and a tight
팀원들끼리
teamwork.
제로 게임을 하더라고요. 이거 어떻게 된 일인가요?
They were playing a
저는 안
game
하긴 했는데
to
옆에서 재밌게 하더라고요.
자,
to boost up
이만큼
team
서로
morale.
이렇게 우애가 돈독하다라고도 볼 수 있겠습니다. 그렇다면 이렇게 단단한 팀 합을 보여줄 수 있는 이유가
So
있을까요?
what is the secret behind such a bright team
새로
atmosphere?
사귀다 보니까 연습도 열심히 하면서
We have new
서로
teammates.
게임 밖에서도
We are
친하게
working
되고
really hard,
그렇게 해서
practicing, and we also are
만든
also
것
getting
같아요.
closer as teammates
네,
outside of the game as
팀워크가
well. So I
좋으니까
think
팬분들도 그렇고
that are some of the
보는
reasons
사람들로 하여금
behind such
너무너무
team,
긍정적인
such a bright
에너지가
team
뿜뿜하는
atmosphere.
팀이기도 합니다. 자, 그렇다면 오늘 경기 응원해주러 오신 팬분들이 굉장히 많습니다.
this next question goes to
팬분들께도
both
한마디
teams.
부탁드릴게요.
Please say a few words to the
더운
fans that
날씨에
came to
이렇게
support you.
와주신 팬분들 너무 감사드리고
I appreciate all the fans
저희
coming out
아직
here
좀
to support
부족하지만
us.
더 노력해서
And
좋은
there are a
모습
lot of things that we still
보여드리도록
need to work
하겠습니다.
on, but we'll make sure to work hard and
네,
show
자,
improvements.
팬분들께서 네라고 대답을
And the
예쁘게
crowd answers,
해주셨고요.
okay.
자, 그렇다면 VC 대전팀도 들어볼까요?
And on Vec DAEJEON
항상
side,
응원해주셔서 감사하고
Thank you for always supporting
먼저
us.
2승 찍도록 하겠습니다.
and we'll make sure to grab our second
네,
win today.
알겠습니다. 자, 오늘 이렇게 양 팀의 뜨거운 경기가 첫 번째부터 펼쳐집니다.
And that was the
지금까지
player rep
푸나틱의
interview
이재곤 선수,
with both
VC
Fnatic
대전의
and
레고
VC
선수와
DAEJEON.
인터뷰
And
나눠봤는데요.
before we head into the
첫
first
경기
match of
많은
the day,
기대
I'm going to
부탁드리면서
send it
팀의
back
경기가
to
펼쳐질
Unknown
첫
and
번째
Hex.
맵 확인해 보시죠.
Thank you, Quest. And our first map of the day, and it's going to be Samoa. Of course, Control. Samoa has been, I guess, a little bit of a thorn for Fnatic, at least, because they haven't had a win. Of course, they only played one map of Samoa so far, but Fnatic has yet to register a win on Samoa so far.
Neither has Vec, so that turnabout is fair play. So, Samoa has been pretty interesting. There's some teams that I think really prefer it because it is one of the maps that allow you, especially on beach, to be able to play in Ash, and a lot of Control doesn't really set up for long sightlines where you can play an Ash on it. So a lot of Ash being played on Samoa. You might end up seeing some Maga come in here. It kind of feels like a home map for Maga, but I think, with BEC, you might be starting to get into that area of just running comps that are throwing teams off, maybe if they're not even full-on non-ideal. They're also a team that has toyed around with the Venture a little bit more than some of the other squads, so you may be seeing that, maybe on Volcano especially. But overall, I think Fnatic is just going to try to get in here and take care of business and move on. You don't really want to be dropping maps to teams like Beck necessarily at this point if you're Fnatic. This is the easy part of your schedule. You can't really afford to overlook any team, so I think you're going to see their best shot overall. And yeah, I think you come out, DAEJEON can just play Lucio into it, so I don't think you're going to see any weird curveballs from Fnatic as far as compositions go.
All right, so business as usual predicted for the side of Fnatic here. We're waiting for the dubstep button, and before that we have a close-up cams for two of these players. Desperation triumphs over luck Well, I guess it's a little bit of desperation. Different. Oh. Well, I mean, I'm trying to figure out what it tries to mean, and then desperation. I guess both the teams are desperate. I guess because VC DAEJEON, if they take down Fnatic, I'll be very honest. It's still not going to help them get into playoffs. They still need a lot more than just one win over Fnatic to get into playoffs. But for Fnatic, I think desperation hits a little bit more. I love DAEJEON's glasses here, by the way.
Pretty great.
Taking a 3-0 and trying to get into 4th means that you have to either drag down Zeta, Crazy Raccoon, Pokerface, Team Falcons. We all know that Crazy Raccoon, I don't know if Crazy Raccoon can be even dragged down by Fnatic at this point. It's either, if you look at the standings, it's either Pokerface or Falcons. Most likely, the likely target is going to be Pokerface. They need all the maps. Like you said, no monkey business, no, I guess, slacking around, no, they need to take all the advantage that they can, and it starts with a 3-0 against a VC DAEJEON today.
Yeah, and VC is not, this is not unfamiliar territory for them. I think they will relish the idea of being able to play spoiler, even if it's for a map, maybe not necessarily a match, because they do need to get back on track. Ever since that first win, they won 3-2 versus Old Ocean, and I'm like, hey, this is a different looking VC team. But since then, 0-9 on maps, and it's just not been great. It's kind of the same old VC team. I think they have talent on the team. Like I said, I think that support line is much upgraded. Dart and Minute have had moments where they can play really well, but going against Checkmate and Knife, not easy. So really, I mean, at VC, they're gonna, when you get to this point, you start small, you try to win fights, you try to win stages, try to win maps, and just build from there. And no one has to talk Donghack into playing Doomfist. It's a pretty good stage for it, so we're gonna roll out on the Doom here.
Alright, the dubstep button was a little bit quick this time, and now we're on to action already as players are looking for the neutral currently right now. No casualties so far. Donghack trying to get some space for his teammates with that Doomfist pick. The Diva on the other side for through a minute low. Donghack used his power block to mitigate any sort of damage coming his way. Looking for a point of entry, which is not something that he's finding right now. He's maybe looking for a better angle. Not a lot of action currently so far. Dart on this Echo, looking for some value. Actually, gonna be the first to fall. Checkmate doing a good job on that. Knife is traded out, however, it looks like Fnatic might have a slighter advantage at this point of stage, but as it seems right now, nobody is able to take control of this control point so far.
This stage reminds me a lot of Oasis. I believe Oasis City Center. I forget what the stage is called right now. You know what I'm talking about. Big pillar in the middle and traffic on the outside. And it's like that for two reasons. One, it's almost a difficult point to get the full capture on, because once it's kind of large-ish and trying to get a whole team off. But also what it allows for the Doomfist, early peek and initiate.
Yeah, early. The B came before the cap on the first one, which is not easy. Sometimes you always see is Fnatic actually going to answer with the ultimates of their own. Legion Line didn't even charge up his sound barrier and still won the fight, which is going to be a massive win for the side of Fnatic. Finally, they get that first cap on the point. On the following fight, now Fnatic is having a massive ultimate lead against VC DAEJEON here.
I like the idea from VEC though. It's kind of smart of like, I think we might have a little bit of an advantage here, so we need to press it, because just trying to win a straight up fight and just trying to win a fair fight against a team that's probably a better roster than you is not usually ideal. So they try to hit the go button, they get completely beat up, but Kong goes down to beat. Is that an Ajax?
Probably, because I didn't see it. Barriers go extra health going into kind of Fnatic. Izayaki also given us that the sustain is not going to be available for the side of Fnatic. VC DAEJEON with a, I guess, very big advantage hasn't been able to flip the point yet. Donghak survives with Meteor Strike and also tries to take down Dart. He does! Checkmate is also D-Mech, so... Oh, well, okay, never mind. That is a duplicated Diva, and that is that stick onto Groom that denies the remech. So this is, once again, yes, Fnatic, they've been losing, like, they have early fight disadvantages, but they still turn it into a fight win. I don't know how they do this.
It's just winning 1v1s, and like I said, it can be a tough point to turn all the way around. You almost need to do a full team wipe because you can kind of duck and dodge around that middle section and keep a point going for a while. Now Fnatic at 72% and counting up is going to be in position for one more fight. The mini game of the ultimates is going to be the support ultimates. You've got Beats for back versus Izuyaki's Rush. And that's kind of what they ended up with it that very first fight. Fnatic got the better of that one.
Yep, looking definitely VC wants to have a very different showing this time. Now Lego's beat is on. Not using it. Yes, yeah, Guard is taken down. So this is a 4v5 play. Still uses the barrier because they know the time is not at overtime already. Now, taking down Lego is not being used. Yaki traded out, but this is also taken out. It looks like Fnatic is indeed. This was a very weird round, Hex, because the ultimate, well, usually, if you look at the ultimates, you have a vague idea of who has the upper hand on these kind of fights, but however, Fnatic are just denying all those, I guess, data that we've been accumulating throughout the years of Overwatch, and they're just like, oh, we're just gonna win.
A lot of individual performances, a lot of 1v1s. Checkmate just went nuts on this Echo, and if you've been watching at all, Korea, the first week or so, I've been just singing the praises of Checkmate. I think it was such a wonderful addition to this roster, and just the versatility that Checkmate brings. Every great team has like at least one player who can play like everything and enables everyone to play super well, and that's Checkmate for this Fnatic team. Fnatic is also going to run this comp again. I believe they ran it on Flashpoint yesterday. I love this comp. It's just super fun to watch. Just like the brawl and cooldown based comp of commanding shout, ventures in, checkmates in on Genji. It's a nice little wrinkle that they've added to their arsenal.
Yeah, that's a nice knife onto Guard as Donghak plays. Like you said, this is a very volley composition. I believe that they have the confidence to say, hey, if we just close in and fight, we just have the better mechanics to make those wins happen. VC DAEJEON having positional advantage on the points, but not capping yet. Guard very low, taken down by Checkmate on that Genji. Knife is also melee that Tracer down, and Donghak taking out Lucio. So this is definitely a first fight win for the side of Fnatic and also point control.
Yeah, I don't want to pile on him, but Dart seems to have lost his mojo over the last couple of matches, and I think it started a little bit when they played Circuit Royale, and he just kept playing Venture into the squad, and like I think he had like one good life on it, and just decided that was what he was going to play. But over the last couple of matches I've watched for VC, Dart just seems to be getting outplayed pretty hard and not getting any value, not really getting trades. I think like the meta just not really lending itself to the heroes he's most comfortable on.
And as we're speaking off-screen, Knife also takes down a member of VC DAEJEON. Actually, multiple members of VC DAEJEON are just falling. Like you said, Hex, this is not even the fight of the ultimates. This is just neutrals. Fnatic is just dominating over VC DAEJEON right now.
It's a really difficult composition to try to like catch. You know, it's a little bit divey, it's a little bit brawly, it's got the sustain, so you really need to make sure that Knife gets like no value and the sustain isn't there for the Venture, but Knife has been playing it really well. And it's just one of those things that if you stop the Junker Queen from getting value, then you're getting dashed through by Checkmate or Ventures popping up out of the ground. It's like, take your poison. There's too much happening to be able to properly catch this composition. And Fnatic seem to really understand how it works.
Yeah, Knife using the Tectonic Shock just to keep VC DAEJEON out of the spawn. You just keep them in the spawn area. And VC DAEJEON, they have to use ultimates just to get out of the choke point of the spawn. They're using the set back a lot of the damage that VC DAEJEON has been throwing at the VC DAEJEON. Yes, they do have a lot of ultimates. They're using a lot of them. Fnatic now finally answer. This is going to be the big moment. Checkmate on that. Dragon Blade does not find the kill yet, but it's going to be Knife who finds Jinsong. So this is her early numbers of damage for the side of Fnatic. Checkmate falls down. However, this is a fairly tight in terms of numbers. Now, Dart beating down Donghak. It's actually going to be the Sticky Bombs that take the kill credit, but finally a team fight win for DAEJEON.
Yeah, Dart really, made me eat my words right there, because that was a really nice duplicate to be able to take the Junker Queen and fly in there. He got the ultimate up with Junker Queen, got the Rampage, was able to take down the supports. So really nice there. Fnatic is going to be able to fling back here with a Rampage of their own. So DAEJEON has to understand that this is probably incoming. They didn't see the Rampage last time, so you can't give them a good lineup here.
Donghak looking for an angle here. Groom being poked down a little bit, but is still relatively healthy. Checkmate is the first to fall by a headshot onto Jinsong, so that probably is a good place neutral headshot there. Guard very low. Donghong also low as well.
Careful.
Yeah.
Doghead needs to get some of this sustain in here with the Junker Queen, and there's the Rampage. Catches 2.
Guard is being the victim of that. Jinsong still heals up. It is going to be a numbers advantage for the side of Fnatic. Fnatic is pushing with force. Gurum using the power block to stay alive, but Minute is not going to be as fortunate. Izaki just wants to close this out with a Kitsune rush, and Checkmate just dashes through Gurum to take his life, and Jinsong falls. Means that Samoa is going to be a very easy 2-0 win. I mean, this is, I guess, business as usual and was expected, but Fnatic, there has been concerns over this roster in the past few weeks, but now they're finally looking like they're playing as what's expected of them.
Absolutely, and I can't wait to get the replay codes pack and just look at this composition, because Fnatic has run it really well the last couple of days, and it's such an interesting comp because it's ultra mobile, there's super high damage, there's sustain built into it, and what Fnatic does really well with that composition, I noticed even yesterday on Flashpoint, is they take fights where you don't expect it. They really choose where the fights are going to happen and where it benefits their heroes the most. A lot of choke points, a lot of initiations where they don't play defensively at all, because that's not how that composition works. It's very much an engaged composition that you have to choose when Commanding Shout's going to come out, when Venture's going to roll in. It's very cooldown dependent. So it's also that gameplay loop of, if you don't get anything out of it, then you need to figure out a way back, and that's where the Lucio comes in to get you out of it, and then you wait for cooldowns and you try it again. And they've got players on the team that understand how that works, because that's kind of how Doomfist works a little bit, as you try this gameplay loop of, here's all my buttons, I hit everything, how did it go? Do I have to retreat, or can we still go forward? But that's that gameplay loop that composition runs through, and it's super interesting. And Fnatic, I think, they figured out something with that, so it works well on a lot of control, and it works great on Flashpoint. So they figured out a nice little pocket comp for them, and I think they're running that Venture comp better than anyone. Well, they're the only ones running it consistently, the Venture Junker Queen.
Yep, and looking at Vesta Esports crew, rather, it's a little bit concerning, because they definitely had their moments where it looked like they had clearly the upper hand on the side of teamfights, right? I mean, for all I know, there was an Ajax on Legion, and then still Fnatic won the fight. So those are the things that VC need to work on right now. As if you ask me, I think, like you said, Hex, before the match, they need to work on the little things first. Yes, of course, on the horizon, they need to have that series win, and they need to have the map win or anything like that, but they need to start with the little things. They need to start with the fights, they need to then move on to the maps, and then maybe they can look at the series. But before that, let's see how VC which map VC chooses, and how they're going to bounce back after a short break. Welcome back to Overwatch Champions Series Korea. We are currently approaching our second map of the first series of the day, and it's going to be Circuit Royale. Oh my goodness. Vesta Esports crew does love this map, doesn't they? Don't they?
It is. No, doesn't they? Indeed. It is their favorite map, essentially. It's almost always their first pick out of the gate when they lose a map. They're one of the teams that picks a bunch of different stuff as, like, a random thing if they have to have a second pick, but this is their pocket pick. They always go to Circuit Royale, at least like the first 3 times that they're able to pick a map. Yeah, it's just I feel like it's one of those maps where they feel like Minute can maybe do something on the Widowmaker, and they've been running Dart on the Venture to disrupt the opposing Widowmaker. Now teams, I think, have seen enough tape on it that they've kind of figured out that it's very likely what they want to do, so Fnatic should have an answer for it. No substitutions here. But yeah, this is Vec's favorite map pick.
Yeah, Fnatic doesn't have any substitutes to play. And
True.
Vesta Esports crew, they only have the tank to make that substitution for. They did not opt to make that happen. I'm kind of critical of their map choices, but I'll let that slip as we have the dubstep button going on. So ladies and gentlemen, we go to Circuit Royale. All right, here are the excuse me. There is that fan chance there as Circuit Royale is going on. Donghak tinkering with some choices here, and with Vesta Esports crew looking at the standard. Nothing that we've been not expecting. The Venture, like you said, and also the Widowmaker paired up with the Sigma, which is pretty standard on Circuit Royale, and then Fnatic going with the Pharah. So
there have been some wrinkles here. The only thing is, like, almost always 100% is the Sigma Widow. Like, that is a combo that you're going to run on this, but a lot of teams have been trying with this double flex port because Kalari can be so good on this map with pylon placements. It can be so hard to deal with those pylons, so it's just free damage that you're able to get out because the healing is not something you have to worry about. But I think both these teams have scouted each other. Fnatic should know that this Venture is going to be coming in.
Yep, and Checkmate probably doesn't... Oh, never mind. Just blows Dart out of the sky, so that's the Venture, I guess, concern taken off the checklist for the side of Fnatic. And, well, Checkmate having a lot of fun with this Pharah pick. And early, the teamfight went for the side of Fnatic. They will be getting that push a little bit. Vesta Esports crew, they still have a chance to contest Point A. The Point A is not over by any means, but still, looking like Fnatic kind of understands what Vesta Esports crew was trying to run. They have, and this is the composition that actually clearly works against it. Oh, nice shot, but no, sorry. But
I mean, some teams have been trying like different weird comps, like a Mei and a Sim, and it just doesn't work as well on this map. It lets the Pharah just eat for free and just get so much easy damage. So Fnatic will be taking this horseshoe bend. I don't know if anyone's up enough for Vec to be able to contest it. No, they're just gonna back up. Yeah.
And just look at Checkmate over there. He's like miles away from his team, still like getting a ton of value. And before the cap on Point A, usually Pharah's using the barrage is punished, but I haven't seen Checkmate just falling a single time this map here.
No, it's weird because kind of the meta on Circuit has developed a little bit where teams are fighting in chokes and kind of clumped up, like artificial chokes. Like right here on the defense, this is where a team will always hold on defense, and you can pressure it down so easily with the Pharah. Nice play there on a Checkmate.
And finally, Checkmate gets punished for his aggression here. DAEJEON also falls, but trade kills are happening. Dart using the Tectonic Shock. Let's see if he has any value with that. Izayaki actually making a numbers advantage in favor of Fnatic. Dart doing what he can, but the question is for how long, and that accretion is just going to be on Dart's face as, yes, VC DAEJEON, they did take a few kills off the board, but in the end, Fnatic is not going to stop their push on the cart.
I mean, there was a nice play to take down the opposing Widowmaker, so they should have a moment, BC, to be able to get some shots in. Minutes even got infosights up, but there's still a lot of damage on the board. That's great, though.
Yeah, Jinsung and Checkmate getting critted out, and finally VC, DAEJEON looking like they will stabilize a little bit, and this might be a tricky point to push over as Fnatic, because you just lost all high ground control and you have to start all over again.
Yeah, absolutely. So you do have to worry about that. But yeah, Minute is kind of getting kind of owned a little bit by Knife. But on the other side of things, I did mention in the pregame, like, you watch out for these supports for VC. They're the playmakers. I think they'll be the best part of this team when all's said and done. And Jinsung has had a couple of really crucial picks on the bench.
Yep, taking down Vifera means a lot of damage to Knife for the side of Fnatic, so VC DAEJEON wants to do it again as Ayaki starting things up with the Captive Sun pressuring Groom. The Immortality Field keeps him alive for quite a while, but it's going to be Dart who's falling fast, and the VC DAEJEON with a lot of low health bars. You have to be very careful. Lego taken down by Knife, and Dart is traded out, so it might be a little bit of a stability for VC DAEJEON. Yes, Fnatic does not gamble here. They are just taking that Widow 1v1 and Checkmate doing a little bit of poke. Checkmate has the Barrage. This may be the difference maker here.
Barrage is very difficult to use right now. Ideally, you would like to push back VC into their second choke and then use it up over the top when they're trying to come out from cover. But not being able to punish Gurum there, who is down to like 5 HP, might end up hurting now, because now Gurum's going to get in here with ult.
Well, Checkmate did take down Lego, but it's going to be, like you said, VC DAEJEON responding with correctly, I guess, with just the Amplification Matrix and also the Gravitic Flux earlier on. So 2 ultimates for a fight, and then taking back control of the entirety of what was point A. I'll take that.
Well, Fnatic's going to have to win this with almost no ultimates. There's only a minute left, and some of these ultimates take forever to charge. So I don't think they'll get Barrage, probably won't get Infrasight, so that's going to be a huge advantage for Minute. Dart can fire and forget this Tectonic, and they're going to have Rally as an ultimate. Maybe Izayaki can get there with some good damage output, but it's not like Captain San is like this amazing ultimate against this comp.
Yep, Dart probably looking in for a good Tectonic Shock angle, is going in, not using the ultimate just yet, and can't, as Dog just throws a rock in his face. And then this is going to be the go button for the side of Fnatic. Lego uses the rally for sustain and actually takes out Izayaki, but Minute is down. Donghawk very low, but still alive. Not anymore. So it looked a little dire as Dart was just blown away. However, VC DAEJEON once again showing some good defensive maneuver. Well, not maneuvers, but actually some good fights here. And Fnatic, only 16 seconds left. They have to touch.
Yeah, the question is, are they going to be able to get in position to use the economic advantage that they just garnered through that last fight? By getting Rally out and getting towards their own ultimates, they just got to get bodies towards the cart, and now they are going to be in a good spot here. Doghack goes the Flux.
Plus on multiple members, forces out the Immortality Field. Izayaki takes down Dart once again, so Dart once again just falling without a lot of value in this fight, and this might be the difference. Yes, a multi-member, I guess multi-target Gravitic Flux from the side of Gurum, and I thought that would be it, but Fnatic, they responded in style, and Izayaki's Captive Sun had immense value that fight.
I've been a little bit critical of DAEJEON on the second flex when this team does run double flex, but the Baptiste play from him actually has been probably his best flex so far. There were multiple times, not just that previous fight, but the fight before that, which they won and got the economic advantage, was able to save Izayaki very early, was able to get a lot done on the Baptiste play. He's going to switch over now as the comps will change, and they're going to run a Winston dive, so they're going to switch over to the Brig. I think it's one of DAEJEON's weaker supports, but necessary in this comp, as Fnatic's going to switch to much more dive-centric here.
Yep, and interesting to see the compositional answer from Vesta Esports crew here, looking at a Tracer and also a Zenyatta. So now it's actually going to be VC DAEJEON who goes with the double flex support. I guess that's trying to find value on the Discord orbs onto the Winston and just melt down Donghawk. But
absolutely, if you can hang out with your Baptiste as well, it should give you some survivability and enough survivability to live through a dive. Fnatic is trying to up the tempo here with only 5 seconds left. They got to get to the cart.
Checkmate takes down 2, so this may be an overtime push for the side of Fnatic. Gordon takes down Knife. Checkmate also very low. Oh, Dart takes down Checkmate as well. But wait a second! Donghawk was like, not if I have anything to say about it, but VC DAEJEON right before the cap actually registers.
Gets a kill, and Lucio's on the card now, DAEJEON, but he gets stunned out. That will be it at the end, but what a nice little final push to pull that off. Yeah, Fnatic, I mean, it's not the composition you generally see on this point. A lot of it was just based on the time that they didn't have left for the most part. They were trying to get a nice little tempo push there, catch BC off guard, and then, you know, maybe get tempo or maybe get checkmate with a blade. Izayaki was actually closing in on a nano, so it could have been some big plays there. Knife, you know, very nice Widow play as always. This was a good hold, though, up on second point for VEC, but Knife just got the better of the Widow v Widow 100% of the time.
Yep, and I guess so. It was a very decent push from the side of Fnatic, but they would probably look back and see the few delays that happened on point B, and they want that back, because if they haven't been held that long on point B, it would have been definitely a full cap for the side of Fnatic, but they still have a win condition. As long as VC DAEJEON doesn't like full push in response, they will be able to secure Circuit Royale. Looking at VC members are they trying to play the piano? Yes.
Yeah.
I love it when players trying to play the piano, but they don't. Never mind.
Well, there's been some players who just literally learn songs on it, so it's been pretty impressive
I mean,
stuff.
yeah, Finn has been impressing me the most with those piano plays. But we're into game minute, taking that teleporter to get an advantageous position for that Widow v Widow. However, not finding a shot yet. Fnatic seems to know where everyone is at the current moment. No compositional changes so far on both sides.
Yeah, the dangerous thing for Vec right now is that Fnatic's comp works even better on the defense. With the double flex, with the Alari and the pylon placement, you're going to be able to keep it up pretty often. Also, you know, defensive Widow with the sightlines is usually advantageous, and Knife has already been getting the better of that. Checkmate also can choose where these fights and where these engages happen a lot easier on the defense and use the architecture to their advantage. So the composition from Fnatic benefits heavily on the defense, and you're seeing it right now.
Yeah, just Fnatic, they didn't even drop a member, and then VC DAEJEON, they just have to full reset. And yes, the cart did get some little bit of progress. However, it's not going to mean a lot as Vec, they're still basically trapped in spawn.
Yeah, for the moment, you can't really spawn hold this too hard on this composition. You can spawn hold harder with like a May and Sim, but we haven't seen a ton of that on the defense, because once you lose that, you're giving up almost first corner. So Fnatic going to drop back just a little bit and let their DPS do what they do.
That was a aerial duel between the two Widowmakers here. No casualties. No casualties on either side so far. Checkmate closing onto that barrage. If you look at the old economy, I guess because of the damage done, Fnatic does have generally the upper hand. Dart needs to be very careful. Dart has been the target for a lot of the Fnatic aggression. This time it is going to be Groom who is going to be taken down early. So with the tank on, they have to fall back. And Dart, Lego, yes, DAEJEON is traded out, but it's not going to mean anything in the grand scheme of things, as Fnatic assert control once again, and they'll be well positioned for that ultimate fight that will be happening very soon.
Well, DAEJEON did a good job with the Immortality Field, saved a lot of people there. It's been the great response to Dart in the dive-in. However, both of Fnatic's supports ended up using their supports, which are offensive. We ended up using their ultimates, which are offensive ultimates, so it's not the biggest deal when you're playing defense. You can kind of fire those through. Knife continues to get the better of Minute. It has been completely one-sided. But Vec has a window here where they have almost everything coming up, but now you might want to wait for a minute to be alive before you push.
Fnatic wants to just push their advantage. They know that Vec's ultimates are going to be well, they have more ultimates, so they just press the trigger early, and with that early aggression, they do get a pick. However, it looks like VC DAEJEON, they're not repelled.
No, this pylon spot is kind of dirty, actually. It does end up going down, but it's I'm trying to think who'd be in there and be able to get that easily. And you wanted to really turn your back on the other team to deal with a pylon.
Well, Lego with that rally. Last time he used the rally, he had a lot of value with it. Groom taking out Knife, so this is a huge thorn taken out of Vex neck here. And then here is that rally from Lego. DAEJEON is taken down. Checkmate also down. Also used Barrage. So this is going to be that Barrage denied for the side of Fnatic. And Dart using that Tectonic Shock to clean up the rest of the members of Fnatic. So VC DAEJEON, they cap. It took a while, but they do end up capping point A.
Yeah, with the cap, they end up using pretty much every ultimate that they had in there, being able to throw in, and the rally giving all the extra health there. But really, the critical kill was taking out Knife from Gurm on the other side, being able to make sure that Knife can't just run Ripshot, and that gives all the confidence in the world for everyone else in BC to step in the sidelines and get things done. Gurm's been playing this Sigma pretty well.
Yeah, and also Dart, who has been, to be honest, struggling a little bit on the defense with the Venture pick, is showing a lot of value. And they're pushing out Fnatic. They don't want to go too deep, be punished, but it looks like they will just buy some time to get some free push on the cart.
Fnatic can't really push out of this choke point, at least the far left choke point. That's where they were kind of hiding. Yeah, they're definitely a little hit squad over here.
DAEJEON using the amplification matrix to try to break through the defenses of Vec DAEJEON. Vesta Crew responding with the amplification matrix of their own. Gurm using the Gravitic Flux has to force out the Immortality Field. However, it is not going to help Donghak and Knife, as yes, it took quite a while for point A to cap, but Vec DAEJEON, they capped point B relatively easier. And now they have a win condition. The win condition is now in their favor, as they don't even have to full cap. They just almost have to full cap, and then they'll take the win.
Yeah, huge advantage here for Vec, coming in with 2.5 minutes, and Fnatic only had a half minute. Gurm's been the MVP for this squad so far. He's like lapping Donghak as far as getting fluxes going, being able to push angles with his team, and getting a ton of splash damage in there with Dart. And Dart able to take down Donghak. Donghak not looking super comfy on the Sigma, and that's one of the problems with Fnatic only outputting 5 players. Donghak not really known for the top tier Sigma play, and it's kind of biting him.
Oh, yep. As we speak, though, Izuyaki taking one back, as Jinsong is going to be the target of that captive Sun. So this means Vec DAEJEON has to take a breather a little bit, back up. Buys also time, much needed time and space for the side of Fnatic. Donghak now approaching the Gravitic Flux, and also Checkmate has that Barrage online. VC DAEJEON have ultimates of their own. They have the rally. They also have the Tectonic Shock. This is going to be a very important fight, as I believe that they'll use all they have on both sides to make this one happen.
Checkmate should be getting some value here coming up over the top and just railing in some splash damage. There it is, but traded out immediately.
So this feels pretty good for the side of Vec DAEJEON here. Dart uses the Tectonic Shock to take down DAEJEON immediately. Izuyaki also in a pinch. And just notice where the fight is actually happening. This is happening in Fnatic territory. So this is far forward, and just being taken out here means that Fnatic, they just have to throw bodies just for the sake of touching and not winning fights here.
They're on stall. They're on stall right now. You've got a Mei, you've got a Venture. Here comes a Diva as well. They're going to try to get DAEJEON with a window out. That could flip it a little bit, but with the rally out and the overheal, it's going to be tough.
The Gravitic Flux does not find any kills. However, Dart cleans up. Lego also joining in the kill feed. It is not looking good for Fnatic, as Vec DAEJEON, we've been talking critically about them, but they do manage to make that golden boss a victory, and the series is going to be tied. Vec DAEJEON, this is their first map win in quite a while. This is their first map win after their win on Old Ocean, if I'm not mistaken.
That's absolutely correct. 0-3 versus Pokerface, 0-3 versus Falcons, 0-3 versus Zeta Division. And really, I mean, Gurham MVP there, but it was just really smart where Beck ended up taking a lot of those fights. They took fights in close quarters. I can't tell you how many different fights took place in stairways there. It seemed like every time that there was anyone trying to get out of a stairway, there was a little hit squad with Venture and then a support with them too. Dart actually figured out to go with different angles, got a lot of value out of the Venture. The Tectonic play was really nice, but I think Gurham just got the better of the Sigma play pretty consistently. The fluxes were stronger. It was forcing out immortality fields early in fights, and then those immortality fields were getting denied. And as one-sided as the Widow 1v1 was, it felt like the tanks were completely other way. Checkmate, a little bit quiet, like got a barrage off, but always punished for it. And I think the Venture play that Vec has been trying to hone in on in that style really came better there, because it felt like Dart was playing closer with the team, and that's what you needed. You needed the combos of the splash damage of the Sigma and the Venture, and then the drill in and to finish fights, rather than kind of doing solo missions. And the few times that Dart did struggle was we had camera on him too, was like trying to solo people and just getting punished. But when Dart was playing with the team or squatted up with like a little, 2-man hit squad, playing much, much better on the Venture. Vec has something cooking on this map.
Yep, definitely a reason why they did pick Circuit Royale. We've been questioning their map picks because they have been picking Circuit Royale every time they had the opportunity to, and we were like, guys, this is not really working. Why are you guys always picking Circuit Royale when you have the chance? But this was probably the, I guess, vision that they had when they were kind of preparing for Circuit Royale, and it worked out. So really a lot of credit to them. I also do want to point out about their defensive prowess, because remember, they gave up point A pretty quickly after that Widow duel. They lost that Widow duel, and they just made some crucial stalls that ended up denying the full push from Fnatic, and what made the difference in that win. So now it is going to be Fnatic's turn to make the tactical decisions and pick their map. Let's see what the map pick and how the comeback is going to come after a short break, so don't go anywhere. Welcome back to Overwatch Champions Series Korea. We're currently approaching our third map of the first series of the day, and it is tied, ladies and gentlemen. Despite expectations that Fnatic will just sweep DAEJEON here, it is 1-1, and next map is going to be King's Row.
I was hoping Fnatic was going to do the funniest thing possible and pick Dorado. They picked Dorado, I think, 3 times, and they've lost it 3 times, so it's not their best. But obviously they can't because Circuit was already played by ESC, so maybe that was part of the strategy. I don't know if we're getting that deep into strategy, but Fnatic will pick King's Row. 1-1 on it has been, probably the most, second most popular hybrid party, so is being carried as the hybrid by Old Ocean, picking it every single chance they get. But King's Row 1-1 for Fnatic, so that will be their map pick. And I believe I will also have a substitution. I'm going to tease that as if I can tease it because there's only one person who could possibly be the substitution. But here, I mean, it's like pop quiz. Have you been paying attention to these rosters?
And we have Farmer. This is, if I'm not mistaken, I've been talking with Hex. This is going to be his debut in OWCS Korea. And it's a little cheeky how Lego is like, hey, you need to have, this is your first time, you need to have your mic a little bit closer than that. Like Lego helping him out with the settings.
Well, you try to get over that stage fright and whatever, but yeah, the rule is when you have a headset like that, you want to fit 2 fingers between the headset and your mouth usually, just in case anyone needs that knowledge moving forward. But I figured I'd use my 7 years of broadcast knowledge to help the people, as it were. But
here.
Yeah, I think Farmer is very likely going to be playing. Probably the Winston has been such a staple on this map. It works so well. The Winston and a dive combination has been the thing to play here. Ash, especially on first point, has been critical. So I think Knife is probably just feeling like, look, I just dominated the Widow battle 1v1. I can definitely win on Ash here too. And then it's also a very good map for Pharah. And Checkmate has been playing a pretty solid Pharah, so the map pick makes a ton of sense for Fnatic going in, but you got to bounce back from that. Like, you really, I don't know, this Fnatic team is just baffling sometimes, and I think it's just a team that's maybe they're looking past their opponents, but you can't really afford to do that. You're 1-3, you got to be beating teams like Vec. Like, you can't. I mean, all credit to Vec, right? But Fnatic shouldn't be losing to Vec.
Well, look. Remember, I still stand by the comment that I said about Fnatic. One time, they looked like the best team in the world. No, not the best team in the world, but that they look like they can beat the best teams in the world. And then, if you just turn it around, sometimes on their bad days, or bad maps rather, they look like they can lose to Vec, and then they lost to Vec. So, still standing by that here. Like you said, I like the map pick from Fnatic. They probably just want to force out maps where they can play the traditionally classified main tanks rather than the off tanks. Also, probably why Farmer is in, because we don't have a lot of data about Farmer, but we know that he does play generally the main tank pool. We've been seeing that, hearing that he plays the Wrecking Ball, Orisa, and the Winston. So Winston likely going to be the choice here, maybe even Wrecking Ball. But yeah, definitely Fnatic. They have a long way to go, and it starts from beating Vec and closing out this series 3-1.
A Farmer finally going to get their Liquipedia page up, so maybe after this match he'll get a page. So looking forward to that. But yeah, always nice to see new and younger players get on the screen. I do think Fnatic has this tendency to look past teams to kind of play overconfident because they do feel like they're way more talented. I mean, some of the angles that Knife was taking and in the forward presses, like, that does just speak of like, I'm better than you. Knife actually lived up to it, but like, if you go back to the first map and with the Ajax from DAEJEON, we got a nice little reminder from our friend Avril that like he did that at like 50 HP. So that's some just cockiness. But I don't know if that's necessarily because it's Vec or if that's just kind of how DAEJEON plays anyway. Some of the best supports in the world have some of the worst possible plays. Violet comes to mind, the most entertaining support who's ever touched this game. But yeah, so Fnatic needs every map going forward because they're likely going to end up at 3 and 4, and they're going to be tied with probably another team at that 3 and 4.
Well, let's see how Fnatic responds to that loss of DAEJEON here. And ladies and gentlemen, we are going to King's Row. Alright, this time I didn't miss the fan cheers. The fan cheers are there. Some, some good, is that photos? Or is that drawings? But yeah, but anyways, we were looking at the streets of King's Row. Dart on the Tracer. On the, well, probably just to look at the third person view right now. Using the emotes to look, not be in that first point of view mode, but still, match is on. Donghak on the Winston. This is the composition that we've been expecting dually, and then also Farmer on that Winston. So a little bit of a change of scenery from the side of DAEJEON here.
Yeah, the composition for Fnatic is not surprising at all. And so Minute is going to probably get pushed out back into the window. It's one of the reasons that you can run this far here to really control where the opposing Ashe is going to be hanging out. Dart fights off a little more Ju, Tracer Eraser, bring it back into the mix.
And so this is going to be early point control for the side of Fnatic. Probably a tick or two going to be registered. And checkmate now Minute. Or maybe this is just going to be point A. Unless DAEJEON, they really think that this is winnable. And contests. No, it is not going to be the case as Fnatic. I don't know, they're probably angry about that last map loss over there. And they just come in with brute force and take it very early, point A.
The fire on offense is just so good at controlling where the opposing Ashe can set up. You spam out on the first bridge, and then you put him in the window, then you spam out the window, and you put him in the corner, and then, you know, checkmate just executes in the corner. Checkmate nanoed.
Yeah, checkmate nanoed, and it's going to be Dart nanoed on the other side as well. It looks like checkmate is going to be walking a little bit more from that nano value. Checkmate at 27 HP, but still lives. So this is that archway going to be secured for the side of Fnatic, and they're going through that bookstore corner as well. So this is a major win in favor of Fnatic. Of course, VC DAEJEON, they only used the nano, so they will be having those ultimates online very soon. But the same can be said for Fnatic as well.
Yeah, rallies will be up for both teams. It's been an ultimate that doesn't get the most value usually. I've seen Briggs mostly to save it and keep themselves alive if they get a chance, but these compositions aren't really going to be playing around the Brig. Usually it's just to keep the Ana and the Brig herself alive. We'll see when those end up coming out. Just checkmate live, checkmate lives.
Yeah, checkmate does live. Donghak uses a Primal Rage to leave in Vec territory and comes back. There is that Bob. Lego already used the rally, so that sustain is not going to be available for Vec DAEJEON. Well, Fnatic will be, but Jinsung takes out Knife with the melee, and checkmate behind the shield of Legion uses the barrage to take down Farmer. However, is slept and into a pulse bomb, so checkmate is going to be punished despite being behind the shield of Legion. But Izayaki still going with the aggression. Minute taking down Donghak. Looking for a way to harass the backline over there. Izayaki antied and then taken down by Lego. So this is going to be a little bit of much needed stability in favor of Vec DAEJEON. Still, the action never stops though. Farmer trying to just make that aggression go on with a Primal Rage. But on the other side of the battlefield, it is going to be Fnatic who is going to be taking the kill credit. So it is actually numbers advantage for the side of Fnatic, and they will... Okay, I was about to say they will cap. No, yes, they will. Yeah, they will.
It's really smart for Fnatic to just play that scrappy and try to figure out if you can just keep getting trades and getting trades. They were down to no damage dealers and just their tank and supports, and they played it a little bit slower, ended up getting kills. But it's that point on King's Row that you really don't want to get a full reset on, because the defender's advantage is going to be really brutal. So they are able to swing it back. The nano comes onto Farmer, but he is quickly dispatched, but not as dispatched as Donghak. Just back in spawn.
Yeah, Dart doing a lot of good work on taking down Donghak, so Fnatic need to back up a little bit and regroup. Means that Vec DAEJEON can actually get into defensive positions a little bit easier. Minute on the high ground, looking for some good angles. Checkmate taking down Dart. So this time, Dart not winning the gamble on aggression, and this may be the goes on for the side of Fnatic. Knife being taken down by Minute, but Donghak chased down Farmer, so this might be their moment for Fnatic. Checkmate on the Nano, takes down Lego, doesn't even care to use the barrage here.
No, and it's usually smart to not use the barrage when you get nanoed like that, especially as bar, because it's just going to put you in easy sleep dart mode. Barrage could come in now as you're holding a doorway. The cart will push. So this is a part of Kings that can be really brutal to come out of when teams know that you have to get a door, but
well,
Checkmate goes down to the bubble, killed by the Winston bubble.
Yep. Well, the damage output is from himself. Donghak. I mean, the rest of Fnatic probably doesn't care right now because they're having fun. And Knife taking out Dart and Lego with both the Dynamite and the headshot. It is going to be only Farmer, who was close to that Primal Rage, but however, not to be. And Fnatic with a 244 time bank. Full cap Kings Row.
Pretty one-sided. I think it does come down to the scrappy fight that Fnatic forced right before second, having lost both of their damage dealers, but getting trades, Izayaki getting some damage onto that, and then playing it just a little bit slower, but they just let Checkmate go absolutely nuts. And what Checkmate did so well was peeling for his team a couple of times, where there would be a sleep dart onto Winston, and he would come back and help them execute and finish that one, while Knife was kind of holding the fort, making sure no one could come in. So it was really cool Pharah play. Minute didn't really do enough to dissuade Checkmate, especially on those last points, but Checkmate plays so well around the architecture of Kings, and definitely putting on a Pharah display here, so much so it looks like Dart might want to try to match it. Dart's had a rough go of it on Flyers recently. Like, Dart's Echo was kind of, a little bit rough. I think if you rank Dart's damage dealers lately, it'd be Venture Tracer, and then everything else is kind of a distant third. So we'll see what Dart ends up going with eventually, but it's not going to be the Sim. I promise you that.
Yeah, just probably to get at least a Minute or anyone else to an advantageous position, but it's not even going to be that.
Yeah. Well, it's to go to, well, yeah. Sometimes you want to do it to get everyone to the right side if you have an Ashe, to go over to the right exit. Yeah, it might be that.
Alright, Dart using the TP, that exactly so. Getting Minute. Well, Minute actually takes the TP back to go back to the Ashe, so that was probably just for a single shot on the Widow. No compositional changes for the side at Fnatic and VC. DAEJEON, no changes either. It's still going to be that Ashe Tracer. Let's see how it goes so far. Donghak taking a little bit of pressure, but not too much. Lego was antied, but does survive. Donghak sleeping. Taking a nap on off screen. Checkmate and takes down Jinsung. So as long as Donghak stays alive, Fnatic will be keeping on to that advantage. Knife just zeroed down very quickly by Dart. This might be an opening because yes. Oh, wait a second. I was about to say that because the spawn advantage is there, Vec will be having a full team, full squad quicker.
That purple. They almost get Lego. It's a nice purple from Izayaki. Not quite going to connect though.
Alright, no ultimates coming in as of yet. Izayaki closing to a lot closer than Jinsung to the Nano, so this might be the big advantage that Fnatic is going to profit from. Another good purple from the side of Jinsung, and also this is going to be a Nano onto Checkmate. Checkmate has been the preferred Nano target on Kings Row so far, and rightfully so, as he just blasts away Farmer, and a lot of good value from this Nano, and also good follow-up damage from the entirety of Fnatic, so this is once again going to be Vec going back to spawn and reset.
The survivability is so critical for the Pharah, and I mean, that's one of the reasons you get the Nano, but also just the straight-up damage. Also gets Checkmate to the Barrage a lot quicker, Checkmate Barrage a little bit easier to use on the defense when you can decide if you're going to come up over a doorway or using the architecture to keep yourself alive. It is one of the ults that I feel like it's hard to get pure value out of it. Now, Vec is going to be coming in with a full 5-pack of ultimates. Be interested to see who gets the Nano here. Might have to go on Farmer early just for survivability.
Well, the bubble keeps him alive. Farmer is indeed going to be the target for the Nano. However, it's going to be an excellent sleep from Izayaki onto Farmer. And Donghak on the other side is just juggling with Jinsung here and taking down Jinsung. Checkmate is going to fall by the hands of Minute. So this is a 4v4 fight. The rally is there, but low health bars across Vec. DAEJEON. Knife takes down Minute, and Knife. Bob is also on the battlefield. Not anymore, but still, this is a pretty huge teamfight win for the side of Fnatic because DAEJEON, they invested in their ultimates here.
They burned everything there. It was a really nice primal from Donghack to respawn to the Nano Den Winston from the other side. As soon as he knew that his supports were fine, he went into the other side and just completely cut that team in half. Made sure that there was no continued support for Farmer, who had been in and up and slept, and just really kind of stymied their Widow.
Yeah.
2 seconds left. Yeah, I mean, the fact is, they're going to need this Pulse Bomb to connect. They have time to build another Nano, but so far the Nanos haven't found purchase.
And also, Fnatic already have theirs, so and this is also going to be the barrage that we've been mentioning. This can, well, yes, the barrage can be traded out, but okay, never mind, as Checkmate is not going to use the barrage and just kill the entirety of DAEJEON. So this is going to be very dire for the side of DAEJEON. 16 seconds left. Farmer at a sliver of health, going to be 0 now. Let go. Also falling down. So the question now is going to be, is there anyone going to touch us? Checkmate just uses the barrage onto the spawn and takes a minute. Oh my goodness. This is... well, the touch was there, I guess, from Dart. Yes, the Dart touch is there, but Izayaki cleans house with the grenade, and no more resistance from Vec as Fnatic in dominating fashion takes King's Row and forces match point.
I mean, definitely their map pick. Everyone gets to play probably their best heroes, or at least in this meta right now. You get Donghack on a tank that's not Sigma, and you can see just how well he can play those dive tanks. You get Izayaki on Ana, you know, DAEJEON has to play a little break, but that's fine. It works out. And yeah, I mean, what more can you say about that Pharah play? And it's... nothing happens in a vacuum. Obviously, getting nano boosted and having the attention of your Ana helps a lot, but you also have to give Donghack some credit too, knowing that you're not getting nanos, you're just going to play a different style of Winston, and the primal that came in from him really shut down the other team's aggression when they end up like burning 3 ults in. He's like, fine, I'll just cut off your Ana, cut off your Brig, and now what are you going to do? You're not in sight lines, and everyone else cleaned it up. Good job for everyone there, but I mean, Checkmate just hitting directs, getting value out of the barrage, and style points for barraging the Widow in spawn at the end there. I mean, that's just...
extra
that's
points
just
for
good
that,
stuff.
I guess.
Yeah.
And all in all, it was a very dominant performance from Fnatic. This was the Fnatic that we've been expecting. Let's see if they can close this out, or whether Vec this time back on the map pick, whether they can respond after a short break, so don't go anywhere. Welcome back to Overwatch Champions Series Korea. We're currently approaching our 4th map of the first series, and this may be our last map as Fnatic is threatening VC DAEJEON onto match point, and our 4th map is going to be Runasapi.
Going to be VEC's pick. I was hoping they were going to go with New Queen Street, which is kind of their pocket pick that they were able to win their first series on, because they can run the Junker Queen, but also you don't necessarily want to allow for Fnatic to be able to run their Junker Queen comp, which they brought out on Control, which was very, very strong. So Runasapi going to be the flavor of the day. It does probably take Checkmate off of the Pharah, although Checkmate has run the Pharah, because that was definitely a problem for them on King's Row. But yeah, this is a map that Fnatic has, I don't know if they've played it before. I want to say they played it very recently, and it wasn't great for them. Sorry, I've been watching a lot of Overwatch lately, so it's hard to take. Yeah, they're over 1 for them. I think they played it just yesterday, and this is where they kind of ended up making a lot of switches. They were just compositionally outgunned. So I think this is definitely a counter pick for VEC of like, oh, Fnatic struggled on this map. They did look a little lost. So if we can just get in our composition and play it perfectly, then maybe we could steal another one. So yeah, it's a good pick for Beck. It's definitely not like a map that Beck is good at or is known for, but it's a map that Fnatic has struggled on.
All right, and as we were speaking, Groom is going to be back into the mix. I mean, I don't necessarily think that it was Farmer to blame on King's Row. It was more like a team difference. So, I mean, I guess I still want to credit Farmer for making his debut onto the stage, like being on the stage for the first time and showing, like, just making a good showing is not by any means easy. So, hope we get to see more Farmer here, but today is going to be Groom probably for the rest of the series. And Runasapi, we've been hearing some good things about Runasapi in the sense that how it's tactically and strategically very balanced. But here, I think on the side of Fnatic, we're going to see another Winston-ish composition. I think Donghak is a lot more comfortable when it comes to the traditional main tanks. But before we have anything to say about that, let's go to Runasapi. So ladies and gentlemen, let's go into it.
I think Donghak's going to try to convince them to let him run a Doomfist early on. I mean, that's what he tried yesterday. So, like, give me a life on the Doomfist, please, and we'll see how it goes. Fnatic, yeah, that's the rest of the lineup is exactly what I would expect. Checkmate has to go to the Echo and then a Tracer, so... yeah, I mean, I knew Gurm was going to come out on the D.Va as well, but the support line's completely different.
Yeah, we have Alicio, Kiriko going against the Brig Ana. So a lot of, I guess, more mobility towards the side of DAEJEON, so they have to make the dives more worth it, whereas Fnatic, as long as they will probably just go ahead and try to outlive their opponents here. Checkmate almost falls here, but it's just going to be converted into nano percentages. As we're going to have a short pause, I don't see anyone getting disconnected from the lobby, but it looks like it's a Fnatic issue.
Looks like a headset is off there.
Maybe
it's been headsets like the first 2 weeks pretty constantly. It's been audio issues.
Probably one of the most, I guess, I'm not speaking for the players because I've been on the stage, like on the testing and all that. But there's a lot of white noise that's going on to cut down, because you're like physically close with the other side, and you can basically hear what the other team is saying. And they're speaking all the same language. They're speaking Korean most of the time, unless Sir Majed is playing. So usually to prevent players from kind of hearing what the tactical decisions from the other side. And also sometimes, like when you're sneaking as a Tracer and then you're on screen, like the crowd sometimes is like, it's kind of getting excited for that, and then you know what's going on. So to stop that, to prevent that, the headsets have white noise going on, like kind of like electric sounds, and sometimes a lot of the players are seemingly very uncomfortable with that. Of course, because like when you play at home on your normal setup, you don't hear those kind of noises, and that kind of white noise disrupts your I guess hearing footsteps, also sometimes communication. So once in a while, when you're feeling uncomfortable with those white noises, you just ask for a pause. And those are what the majority of the audio issues are, as from what I'm hearing from Compops. But of course, not blaming the players for that, because they need to be in their very, I guess, best environment for competitive play.
Yeah. Well, bottom line is the audio cues are so important in Overwatch, and the audio design is great and does a good job. So if you're lacking that information, you're missing like critical info.
All right, but we're back into the match. So checkmate. I was about to say that checkmate was very low, but it is healed up. This time Donghak is a little bit into half health territory, but still heals up. So this means a more ult charge for the supports on the side of Fnatic. Not finding any casualties here on either side, as DAEJEON is taking that initial push lead, but not by a lot. It's just about like 10 meters. So their Fnatic, if they win a team fight, this is just going to flip. However, this is a pretty prolonged fight with not a lot of, I guess, casualties on either side.
Yeah, minutes is going to get low, but yeah, it's been bloodless so far. Obviously, Beck is going to try to run this huge purple.
Still, surprisingly, no deaths on either side. DAEJEON now going to use his own rally, and this is going to be the first kill of the map, if I'm not mistaken. Just taking down Dart, taking down Minute, also taking down. This was all just from a single rally value, and also considering that Beck also used the Kitsune Rush, this is going to be pretty huge. Fnatic's going to feel pretty good about this.
Yeah, I like Fnatic's support line here. It's a support line that they feel very comfortable with, of negating dives. I mean, if the D.Va goes in on this, it's not even going to be a decent dive at all. You're going to get swung on by the Brig, and that gets brutal. And then the Kitsune Rush is okay-ish, I guess, but there's really no one to take great advantage of it. It's not like you have a Kitsune and then you've got like a Cass or even an Ashe with it too, so Dart's going to have to play into it, or Minute's going to have to stick around, which is not ideal for those heroes.
Alright, Minute taking down Knife, which is going to be a start. Checkmate decides to commit with the neutral hit here onto the D.Va, being probably going to be, I was about to say defect, and finally going to be defect by Lego's melee, no less. And Lego has to use that sound barrier to win the... I'm not necessarily saying winning that fight, because Donghak just took down Lego, so this might be another burst of momentum for the side of Fnatic. Checkmate sticking those bombs onto that D.Va. D.Va still, okay, pressured into making that refill happen, and the refill is going to be denied, and Fnatic with another major teamfight win is probably going to look for that cap onto that checkpoint. Maybe there's going to be a contest on that checkpoint, but still, Fnatic having the upper hand here.
Yeah, it should be a contest. You should be able to get everyone back. I mean, that's one of the reasons why you have a Lucio, so you can get everyone in position for this fight. But you're going to be fighting into double support ultimates. I'd imagine that the Nano goes on to Donghak, and it does.
Looking for multiple targets here, but has to back off a little bit. So the Nano expiring, not finding ton of value. So this is some good news for the side of DAEJEON. Donghak using the power block. The pulse buffer Minute goes wide. That was pretty close. Good try, but this is not going to help Beck's chances of a team fight. Checkmate's going to be beaten down by Dart. DAEJEON uses the extended shield to block the blast from the self-destruct, and it's going to be Gurm taken down entirely from the fight. Dart also just... Whoa, that was in air, if I'm not mistaken there, Hex.
Yeah, that was awesome.
That was...
Yeah. I mean, Donghak on this Doomfist, like I said, no one's got to convince him to try. It's probably his best tank hero, and they're going to do something about it. Because Gurm, well, you know, I mentioned how bad the D.Va dive is against this composition. You saw Gurm went in, Bradley comes down, gets stunned, gets swung on, gets beamed on, and now eventually he's going to have to switch. So they're just going to go for a damage composition themselves. Gurm, no stranger to the Junker Queen, one of the best heroes who played in Stage 1. And just comes out swinging, gets 2 right away.
Immediately makes a mark by taking 2 on the board, and also just connecting that knife onto Izayaki. So Fnatic finally taking down after a comp switch from the side of DAEJEON, but Fnatic, they still feel pretty good. They have a sizable lead in their hands, and also they have three ultimates effectively if you count the Pulse Bomb, and also Izayaki's Nano is going to be online very soon.
Also a pretty huge lead, but, you know, push, there's 5 minutes left. Vec's going to have to win 2 fights now at the very least to be able to take the lead, so Fnatic can just play stall if they want.
I'm thinking now a minute early, so this is going to be an early numbers of payment for the side of Fnatic. And Fnatic, they decided they want the Junker Queen too, because they do the Junker Queen now currently playing with 2 tanks on the side right now. Currently a stalemate of Lego using that sound barrier, and also taking down Izayaki, so that Nano is going to be denied. So DAEJEON going to be pressing the aggression button. Wow, Lego is bloodthirsty here today, as DAEJEON is taken down as well. Checkmate takes down Jinsung, but is also going to take down himself with the sticky bombs. Donghak finally goes down. The bot is now passing neutral.
A big investment, though, from Vec to put in both of those support ultimates. They did finally clutch it out. It was on a hair's edge there. I think Fnatic is just going to come back swinging here. They're probably going to rally now that they're facing the Junker Queen on the ground. It shouldn't be an issue. They will have it. People to rally in, and then Nano onto Donghak, I would guess again, but Donghak doesn't get much on the Doomfist here. You might end up seeing a mirror with a change.
Oh, wait a second. I think that Rampage only went onto DAEJEON. DAEJEON using the rally to keep himself alive despite being antied. And Donghak checkmate punishing Vec for that early aggression that did not pay off. And this is going to be cleanup duty for the side of Fnatic. Oh, wait, the back cap. All right, I was about to say about the back cap, but the important thing is that the checkpoint did not cap, and that's going to be crucial as time ticks, because remember, once the checkpoint is capped for the first time, the bot has to stop for about like 7 seconds, if I'm not mistaken. And I usually call that the butt scratching time, but yeah, it's going to be really fun.
Please don't propagate this terrible name for something. I'm going to find out who was the origins of it. I want to say it was either Jaws or Matt, because it sounds like a dumb thing they would say. Anyway, I have a whole rant on this. Fnatic is going to come in. Checkmate is going to take over this Junker Queen role, put in a ton of damage.
Yeah, the Sierra is there. Checkmate is going to be put out of the Junker Queen form as Dart pins him down, but no casualties on either side. As I say, DAEJEON is very low. Izayaki won't be taken down by the Anthony from Dart, who is on the Anna duty right now. And with 2, well, I was about to say 3 supports, but Lego just got squashed by Donghak. But anyways, with that extra support healing, VC DAEJEON does eventually make the team fight when happen. But the important thing is, Hex, that they're almost out of time and they need to win fights in a row.
It's 2 minutes. I mean, the back hack does come in handy because the bot moves so much quicker, you know, in places that you've already fought. So they need to win this fight. I wouldn't be stunned to see an initiation of a sound barrier here. There it is.
Alright, the early sound barrier is there. Room takes down checkmate, and also Izayaki holding on to the sliver, but Jinsung finishes him off. So this is going to be a teamfight win that you've been saying, Hex. They still need one more. This is going to be the 7 seconds.
One more, but yeah, I mean, it's not the huge investment that Vec has had to put into a lot of their fights previously, right? They're just able to get it done with just a barrier, so they know that they have the small advantage there. Nano was used in the last fight, so is Yaki a mile away from that. Fnatic, they might just counter engage with this support ult as well with Rally.
Room has that Rampage, uses it, finds 2 targets. DAEJEON answer with the Rally, however, very low right now, but still keeping up somehow. And then Checkmate and Knife, the DPS duo of Fnatic, going to answer while their teammates do succeed to survive. So despite Groom, now this was the big investment that you were talking about, has DAEJEON Vec using the big ultimates but failing to make it pay out, and now Fnatic with, well, they only have the duplicate, but still it is a fairly big ult advantage for the side of Fnatic, and only 24 seconds remaining.
Can this Kitsune get value? It hasn't really so far. Fnatic's done a really good job of just disengage or pushing people out of it, but the Kitsune has to come down.
Let's see, all eyes on Jinsung right now. there is that Kitsune rush, but like you said, Fnatic is just disengaging. They know the time is on their side. As long as they just don't drop scores here, they know that they will win this map. Minute taking down Izayaki, DAEJEON also gone, so this is bad news for the side of Fnatic. Checkmate doing what he can, and not also taking down Jinsung, but it is not looking good for the side of Fnatic, at least for this fight. So overtime, team fight win for the side of DAEJEON on the current push right now. Remember, they only have to push about 14 meters now. Fnatic, they have to make this work out.
This last fight, Vec has done such a good job of engaging with this beat. I would be stunned if they don't do it. Now, Izayaki's last couple of nanos have gotten 0 value. He's got to stay alive and get that going for themselves. Both Tracers can have pulse bombs. There's the beat engage.
The beat engage, and that is going to be Checkmate that falls for a start, making a lead from the side of DAEJEON. Yes, nice pulse bomb is there, however, not finding a lot of value. Don't like taking down Jinsung with that nano, so this might be a turn of things. Lego taking down DAEJEON, Izayaki taking down Verm, so this is a bloodbath of the fight where DAEJEON, it looks like hope is fading. Donghak finding immense value on that Doofus, so it was a very close map, Hex, but however, Fnatic wins Runasapi. They win the series, but man, was it close.
Not sure if this says more about Fnatic or Vec, but Vec giving Fnatic everything they can handle there. I mean, there's no valor for losing, but wow, they played super well. I do also want to backtrack a little bit, and you know, I've been kind of critical of Brigida in general. I've been pretty critical of like DAEJEON's Brig as well, but there were some fights that DAEJEON just straight up won as Brig, especially when the Junker Queen switch came in. There was Rampage that came in, and then Whip Shot to push that Rampage off target and be the only one who was hit by the Rampage. There was another Rampage that came in and got 2, and the Rally came out right away. Like, he is getting good value out of the Brig. I think it's just my internal biases of like, I'd rather see him play Lucio. I think like that's just more interesting to me. But like the double flex support that he pulled off in this match is some of the best I've seen him do, even in a losing effort with Baptiste on Circuit Royale. But for us, the player of the match was Checkmate. And this was voted on right after that King's Row, so it shouldn't be super surprising.
Yeah, so if you look at the recency bias, maybe we might look into Donghak or maybe even DAEJEON at that on that sense. But Checkmate has been, so we usually vote for a player of the match whenever that's match point going on. So at that point, after the Samoa win and the King's Row win, we had to vote with Checkmate. Of course, I denied the unanimous vote because it was unanimous in favor of Checkmate until I voted for Izayaki. But that's my flex support bias over there.
That's fair. At least we acknowledge our internal biases. That's all you can really do. You can't eliminate them. Yeah, Donghak would have been an interesting shout. The Doomfist obviously was much better, but I think like they have exposed a little bit of a weakness in Fnatic that like maybe you do take this team to Circuit Royale and make Donghak play a hero that he's not super comfortable on. Obviously his Doomfist is great. It works on control. You can run it on flash points. You can run it on push obviously for Runasapi. But where there's maps where Donghak can't play that and then can't even back up to a Winston, then it's really interesting because like I think that Circuit pick worked out great for them. Yeah, but then Checkmate just went nuts. And I think you could give it to Izayaki too, because that's fine, because he was the one supporting that Pharah play all throughout Kings. But Checkmate, I mean, I say it all the time whenever we cast Fnatic. I'm like, I think this is just such a boon to this roster, this retooled roster, but they got to clean some things up still.
Yep, and a lot of things to do for Fnatic. However, before we go on, we have an interview with the man himself. So, Quest, please take it away.
Thank you very much, Unknown. You're here with the first player of the match interview of the day. Of course, Fnatic taking the 3-1 victory over DAEJEON. We have the man himself. Please introduce yourself. And this is Checkmate from Fnatic.
자, 이제금 다시 강팀의 반열에 오르게 됐습니다.
Of course, now they are on a win streak now. So how do you feel about the victory?
우선 당연한 승리였다 생각하지만
I think it was a given victory.
승리 추세를 달리고 있어서 기쁜 것 같습니다.
But I think overall thrilled that we're now back on the win streak and back in that momentum.
끝내고 와서
네, 알겠습니다. 자, 오늘 1-3, 4세트 모두 따내면서 승리를 못 박았는데요. 자, 근데 2세트 때 좀 서킷로얄에서 약간 애를 먹는 상황이 발생하긴 했어요.
There was a moment in Circuit Royale where the team looked a little bit. There was a little bit of a struggle on Fnatic's side.
저희가
So could you tell us about that
좀
map?
천천히 하다가 변수가 많이 났는데
We were trying to play slow, but there were a
변수를
lot of
조심했으면
variants
쉽게 이기지
that
않았나
created
싶어요.
that
저희의
were
실수였다 생각합니다.
made because of that.
실수를 딛고 이제
I
변수를 다
think that
막아내는
if
모습을
we
보여줬습니다.
stop
오늘
from those
상대 조합이
variants from
굉장히
happening,
다양해서 조금은
I
대응하기
think we would have
어렵겠다라는
won.
생각이 들었는데 모두 다 원천 봉쇄했던 푸나틱이었습니다. 이때 어떤 전략이 오갔었나요?
Can you tell us about
사실
some of
조합을
the
다양하게
in-game calls?
쓰시긴 했는데 뭐 조합이 좋다고 생각은 안 했어서 저희는 그냥 저희
They
할 거
showcased a lot of
집중해서
different
한 것 같아요.
team comps, but we didn't really think about their team comps overall, but rather
들립니다.
focused
자, 그리고
on
또 마지막 밀기 때
out-mechanical
굉장히
playing them.
살떨리는 그런 장면이 나왔는데 마지막 밀기 때 가장 든든했던
In the last push
팀원은
map?
누구였을까요?
Who was the most
사실
reliable
저희
player?
동학 선수 둠피스트
I would say
살아있으면
Donghawk's Doomfist.
왠지 모를 든든함을 느끼긴 합니다.
As long as he was alive,
네, 이렇게 든든한
there was
동학
that
선수까지 샤라웃
unknown
해주셨습니다. 자, 그리고 또 오늘
factor
TOT에
where it
맞춘
made us feel
체크메이트 선수를 말하지
reliable.
않을 수 없겠죠. 파라로 굉장히 눈에 띄는 활약을
Of course,
보여주셨는데요.
his
자, 그런데
performance
제가
on Pharah
이거를 물어보고 싶었어요.
was phenomenal
집 앞에서
today.
포화를 썼을 때
When you used the
어떤
ult
생각이셨는지 궁금해요.
사실 별 생각은 안 들었고요.
in front of
그냥
their base,
저 스킬 있고 포화 있고 막턴이라서 잡겠다
can you tell us
싶어서
about like what happened back then?
궁쓴 것 같아요.
And I think I just saw the angle where the ults looked
그런
very.
스킬을 보여줬다
It would
오늘
look like it would
체크메이트
be a very clean
선수입니다.
angle, so I
자,
just
그리고
went for it.
앞으로가 더 기대되는 푸나틱입니다. 연승을 더 기대해봐도 될까요?
Can we expect a longer win
저희가
streak from
앞에
Fnatic?
좀 못했는데 프로부터 시작이니까
We didn't play as
계속
well as we would have liked to, but I want to say that playoff is a
그리고 마지막으로
real beginning. So
팬분들께
please
오늘
continue to watch us.
세레머니 부탁드립니다.
Can you give us a little of a ceremony and fan service towards for the fans?
감사합니다.
And he just simply says thank you.
자, 하트라도 한번 날려주세요.
Maybe a little heart. Maybe the finger heart comes out from checkmate.
네, 이렇게 침착한 표정의 하트까지 만나봤습니다. 자, 이렇게 첫 번째 경기 마무리하도록 하고요. 저희는 다음 경기로
And before we head
돌아오겠습니다.
into the next match, I'm gonna send it back to Unknown and X.
All right, thank you, Quest, for the quality translations. And Fnatic, yes, they took a very crucial win on DAEJEON, but they still have a long way to go. Like you said, playoffs is going to be the real game, and they have to step it up, or they have to go against the big boys again. But before that, we have our next match of the day going on, so don't go anywhere. We'll come back after a short break.
안녕하세요. 크레이지 라쿤에서 서브힐러를 맡고 있는 슈라고 합니다.
크레이지 라콘에서 탱커를 맡고 있는 맥스라고 합니다.
CR 초롱입니다. CR에서 딜러를 맡고 있는 리비지원입니다.
CR 준비입니다. CR에서 딜러를 맡고 있는 희상입니다.
로스터 안 바꾸고 그 로스터로 쭉 가면 팀합이 더 맞는 건 사실이기도 하고
팀합이라는 걸 중요하게 생각하는 사람이기 때문에 같은 팀원과 오랜 시간 동안 같이 하면 당연히 그걸 바탕으로 다른 팀들보다 좋은 성적을 낼 수 있는 것 같아요.
이번 스테이지는 저라고 생각합니다. 메인 힐러이다 보니까 약간 좀 잘 안 잡히는 게 있긴 하더라고요.
주목을 받아야 할 선수는 희상이라고 생각합니다. 이번 팔콘전 할 때 희상이가 유독 많이 떨어가지고 이제 긴장이 다 풀린 모습을 기대해 주시면 감사할 것 같습니다.
일단 제 개인적인 생각으로는 왜 사람들이 팔콘과 저희를 라이벌로 엮는지를 잘 이해를 못하겠더라고요.
사실 저는 팔콘보다 제타나 푸나틱이 저희랑 좀 라이벌 구도로 좀 되지 않을까 이번 시즌은. 팔콘 쪽도 솔직히 의아해하긴 할 거예요. 왜 계속 짓는지.
영향력은 이제 100%라고 생각하고 이기면 이제 코치 차이고 지면은 코치 차이입니다.
WCS 첫 번째 때는 저희가 코리아 우승을 못했는데 이번에 시즌2는 저희가 무조건 먹고 열심히 해가지고 스톡홀름 가가지고 열심히 해서 우승하겠습니다.
이번에 코리아든 아시아든 스톡홀름이든 셋 중에 하나는 무실세트 우승을 한번 해보고 싶습니다. 시상이만 좀 잘하면 꾸준하게 1왕을 하지 않을까. 제가 항상 대회 전에 하는 말이 있거든요. 너만 잘하면 이긴다. 너가 해야 된다.
유미 형이 뭐 하려 하지 않고 아무것도 안 하면 이길 것 같습니다.
그 맞긴 해. 폭탄 돌리기 합니다.
팬분들 덕분에 계속 우승하는 것 같아서 항상 응원해주셔서 감사합니다.
이때까지 응원해주신 만큼 보답을 해드렸으니까 앞으로도 똑같이 응원해주시면 그거에 맞는 보답으로 좋은 모습 보여드리겠습니다.
사우디 월드컵을 할 때 저희가 홈팬이 너무 없어가지고 이제 좀 서러웠거든요. 근데 다시 이제 한국에서 대회할 수 있게 되어가지고 여러분들 응원 들으면서 더 노력하는 모습 보여드리도록 하겠습니다.
응원해주시는 만큼 좋은 모습 보여드리도록 노력하겠습니다. 감사합니다.
있지 니산 크레이지 라쿤 간바테.
오인 시테쿠다 사테 아리가또 고자이마스.
다음에 우리 팀이 일본에서 경기할 수 있는 기회가 있었으면 좋겠고 그때 한번 만나서 이제 많은 응원 부탁드리겠습니다. 감사합니다.
신할 화이팅!
안녕하세요. 팀 팔콘에서 탱커를 맡고 있는 스머프라고 합니다.
This is Sir Majid from Team Falcons. I play flex support.
팀 팔콘에서 힐러를 맡고 있는 필더라고 합니다.
팔콘에서 덱을 맡고 있는 스토커입니다.
팀 팔콘에서 힐러를 맡고 있는 치오입니다.
팀 팔콘에서 탱커를 맡고 있는 한빈이라고 합니다.
팀 팔콘에서 딜러를 맡고 있는 프로퍼라고 합니다.
아무래도 일단 저희 팀의 주장인 한빈 형이 요즘 폼이 많이 좋은 것 같더라고요. 기대하셔도 좋을 것 같습니다.
A player that got better in our team, I think it's Stalker from last season.
필더 선수가 요즘 먹는 폼이 장난 아니어가지고 이제 먹는 폼만큼 게임 폼도 좀 오를 거라 생각하기 때문에 저는 필더를 하겠습니다.
당연히 1위 팀은 저희 팀이고 2위 라쿤, 3위 제타, 4위 아래는 뭐 또이또이 할 것 같아요.
1등은 당연히 팔콘이고 2등은 라쿤, 3등까지는 제타, 나머지는 다 몰라가지고.
이번에도 라이벌 팀은 라쿤밖에 없을 것 같습니다.
I think just Raccoons and Zeta maybe. What do you think?
No, your opinion.
I wanna see your opinion. Because you're a coach.
전적은 라쿤이 더 앞서긴 하는데 기량은 저희가 더 앞서는 것 같다고 생각해요.
지금까지는 라쿤이 더 우세하고 있지만 마지막까지도 똑같이 생각할지는 잘 모르겠어요.
지난번에 2번 준우승했을 때는 솔직히 실력도 실력이지만 운이 안 좋았다 생각했어가지고 이번엔 좀 운만 따라주면은 이길 수 있다 생각합니다.
이번에는 정말로 진짜 이길 수 있을 것 같고 그만큼 자신 있습니다.
앞으로의 남은 경기들은 저희가 이길 테니까 너무 속상해하지 않으셨으면 합니다.
계속 이기셔가지고 많이 자만들 하고 계실 텐데 이번엔 다시 죽여버리도록 하겠습니다.
재현이 형 기대하고 있어. 혼내주러 갈게. 이번에야말로 우승 한번 다시 해보도록 하겠습니다.
I need more playtime. That's my goal. Our goal this season is just qualify for Sweden and win, hopefully.
이번에는 스웨덴까지 우승 달려보도록 하겠습니다.
열심히 해서 스스로 만족할 수 있는 그런 경기들을 하겠습니다.
항상 응원해주시고 최근에는 좀 많이 응원보다는 위로를 많이 듣게 됐었는데 응원으로 바뀌도록 열심히 하겠습니다.
항상 응원해주셔서 감사하고 이번에는 꼭 이기도록 하겠습니다.
저희 팔콘 팬이신 거에 대한 뿌듯함을 느끼게 하실 수 있도록 하겠습니다.
Thank you guys for supporting us and 감사합니다.
팔콘
파이팅!
Welcome back to Overwatch Champions Series Korea. We're currently approaching our second series of the day, and man, this will be a certified banger.
This is the match that people want to see. Absolutely. It's Falcons was on top for quite a while. They won OWCS Korea, excuse me. But since then, it's been all Crazy Raccoon coming back to win the Asia Major, winning the Dallas Major, and taking it's been a bunch of second places for Team Falcons because Crazy Raccoon has just been the best team in the world, undisputedly the best team in the world, looking like no one can even touch them. So I mean, I think if you were going to choose a favorite, it would have to be Crazy Raccoon, but I mean, this is going to be a close match. It has to be.
Yep, this has been a very interesting matchup ever since. I think even on the other tournaments that you've mentioned, like Dallas and then the EWC, they have been going against each other quite several times, and then they have been trading wins a little bit here and there, but in the end, it has been Crazy Raccoon that has been taking all the honors. So let's see if Team Falcons can take a little bit of grace back towards their side. However, if you just look at the team, the performances right now, Team Falcons look far from immortal right now.
Absolutely not. I mean, they lost a map to DAEJEON, which was, I believe, it was Control. Falcons is just not good on Control. They've lost a set to Zeta Division 1-3, so it's not like it was even 5 and went to a banger. Obviously, then they beat up on BEC. So where are they at? I mean, we'll be able to tell. On the other side of things, Crazy Raccoon 3-0'd Pokerface, 3-0'd Fnatic, 3-0'd Ocean. Like, it's not necessarily even been close in those 3-0s. So they're doing super well. And yeah, I don't see a world in which they lose, but I'm always ready for a 5-map banger if they give it to me.
And here is Crazy Raccoon getting on stage with, well, I don't know how exactly tall Lip is, but he is that warlord here on stage. And remember, this is a team that is looking for a very perfect stage here. They have yet to drop a map the entire season, and if they can make it 3-0 to Team Falcons here today, that might be a statement of their intent of finishing off the entire season without dropping a single map.
I think the meme is 6'8" gaming warlord. I'm sure chat will correct me if I'm wrong, but I think you're right that this is a team that I feel like they have the swagger to maybe want to just not lose a map like the entire tournament, right? Just go through it and just be like undisputedly the best. Here's Team Falcons, a pretty large roster. So you've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, full 8 on this roster after they, sorry, I had to actually count, after they added Happy to it too. So Stalker has not played since they've added Happy to this team. I don't think it's been Proper and Happy nonstop. And then obviously Smurf will come in and play the Winston maps, and then Sir Majed will come in and play Double Flex. So they've had some, they do substitutions, and people will come in and play just fine, but it's not been Stalker, so they're happy. They're content with running Happy on the Tracer instead of having Stalker come in. This Crazy Raccoon's team, or Crazy Raccoon team, I'm trying to really make sure I say the singular because it's so easy to mess it up. Only one sub, that's Max. Also a great tank in their own right, but when they can play Junbin, they just play this ball style that it gives teams fits.
Yep, and Junbin, I've been listening into some of the team comms, like after the match has ended on the recordings and all that. It's Junbin that is making some of the crucial calls to make the engages happen and all that. Of course, Max will provide that much value as well, but right now, Crazy Raccoon, I'll be saying that as well. They're content with playing Junbin, and why fix what's not broken so far? But on the Team Falcon side, it is going to be Happy, Proper, not Stalker just yet. And Smurf is going to start over Hanbin, I guess presumably because of that Winston duty that you've been mentioning.
You have to assume it's either Winston or Ball. Hanbin is good on everything else. I mean, there's even a question of like maybe just let Hanbin play and see what goes on, because right now when the Falcons don't look great, it's largely been like, Smurf being a little bit inconsistent, Happy not being perfect on things. So this team, I mean, they still have an uphill battle. You look at this roster, and for a long time you look at Fielder and Chio and you're like, oh, it's the best support line in the world, but there's some questions about the whole roster.
Yep, questions to be answered, but we have a pre-match interview, so Quest, please take it away.
미리 보기라는 말이 있을
Thank you very
정도로
much, Unknown.
모든
We
사람들의
are
마음을
back
울리는
with the
그런 경기가 되지
second
않을까
player rep
싶은데요.
interview of the
크레이지
day
라쿤과 팀 팔콘의
between
경기
the
시작 전에
long-awaited
각
match
팀의
between
대표분들
Crazy
한 분씩
Raccoon
모시고
and Team
인터뷰
Falcons.
진행해보도록 하겠습니다.
The last time I
먼저
actually
크레이지 라쿤 팀 자기소개
I asked
부탁드립니다.
Lip, who is
안녕하세요.
making his
크레이지
introductions
라쿤이라고
now.
하고 있는 이비지온이라고
He's
합니다.
actually 190 centimeters, which
네,
is
립
roughly
선수
6'2" in
반갑습니다.
height.
자,
So
그렇다면 팀 팔콘도
there's a little bit of that
부탁드립니다.
information for the casters and the fans. And on Team Falcon side, we have Proper
네,
representing his
프로퍼
team.
선수도 반갑습니다. 자, 먼저 크레이지 라쿤 팀.
The first
지난
question goes to
스테이지
Crazy
원
Raccoon.
마지막 경기에서
Of
아쉽게
course,
팀
Team Falcons
팔콘에게
were the ones
패배하면서
that
OWCS
snatched
코리아
away the title of champions in the Stage 1 finals of OWCS Korea. So are you confident that you'll become Stage 2 champions?
제가 이번 연도 아직 대회가 다 끝나진 않았지만
Of course, not all tournaments are over this year.
코리아에서는 우승을 한 적이 없어서
But one tournament that we failed to win was OWCS Korea.
대회까지 저희가 전부 다
So
먹으려고 노력하고 있습니다.
we're trying really hard to win every tournament that is coming up, including the one that we are playing in now.
자, 그리고 팀 팔콘 OWCS 코리아 챔피언의 자리를
Of course, Team
지켜내야
Falcons,
합니다.
they are the
뺏기
defending
자를 자신
OWCS
있으신가요?
Korea champions. So are you confident to not lose that title versus CR?
자기만 믿으래요.
And he says,
그러면
Hanbin says just to
한국
trust
선수만
him.
믿으면 되나요?
네.
알겠습니다. 자, 그렇다면 자 이제 상대 팀에게 오늘 좀 각오해라라는
So
각오
this is
한마디씩
a little
하는
bit of a
시간
trash
가져보도록
talk
할게요.
section.
먼저 립 선수.
So what would you like to say to the other team?
각오라기보다는 이제 저희랑 맨날 이제 코리아 이후로 대회할 때마다 저희한테 졌어가지고
They always lose against. They always lost against us after
쫄고
OWCS
시작하는 게
Korea.
있을 것 같긴 한데
So
너무
it feels like
긴장하지
they're a
말라고
little bit scared.
말해주고 싶습니다.
But I want to tell them, hey, don't be nervous.
격려의 한마디를 해줬는데 굉장히 도발처럼 들립니다. 자, 그렇다면 프로퍼 선수는요?
And Proper's response? He says I'm scared.
쫄면 안 돼요.
지금 쫄았어요.
He says I'm very scared right now.
살짝 쫄았지만 왠지 모를 이 쫄았다라는 말에서 느껴지는 여유가 있습니다. 자, 그렇다면 오늘 경기 승리하게 된다면 승리 공약도 한번 걸어볼까요?
What will you do for the fans? A little bit of fan service if you
상의한 적
win.
없는데 팀원들이랑
I haven't discussed with the teams.
맥스가
teammates?
나와서 뭐 노래 한 소절 부르는 걸로.
And if we
상의가
win
안
today,
됐는데 너무 좋아요.
we'll make
자,
Max sing.
맥스님의 노래 한 소절 들어볼 수 있을까? 굉장히 기대가 되고요. 그렇다면 팀
What about
팔콘은요?
Team Falcons?
저희도 딱히 상의를 안 하긴 했는데
We haven't really talked about it
민이
either.
형이랑 이제 크러스티 코치님이
네.
춤을 추기로.
But Hanbin
자,
and
상의가
Coach
안
Krusty
되니까
will do a
너무너무
little bit of
기대가
dance.
됩니다. 자, 과연 어느 팀의 노래를 들을 수 있을지, 어느
So,
팀의 춤을 볼 수 있을지
which
오늘
team
경기 결과
will
주목을
win today?
하셔야겠는데요.
And
지금까지
before we
크레이지
head
라쿤의
into
릭
that
선수,
match, I'm going to
팀
send
팔콘의
it
프로포 선수와
back
인터뷰
to Unknown and
나눠봤습니다.
Hex.
모든 사람이 더 떨리는 오늘 매치업 기대
Alright,
많이
thank you,
해주시고요.
Quest, for the
첫 경기 맵
quality
확인해보시죠.
translation. And also, update on Lip's height is actually 6'2", but I mean, it doesn't matter. He's a warlord
Yeah, but
anyways.
that's not the meme. Like, it's,
Yes, I
know.
Yeah, so it's going to be Nepal for the first map. And also, just going back to the interview for a second, they did say that we're going to either have a max karaoke or a crusty dance floor after the match. So interesting to see about that as well.
Yeah, I'm not certain either of them agreed to it. So I like players making other players do things now. So it's some quality stuff. Something to look forward to. Of course, I'm looking forward to the gameplay here in Nepal. So yeah, I mean, choosing to run Smurf instead of Hanbin, obviously Winston is usually just good on all controls, and Ball can be good on all controls, but we have seen players run some Orisa specifically on Nepal because there's a couple of areas where Orisa can be really good, but it seems like they want to run Smurf out here, and yeah, no surprises from Crazy Raccoon running Junbin, and probably just going to see a ton of Ball. The initiation from Ball has been ridiculous. Junbin never dies, so I wonder if Falcon are going to try to maybe put Happy on Cass. Seems to be a hero that he prefers. And getting the hinder stun is always nice to try to deal with Ball, because you like, I think if you're playing Crazy Raccoon, yes, every player presents a problem, but the first problem you have to solve is how are we going to deal with the Ball initiation. That's problem one you have to figure out.
Yeah, we're talking about Jimbo and his ball play, but we also have to comment on those fan drawings here. The one on the left is Lip on the Ash, which is really impressive drawing, by the way. And one on the right is talking about Shu, kind of a parody from Espa's Supernova about Shu Supernova. I don't know about that, but anyway, he is a force to be reckoned with. So, I mean, we talked about Lip, we talked about Jimbin, but basically all 10 members that will be playing on stage, and even the substitutions, Max, Hambin, and also Sir Majed, everyone on that will be playing and might be playing today are just superstars.
The Falcons have figured out good places to bring in Sir Majed. Obviously, Double Flex has been more popular this stage than last stage. Last stage, I believe he only had one map, and it was Midtown Ilari. So a preview of things to come, but you know, you can run Double Flex on a lot of maps. He's even got some Zenyatta play coming in here too. So if we go to maybe a Dorado, you see more Zenyatta there. Ilari has been more popular on Saravasa First Point, obviously on Circuit Royale. So they found a good way to bring in Sir Majed. I mean, I think one of the things that's kind of interesting of when you have these specialists is it does tilt your hand to the other team of they'll know what you want to run. But at this point, these teams are so familiar with each other that I think they already know what maps you're going to choose, what comps you're going to choose. It just really comes down to execution.
Yep, execution it is, and the story of the day is going to be determining the true champions, because on paper, as much as Crazy Raccoon has been, I guess, on the upper hand on this matchup on recent days, Team Falcons is still the defending champions of OWCS Korea, where Crazy Raccoon is the champions of OWCS Asia. So it's going to be determining, I guess, a preview of the potential finals here, because when we started with when we started the season, we were asked about, hey, who do you think is going to be on the finals? I don't think anyone else answered any team other than Crazy Raccoon versus Team Falcons. And wow, another set of, I guess, that's a team effort drawing, though.
Well, I mean, just to double back on your point, I think since the Asia main events, the only teams to take maps off of Crazy Raccoon have been Falcon, and then Toronto Ultra did take a single map off of Crazy Raccoon. But other than that, Falcon took one map off of them at EWC. Falcon took two maps off of them in the Dallas Major. Falcons sent them to the lower bracket in the Dallas Major. So it's really the only squad that has given Crazy Raccoon any trouble in the last 4 months has been Team Falcons.
Wow, and that's something that's really impressive. Like on the Crazy Raccoon side, having some impressive rosters going against them and only being able to take about a map or two, and then not even just registering a series. I mean, in the course of 4 months, right? And like, there are some days that you're not feeling good, or whether it's not your day. But despite all that, like, having dominance across, like, not just even pushover rosters, but these level of rosters is truly just impressive here.
Yeah, we can use all the accolades on our. What's crazy about Crazy Raccoon is you talk about, like, you know, Shu gets a lot of love, and obviously Lip, and obviously, you know, Junbin. And then I think Heesong is like the glue that holds his team together, just the versatility. But I've just been a Heesong fan for a long time. And then Chorong being able to come in, and you know, early on when you get to this level of play from these teams, you kind of just start figuring out, like, what could possibly beat them? What's possibly their flaw? And I thought maybe Chorong can't run the double flex, but then there's been a couple maps where they've run it and he's looked great on it. So I really can't find a single hole in their game. Whereas for Team Falcons right now, I can point to a few things that I think need to be improved. Whereas Crazy Raccoon, I mean, so far in this stage, they've been flawless.
Yep. All right, I'm hearing that the game is ready, which is good news, because we want to get into this game as soon as possible, as we are having the dubstep button is on. So, ladies and gentlemen, we go to Nepal. Alright, enthusiastic fans at the venue, as we are going in our first round of Nepal. It is indeed going to be the Winstermer for both teams, and the only difference is going to be Heesong on Farah. Oh, actually, we have a double flex support on Crazy Raccoon's side as well, and that's a big nade into Jimbin and Shu. However, it is not going to connect into any kills. On the Team Falcons side, we're going to have Ash and Brig instead of Deliar here.
Alright, so a little more damage output from Crazy Raccoon. Obviously, you're in a better position if you can control the point and get that pylon set up in a good spot. Meanwhile, Falcons is going to be running a little more anti-dive with the Brig and also a little helpful with the Brig to get the healing packs, a little more healing. So their dive components are a little stronger for Team Falcons.
Ooh.
Nice anti.
And nice anti from Shu. He has been showing this entire season so far. Jimbin trying to just bully Happy. However, everyone does manage to live it, and is Happy going to take down Hisang and Shu taking out Proper almost at the same time. So this is going to be a 4v4 fight. Jimbin being the recipient of the early nano here. Not finding a lot of value, but still able to push out Team Falcons so that Crazy Raccoons can cap the first point.
Yeah, Crazy Raccoon going to be able to come back with their own nano as well, though. It's just a matter of what the target should very likely be Smurf. And Happy doing a little more damage, so the Bob's going to be up much quicker.
There is that nano that you've been talking about to Smurf. The Sleep Dart goes wide, and Turtle is going to have to pay the price for that. And Jimbin actually going to fall down to Proper as well. So like you said, this is going to be... that was a early, I guess... The nano value difference did pay off for Team Falcons, but we have to see the next fight because this is now the fight where the ults are going to go in.
Yeah, the dive is just going to be a little bit stronger for Falcons. You know, and the anti-dive is going to be stronger as well because Raccoon does not have that Brig to be able to help and maybe try to peel for Shu or try to peel for themselves and stay alive. Shu missing the Sleep Dart means that that dive is going to get value. Bob on the point.
All right, throwing Bob onto the point, and then is going to be jumping on the Primal Rage. Smurf actually being bursted down. So Jumpin just pushed Happy's Bob onto Oblivion, and he sung with that barrage, taking down Chio. That was a Chio with the rally on, so that's going to be denying a lot of the sustain. And then Crazy Raccoon, they did stumble for a brief while, but they're back in control.
I think Lip is doing a thing, and we're going to see throughout the season where he wears the skin of his opponent's former teams. I think I saw it previously, which is just such a power move. You love to see it. So yeah, okay. Crazy Raccoon is up now. They do have both ultimates. We'll see if they can get any value out of the Sun. The Nano comes in early, and they're going to push back.
Yep, and it is going to be Fielder Sleep Dart going to go wide, so Jimbin is not going to take a nap for the point moment, but Jimbin does not find a lot of value with that Nano, so this time 2 Nanos in a row, that does not find a lot of value. However, Turong is doing a lot of work here with the, that ultimate itself did not register any kills, but it did open up a lot of damage for the rest of Crazy Raccoons to follow up. However, Team Falcons are finding some trade kills here, and Smurf just taking down Lip on that Primal Rage. But still, point control is in favor of Crazy Raccoons, and it's going to be 90%, so unless Team Falcons act quickly, this might be the final fight.
It's just got to be the Nano coming in here, but Kisung's been an absolute menace. Fielder down before the Nano can come off.
This is going to be absolutely huge, as Hap just going to be slapped to death by Jimbin, and this is overtime and already. Team Falcons not able to find an answer so far. Smurf is there to touch, but being anti there is not going to make it very much of a difference, and overtime bleeds down as Crazy Raccoon. Well, yes, they did lose a fight and then give up control of the point like once, but it has been showing a very dominant display even against Team Falcons here.
It's just so intelligent how they play often, and you see them, I think I've called it out in the last couple of matches I've seen Crazy Raccoon, where they figure out in the moments of the game what could possibly beat us, what is the one thing that could make us lose this fight or this map, and they knew right there, it was like, oh, the Nano. So they just full-on commit to stopping Fielder, and gets in there, drops the bubble so the Nano, like, the dart can't come down, and it's just beautiful play. Like, obviously, the ball is something that, you know, Jeonbin made the name on, but that Winston play was immaculate. Also, Hisang was just harassing Happy. Like, the Bauer beating the Ashe pretty consistently on that, too. So.
Yeah, usually you would see the Ashe as an answer to a Farah, but Farah just, like you said, having Happy's number over there has been very consistent during that fight, but it is going to be early. Yeah, that anti-nade from Fielder actually made a huge difference right now on the first fight, so early control going to be established by the side of Team Falcons here. This is a nice change of pace, at least for the side of Team Falcons.
I mean, if you're an Ana fan, you're eating good this matchup. I mean, you could pretty much say 1A and 1B in the world as far as Ana players here.
And Team Falcons still, well, Sports ball just balling around, and well, both balls just very low. Well, no casualties. Both balls not falling, despite being very low. Smurf might be a little bit unfortunate, but does able to live with the sliver of health over there, but low health bars across the board. Team Falcons, however, it is actually going to be Team Falcons who register the kills. So Happy and Proper doing a lot of work here.
Yeah, Happy hits the recall there and able to win the 1v1 versus Lib, which is critical. Team Falcons now with 45 and counting up. They're going to have the nano advantage, which has been the case for the most part. You know, Smurf going that low, if you can't complete the kill, it does just convert into Ana ult percentage.
Smurf just trying to be
new
very
tech
here. Yeah, new tech, and Shu able to live, but not for long. Okay, I was about to say that the start allowed it to live, but it's not going to be the case. As on the other side, oh wait, we have 3 balls on the field. Just wow. Proper. Okay, got disconfigured, and then he's got taken down by Jumpin, no other than Jumpin, and Charles, he is committing. He knows that this is the opportunity to win the fight, and not converting into any kills so far. Happy is going to be the recipient of the nano. See if he finds any value in that. He's not too as well, so it is going to be point control already flipped in Crazy Raccoon's favor, and then they're already looking for some stacker kills.
Also some great patience from Crazy Raccoon as they're able to not commit an actual nano. They just use the duplicate nano there. So where they've been a little bit behind has been the nano race, and to be able to negate Team Falcons nano, which went on to Happy, and not able to convert that into kills is a big swing for Crazy Raccoon, as they'll be 30% and counting up, but have a big advantage.
Yep, they still have quite a way to go if they want to match the progress of Team Falcons. However, Crazy Raccoon, they do have the necessary. Alright, I believe that Smurf just used the minefield and onto that point to deny access. Oh, Team Falcons, that was a beat that just saved Proper, but it will not save Fielder, as Hisang just uses the sticky bombs to take care of Fielder. Lift is being traded out, but Hisang doing a ton of work. Yes, Team Falcons is trading out some kills in the form of Shu right now, so maybe it is but Hisang being down means that this momentum is swinging in full favor of Team Falcons. 90% and counting. Crazy Raccoons, it is their time, their turn to make those desperation touches happen.
Yeah, an early touch from Lib, maybe would have liked to hold that for a second or two, but got called out just a little bit. They are going to get full force back on this point. Player to watch here who can turn it for Crazy Raccoons, going to be Hisang, going to have duplicate. He's been playing really well.
On the other side, Lib taking down Shield. This is actually really big. Yes, Fielder will be having that nano very soon. Yes, he does, but he's not able to use it as Jumpin just melees Fielder out of existence. Proper takes down Lib, so this may be a little bit chase of things. But however, Team Falcons are not in a rush. It's 76%, so they might have some time to regroup and force a final fight. Jumpin knows this. He wants to harass Team Falcons a little bit, maybe get a pick in the process if he wants, but it looks like this is going to be final fight territory for both teams.
It's going to be nano. If Crazy Raccoon wants a nano themselves, Hisang is going to have to duplicate the Ana, and he's already done it. He's already got it before, but they're going to run a second ball.
Well, Jumpin's sleeping, so he might actually profit from being the ball on the ball duty. Overtime is in favor of Crazy Raccoon so far. Proper has the duplicate, duplicating the Tracer, and Charles' beat is going to be there. Chio not going to be answering with the beat of his own. No casualties as of yet. Smurf putting down the minefield. Also, Jumpin's minefield is also in field as well. Very slow fight, but Lip minefield is this might be. Oh, Chio is going to fall down. Lip the 8'7" Warlord is going to assert dominance as the support line of Team Falcons is no more, and it is going to be Crazy Raccoon taking Nepal against Team Falcons in a very controlling fashion. Yes, the second round was a little bit closer, but still, overall, it was a very impressive display from Crazy Raccoon.
Ilip's going to get all the credit, but I think he was picking off people who got anti-healed again. Shu and Fielder, it's just such a treat to watch these two play. Everyone at the top of their game right there. I think one of the big differences, though, and I'd say from the first stage as well, is Heesong's flyer ability does seem to be a little stronger than Proper's. Proper, a great player on a lot of different heroes, a good Tracer, good Genji, but the Echo and Pharah play definitely favored Crazy Raccoon, and Heesong got a ton of work done on the Echo in particular.
Yeah, and so... well, I just don't know what to say because Crazy Raccoon, we've been talking about Crazy Raccoon. They have been, yes, they've been losing some team fights, and then also it was a little bit close towards the end of Nepal over there. However, in the end, it was just the players' individual, not just even the individual mechanics, but also the team play itself was also in sync. Maybe Team Falcons can be the same for in terms of team mechanics, but I think they still have a lot of team coordination to work out on here.
I just think that the ball play from Junbin is more well practiced, that he knows exactly when he's going to be on the Ana, so the follow-up can be there a little bit quicker. On the other side of things, it's like, yeah, I got a slam, but maybe people aren't there right on time, and those very half seconds mean everything at the highest level.
Yep, and we're into some more of that, as is going to be Team Falcons who is going to make that map pick. Let's see if Team Falcons can bounce back after that, after a short break. Welcome back to Overwatch Champions Series Korea. We are approaching our second map of the second series of the day, and Crazy Raccoon taking down Team Falcons on Nepal in a very convincing fashion. So it is going to be Colosseo that Team Falcons is going to pick.
This is the Falcons special. I think we might have only seen it twice so far in the OWCS this stage, and it's been Team Falcons both times. I mean, they picked it twice. They're 2-0 on it. It is a map that they are very comfortable on. And interestingly enough, they're not going to play dive on it. It's going to be Hanbin coming in. I mean, you can still dive, but it's very likely going to be a diva play here on Colosseo. It used to be a map where pretty much you just meet in the middle and you put up shields or you put up Magas or in Orisa and just wait for your DPS to get something done. Now with the redesign of the map, there's more flanking angles, but still a lot of it comes down to just like throwing ashes against each other and see who gets those first picks. But you do have to defend against tracer flanks a little bit more than usual. But yeah, Hanbin will be coming in, Smurf out, so that makes me believe we're definitely going to see some Diva, possibly some Orisa. Who was it? Was it Zeta who tried to mind game and play a Diva right off the rip into this?
That was Zarya. That was Zarya.
Yeah, Zarya into the Diva right off the rip. But if you lose it, it's a cute idea, but
yeah, probably not going to happen again in this match, though.
You wouldn't think so. And so with no subs for Crazy Raccoon, you have to imagine that they're probably just going to continue to run a Winston or a Ball, something along those lines. I don't think we've seen a ton of like the Diva from them. But yeah, so Diva can be good on this map. I think that's probably why Hanbin's coming in. And then really this one comes down to, you know, Happy for me, because he's going to be playing either the Cass or the Ashe on this map. See what kind of work Happy can get done. I've made no secrets about it. Maybe my favorite player of all time, Happy, but it's not been like the amazing pickup, but it has gotten better. Happy had taken some time off before getting picked up, and I think the first couple matches struggled a little bit, and has been improving. But it's a big ask to go against Lip on anything, really.
Yep, Lip. I mean, he's been showing good things on the Tracer, but more specifically, he has been famous making his name out of himself on the legendary hit scan performances. So this is going to be a very interesting matchup. This is Falcons kind of forcing into that hit scan battle. So I think that is a show of confidence from the side of Team Falcons that Happy can live up to or exceed Lip's excellence on that hit scan. I don't know what Crazy Raccoon are laughing at, but they certainly look happy right now.
Yeah, everyone except Lip, who just looked focused and just staring straight ahead. Yeah, Lip makes everything look easy is the crazy thing about his play, is it just looks absolutely effortless. So yeah, I mean, the map pick makes a ton of sense. I think it's like, it's just trying to bring the Diva in, which can be good, like kind of soft counter to the Winston if they play it. It can be good against the Ball if you're just playing a more peel-centric composition rather than going for the big dives and making sure that your team stays alive. So knowing that the Crazy Raccoon squad is going to run a dive tank for the most part, I think the Diva is going to be there to play more defensively, to give the damage dealers on Team Falcons some more time to get things done. And, you know, perhaps it nerfs a little bit of Heesang's hero pool as well, as Heesang probably can't run a Pharah now, can still run an Echo against a Diva, but it does help a little bit.
All right. Oh, fun fact, this is actually going to be Crazy Raccoon's first push map. Not even just Colosseo. This is going to be the first push showing from Crazy Raccoon, if I'm not mistaken. And also maybe that's also one of the reasons that Team Falcons kind of picked this map as well. They don't necessarily... Well, for the sake of Crazy Raccoon, just on the every other map, remember, they didn't drop a map ever this stage. So all the other maps they have 100% win rate on. So maybe that's a little bit of a confidence showing here, because Team Falcons, they're 2-0 on Colosseo. They have a 100% win rate. Maybe that they need that a little bit of a 2% confidence boost over there. Maybe so that adds up to the Colosseo pick. But we're seeing the team player cams here, which means that the players are ready to play.
Yeah, push can be a little bit volatile too, so maybe, you know, Falcons just has this idea of like, how are we going to win mid, right? If we win mid, we're in a great spot. So that's just kind of how push goes. And then if you can win the 2 fights in a row, you're in a great spot. And the reason why like push gets so momentum based is if you win that mid fight, you probably have better ultimates. And if you can kind of pace it out a little bit so that you have that ultimate advantage going into the second fight, you might as well fire and forget them, because now you're 2 fights up, and that's like almost an insurmountable lead when it comes to push maps.
Yep, and there we go. We are into Coliseum, ladies and gentlemen. We're looking at the Harvers right now. Of course, this may change. Hanbin being on the Diva like we've been expecting, and Junbin on the Winston duty as well. Nothing out of the ordinary. Heesung on the Genji might be the difference maker here in this matchup.
Pure dive for Crazy Raccoon. So Hanbin is going to be on peeling duty. And yeah, you always want to run a Lucio for both squads, so really, if they can get a dive in, it's going to be on Fielder and Happy, and see what they can get going. And the new Coliseo designs do allow better angles to try to dive in.
Yep, Happy looking for a target on... Well, they do have the range advantage, so they have to definitely work with that, but Heesung, he wants none of that. Oh, okay, he wants none of that, and he wanted to actually close onto Happy from proper punishes Heesung, so this is the go button for the side of the Falcons. They are going in. Charo using the movement speed boost to disengage, so no further casualties for the side of Crazy Raccoon, but they do have to relinquish control over the initial bot push.
It's just a really good peel for Proper, because, I mean, Heesung thought he was out. He dives in on the supports, he uses deflect, he's just waiting maybe to get a wall ride and come back in a little bit, but Proper comes in and shuts that down immediately. Lip taken down as well. Proper's come alive on Tracer.
Yep, this is the Proper that we've been hyped up for, especially during the San Francisco Shock days and during his time at O2 as well. So good to see that Proper is back to his comfortable suits. And Crazy Raccoon, they still have a little bit more to go if they want their key ultimates online. They do have the Nano Boost, so maybe they'll use that on the Winston, or maybe they want to wait until the Dragon Blade is online, but that's kind of far away.
I mean, this fight is critical for Crazy Raccoon. They need to win this fight. The Nano does come in onto the Winston.
And the anti was good. Okay, so the anti from Fielder pays off, despite Shu having the Nano onto Junbin. Does not survive long enough for the Primal to be online. I think that was what Junbin was looking for. So this is a even further win, I guess, further advantage for the side of Falcons. Now it's going to be Fielder's turn to use the Nano, and for Hanbin it pays off. Shu is taken out of the picture. However, Lip does take Happy off. Junbin using the Primal Rage to bully people, and the Dragon Blade invested as well. Does take a couple of kills, but it was an expensive fight win.
They had to win that fight. They needed to invest. Chorong did a good job of getting an individual kill there too, and they needed Heesung to win that fight. Falcons will have a stall tactic here in the Bob, but now Crazy Raccoon a fight away from equalizing this one up. Lip is now on the Ashe rather than Tracer.
So they're matching the range here, and takes down Chio. Oh my goodness, Lip! Wow, somebody check his PC, but of course they're all circulated, but still, that was how good he was.
It's just Lip. I mean, I've stopped being impressed by it, really. Well, that's not true. I've stopped being surprised by it.
Alright, there is, I was about to say, that Lip just got the Bob. He swapped into the Ashe and matches the Bob now and uses it, both Bobs on the field. So this is a temporary 6v6. Crazy Raccoon disengaging. They still don't have the lead. They are about like a meter and a half away. But ultimately, go ahead, sorry.
You wonder if the Nano comes in onto maybe Heesung here. I mean, he's not close to Blade, though, is the problem.
Well, the target is going to be Junbin. Actually jumps in, doesn't find any targets. Happy going to take a revenge shot onto Lip, and then Hanbin taking down Charl. So both Nanos used by both teams. A good Anton are not happy, but it is going to be the rest of the team that is going to peel for him, and then Hisang just going to be taken out. The Crazy Raccoon, despite using the nano, doesn't make anything happen. It is going to be, the bot is going to be on neutral once again, and Team Falcons is going to take an advanced position so that even if they do end up losing this fight, they still have another chance before they lose that lead.
Yeah, I was only recommending it on Hisang so that maybe you can deflect the sleep dart or the anti that has come in every single time on Junbin. Like, Junbin is diving in with nano and they're getting nothing out of it because he's just getting melted right away with antis and with sleep darts. So Hisang at least has a little bit of defense against that, also a much harder target to hit.
Yep, that is very correct. Currently, a stallmate on the middle ground. Oh, what a nice sleep! And Charles just has to use the beat just to keep Jumpin alive. Well, the good news is that he does so. Hisang being that target for that. Ooh, okay. He was purple for a second and very low, but the Mega Health Max is there to help him. Jumpin takes down Fielder. And this is Chio's moment. Chio is going to use that beat against that Hisang blade. Proper takes down Lip and Charles at the same time. So despite using the Dragon Blade, it is going to be Team Falcons who wins that fight. And well, all credit to Proper.
And Proper equalizing that immediately. It was a really nice beat, though, so all the credit in the world to Chio, who saved that beat for the right moment. The blade comes in, can't get anything done. I mean, the self-destruct is just a remech, but it also zones out Hisang, who can't find anything there. This has been one of the closer push maps in recent memory. It's been about 40 to 38 the entire time, and it all does hinge on pretty much a single fight here. Nano's up for both teams yet again.
Gonna be Jumpin the only one, well, I mean, of course, the only one with the primal because he is the only one sitting here, but a single ult advantage for the side of Crazy Raccoon. Team Falcons use the Bob for zoning effects, but Lip also uses his own. The Bob's probably not gonna last for long. Well, it is actually gonna outlive Happy's Bob's gonna outlive it, and then it's gonna expire, but Jumpin taken out. He didn't even have time to press the primal here.
Well, I mean, the D.Va's always going to be a really good answer to Bob with a 3.5-second matrix. You can just sit in front of their Bob and let your team throw in all the damage, whereas there's not that same answer for Crazy Raccoon. The Nano D.Va comes in, gets pushed away.
Yep. Again, not a lot of value found from that D.Va Nano, but Chorong is taken out by Proper. Proper just doing wonders here at Colosseo, this map. And further push means that finally the deadlock is going to be broken. Team Falcons is going to extend their lead. Team Falcons is not going to get... Okay, never mind. I was about to say that Team Falcons should probably disengage and not get greedy, but in the end, it was a good opening for Crazy Raccoon. They find their moment and they just punish Team Falcons for that.
How did Junbin get slept? It looked like he was in the shield. Anyway, so nice play by Junbin to take down the supports in the back line. Fielder is now a mile away from Nano, whereas Shu has the Nano. Also, I really like this adjustment from Crazy Raccoon to put Chorong onto the Brig, which is so good against the D.Va. Hanvin's gonna have to switch to resets, but the dive had been coming in, the counter dive on the D.Va rather than the peel for the support. So now Chorong is going to be able to really hurt that D.Va. It also helps with adding to the dive if your D.Va or if your Ana gets isolated.
Alright, we might be able to see the first Nano Blade of the series so far, with Hisang closing into his Dragon Blade and Shu already having that Nano online. The only, I guess, variable is that going to be Chio does have the beat.
They take the lead, Crazy Raccoon, without really even a fight happening. They just walk it in.
Yeah. Well, that's kind of, well, credit to Crazy Raccoon, I guess. The rally is there, so now the fight is going to be there. And also, Hisang with that Dragon Blade, Proper. Well, Chio opts not to use the beat against it. But Fielder uses Nano, is taking down Hanvin. Living a little bit longer than Fielder, and well, actually, he's gonna take down Charles.
Yeah, it's fine. Now it's just die in the car time. It's stalled. They had already lost way too many to be able to bring that one back, but they're gonna have a Bob, they're gonna have a Primal, and they're gonna have Nano. And with a minute left, having those 3 stall ultimates is critical. Hisang's going to go over to the Tracer just to check proper. Don't even have to win that 1v1, just check proper. Crazy Raccoon actually in a great position to steal this map.
Yeah, I mean, I still fail to understand why Team Falcons did not opt to just contest that point. And Happy, just with a very stealthy Bob, takes down Lip, so that's actually a really good play, because that also denies Lip's Bob from stalling the point and getting numbers advantage in general.
Fine, you probably have to get this Primal out. Primal comes out.
Does come out and just tries to push everyone away from the card. The Sleep Dart goes wide, so this might be a little bit of trouble for the supports of Team Falcons. 26 seconds left. Hombin with the self-destruct, not finding anyone. Well, Jumbin is down. This might be a little bit of a change of scenery here, but Fielder is also taken down as well. Shu has that nano. Lip uses the Bob for zonal control. Team Falcons disengaging, but they only have 7 seconds. This is going to be last fight. The overtime is going to start burning here, and Lip takes out Proper. This is crucial.
Proper now off the field. It opens things up for Hisang, and there is no contest at the end. Unforced errors for the side of for the side of Team Falcons. And yeah, I mean, a lot of it was pretty even, except for Falcons were getting so much value out of the Tracer. Like, Proper was just going off on it. A very good switch to the Brig to start denying the D.Va to get more survivability. Also ends up denying a lot of the Tracer play. You saw the kill feed just kind of switch away from D.Va picking up late kills, from Proper picking up kills. At the moment that Chovrong went to that Brig, very well played there. It's such an enabling hero and such an anti-D.Va dive, but I'm gonna have to go back and look at it, because I Falcons were in control of that for the most time. They ended up getting up to 50 plus against, I think, 38. It was 40 to 38 for about 3.5 minutes, and it was just kind of, we want to fight, you want to fight, we want to fight, you want to fight. And then Crazy Falcons had won a couple in a row, were able to get that forward push, and then I don't know what happened. I literally don't. I wasn't expecting it. I just looked up and I saw, oh wow, they just walked
all
it in.
of a sudden Crazy Raccoon just had a lead.
Yeah, and I mean, give Lip some credit too. There was, the play on the Ashe ended up being very, very good. But Junbin sacrificed himself a couple times there too. The Primal fight, obviously we knew that was going in, but then the second one where he was diving out and he was just trying to separate the supports, and knew he was going to die, gave his life for it. Unforced errors from Falcons, but Crazy Raccoon, I mean, they force you into those kind of plays.
Yeah, Team Falcons with some mistakes, but credit to Crazy Raccoon who actually capitalized on that. So Team Falcons has one more chance for redemption, as it is going to be their map pick. Let's see if Team Falcons can make out that reverse sweep happen, or whether Crazy Raccoons will be going on to that invincible streak going on after a short break. welcome back to Overwatch Champions Series Korea. We're approaching map 3 of the second series of the day, and we are going to Circuit Royale.
Okay, fair enough. Falcons lost their pocket pick in Caliseo. They've played some Cervasa before, but yeah, I mean, Circuit has been very, very popular so far in Stage 2. Just trying to look back to see what else Falcons have picked. They haven't lost a ton of maps, so not a whole lot of picks for them. It's mostly just picked Caliseo a couple times and then some Cervasa. So, yeah, Circuit. How do you feel against Lip's Widow at this point? Like, Lip was pretty phenomenal.
Yeah, even on the Ash, she was terrifying. I don't know what he'll do. What kind of damage he'll do on the Widowmaker, but we have Surmaged on play. I guess this implies a double flex support on the side of Team Falcons, and I don't see Smurf coming back in right now, so this means a typical setup with the, I guess, I'm assuming, the Sigma poke composition, probably, maybe with an Echo or a Tracer on the mix. So, I mean, but Surmaged, to his credit, has been commanding a lot of playtime. He's been playing good, so he deserves the playtime.
He's the Alari specialist for this team. You know, Chio not really known for a ton of stuff outside of the Lucio and the Brig. Absolutely top 5, top 3 on both of those heroes, so no shade, but you have Surmaged, who is always been regarded as just mechanically ultra gifted. You know, that's why it plays the Zen, plays the Alari. So obviously they're kind of showing their hand what they want to run now. What's interesting is that there are no subs for Crazy Raccoon, because if you're going to run the Sigma, you've got Max right there. Max is a top tier Sigma. So that is a quite interesting development.
Yeah, so this probably implies maybe the ball play for somebody?
I don't know. I'm interested to see what it ends up being. Or, you know, who knows? I don't really have a theory craft to go into this one of why Junbin is still in. Because like I said, on Circuit Royale, the only standard thing that has been going on in the meta is that it's just been Sigma and Widow. Everything else has you can run variations of almost everything else, right? Like the other DPS can be a Pharah or a Venture or whatever. Your backline can be. That's pretty great. That's teamwork right there.
Yeah, that's the life cut from Lifeweaver across 2 drawings. So that's, and I think they're trying to grab up Akros over there. I think that's also supposed to be part of the picture. Akros is the Korean caster for OWCS Korea, probably casting today. So. Wow, that's impressive artwork.
Yeah, it's very nice. And hey, I've even seen Lifeweaver be played unironically on this map by Team Falcons, actually, but that would be Chio playing it. On first point, Tree of Life can be good. The grip for your own Pharah can be good. So yeah, it's my only question is why wouldn't Max come in now? But you know what? We'll wait and see. I'm always happy to be surprised, but as you mentioned before, everyone's a break. Crazy Raccoon just running the Immortal run right now. They are 11-0 in maps in Stage 2.
Oh, I mean, like I also said in the pre-match, if they take Team Falcons down without dropping a map, they might be in well course to keep that run going. And I don't have in recent memory a single team that had an undefeated map run throughout the regular season, like across a lot of tournaments, like Overwatch League and Apex before that.
San Francisco Shock had a golden stage once where they won everything, but not maps, I don't think. Yeah, the undefeated map is ridiculous. But I mean, you look at Crazy Raccoon, and the people who would have taken a map off them, Pokerface and Fnatic maybe, already went down 3-0. The next team you would imagine has a shot at them is Zeta, and that's their second to last match of the season.
Alright, we're finally seeing some music being played. Thank you guys. Happy? Oh, well. Fielder's like, no. Oh, that's the Pirates of the Caribbean.
It is. Michael Bolton would be thrilled. the big Pirates of the Caribbean fan, I've heard. Well, not happy. Just as we were talking about it, we haven't had good music in a while.
And
Okay, so Crazy Raccoon running forward holds, Winston Venture, May.
This is interesting. I haven't seen this composition, like this specific composition, in a while. Well, Team Falcons, they just saw what Crazy Raccoon was running, and they're just making wholesale swaps to the composition, and now they're running the Mauga with the Ildari and Draco.
Yeah, Mauga just crushes Winston. So he is gonna evacuate the Winston's gonna have to go around the corner. Lips May still getting some work done. These are just, you know, these are just interesting comps. This is a new twist on the Circuit Royale meta. You kind of knew it was coming though, without Max not coming in.
But yeah, it's also interesting to see that Team Falcons also forced out of their competition, right? And this proper Pharah pick is also very, I guess, smart in the sense that there's not a lot of anti-air capabilities on the side of Crazy Raccoon. I would believe that she was the only one that can do that, but still, like, Crazy Raccoon somehow getting access to the entirety of the backline from Team Falcons, and after that it is just one domino after another as Team Falcons have to retreat to their spawn.
Well, you see, you know Falcons are going to run, I mentioned this earlier, talking about Specialists and what it does, is you know Falcons are going to run double flex here. Like, that's 100% going to be the case. You know Majetta's coming in, and you don't want to let Ildari set up anywhere where you've got a good pylon. And so they're just forcing the fight, forcing the issue up here.
Yep, they're going to get... Whoa, that's a good blizzard. On the side of Lib, but still no follow-up, and then Lib is going to be the one to fall. Jumpin is committing with both. Well, Crazy Raccoon is spending both support ultimates. They really want to win this fight. And Heesong taking down 2 with the Tectonic Shock. Servant Jed takes down Shu and Charong. But Heesong being the player of the moment right now as he takes down Happy. Despite losing multiple members on the side of Crazy Raccoon, they still somehow win that fight. Heesong still being a nuisance here against Team Falcons.
Trying to buy some time so that Crazy Raccoon can get set up. Also, he might be switching here too, but Crazy Raccoon wholesale changes. They're going with double flex of their own because now they've lost the forward hold. They're going to hold the corner. Yeah, Heesong's going to switch. Obviously, these are now the more standard setups outside of the tank. Of course, Junbin Primal. But without a shield here, you can't really forward hold on this corner. It's going to have to be aggression at some point from Junbin.
Well, it looks like with the Primal Rage, he might as well be in good position to do it, but he has to leap back just for the moment.
Cage match could be brutal here. Cage match into Barrage.
Wait, cage match. Heesong was the only one inside that cage, so poor Heesong being the victim of that. Toro takes down Servant Jed. So this might be something interesting, and also Jumpin survives long enough with that Primal Rage in his pocket. The question is, okay, I was about to say whether the question was going to be the contest is going to be there. The contest is there at the cost of Jumbin's life. Lip takes down proper, Charong is also down, so it might take a while, but in the end, it looks like Team Falcons... Wait a second! I was about to...
The nano was huge.
Yeah, but the important thing is that...
Oh, they did get the cards.
Yeah, the point A was registered, so... I thought the idea was about to just, like, nano Heesong and then deny the cap, but the cap was there.
It was, yeah. That is the idea. But I think Crazy Raccoon were so close to having that one, but now these compositions have stabilized, but neither team really wanting to run the Sigma, so it's much more brawly. A lot of more free damage is coming in for both sides without the shield, without the accretion, without the grasp of the kits.
Yeah, so this is a very different Circuit Royale than we've been seeing so far. And then proper... Oh, wait a second. Servant Jet starting things up with the Captive Sun. However, Servant Jet is being threatened to move away. And also Humpin trying to peel Servant Jet. It takes up a lot of damage. Fielder using the Kitsune Rush, but probably just has to focus on healing right now. Not a lot of damage done from the side of Team Falcons, and Jumpin just being very smart with his contests here. Despite Team Falcons using the ultimate, he's not... he's denying the push from Team Falcons. And it is going to be Choro who's going to use... Oh, wait a second. Have some of his own, but it's going to be shut down by Hompin. Shooting some Shermachet, but it is going to be numbers advantage for the side of Team Falcons here.
Yeah, Jumbin tried to go in to try to confirm some of those captive kills, gets one. They are going to switch things up. Crazy Raccoon is off of the Alari, going to go to the Kiri instead. Help with the cleanse. Fielder, meanwhile, has gone over to the Ana, so switches abound for both of these squads.
A lot of swaps coming in, and Isang with the, I guess, Barrage may be looking forward to a sneaky angle. But also a couple of ultimates on the side of Team Falcons as well, and Fielder already, even with that swap onto the Ana, already is closing onto that Nano. So let's see how things develop. It is currently a free push for the side of Team Falcons right now. Poke damage from Happy. Using the Coach Gun to safety from Jumbin's angry gorilla over there. Proper being the recipient of the Nano, not finding any kills so far. Proper actually being very low. But Crazy Raccoon, they don't have anywhere to back off from now. Hisang using the brush to take down Bob, but is that really worth it? And having taken down Charles, this means that, yes, Crazy Raccoon did use a couple of ultimates, but still, it is going to be Team Falcons who profit from this. And they're in a good spot. They have a minute and a half on the time bank. It's not the biggest time bank in the world, but they still have a win condition.
The Nano usually goes on Hisang, and I think he might have been expecting it. That's why the Barrage went in, because otherwise you're just super vulnerable. You need that survivability. Lip is going to have a stall tactic, at least here, if they can stay alive with the Bob. It's just been so weird to parse this out, because these are the normal compositions, except for both tanks being dive tanks, which just it doesn't gel perfectly with these spots. Chorong onto the Kiri has been really interesting. Thought they might save it for like a rush Bob. No need though.
Well, at least the Lips Bob is enough to keep Team Falcons on the retreat, so this buys a lot of space for the side of Team Falcons, and also uses it to full effect as Isang takes down Proper and also Fielder as well. Isang, like in the previous maps as well, been showing some good stuff with this Pharaoh pick, is going to get punished in the end by Shermajed. However, I mean, Crazy Raccoon, they should fairly feel good about this. They're just chipping down time on the timing. They know that as long as they stall long enough, it is going to be overtime fight. And even if they lose right here, they probably might have a very last chance of having a second team fight.
In theory, the Kiri is very good for healing the Pharah. Now the rush is going to happen right at the choke points. They can't dodge the Barrage.
And also the Captain Sun and the Nano was there, so overtime does kick, but it is going to be momentum on side of Team Falcons as Proper take a late kill onto Shu. Remember, overtime death clocks are longer, so this might be a situation where Crazy Raccoon is forced into a fight without Shu. Jumpin, even despite using that Primal Rage, is very, very low and taking down. Thermojed also kills Hisang. So Shu, it's going to be Shu and Lip, but despite the Nano, that's a little bit too much damage for Lip to handle. And despite it being overtime, Team Falcons making the full push happen, and, well, Team Falcons look alive now.
I think I'm going to go out on a limb and say I prefer this style on circuit. It's just a bloodbath and chaos because you don't have any protection. So you're getting free purples in. You're getting pretty much like free shooting ranges in because the tank play is just not setting up the slow, methodical pacing push of a Sigma. And yeah, just a little bit late on this play specifically. The idea was there, the execution just a second late. Otherwise, they might stop before first push. Actually, they do stop before first push, and it's just a little quicker.
Yep. Oh, wonder what that crash is about. Maybe that's the Malga? Malga Stomp? I don't know, but...
Venture gonna pop out of there at any second.
Alright, Crazy Raccoon. They did concede a full push from Team Falcons, but still far from over as they can match that push as well.
Okay,
Looking
yeah.
like...
Well, I mean, Falcons has the ability to run the Sigma with Hanbin in, so they're going to use that flexibility right now and just run the very standard defensive comp with the Sigma. So Crazy Raccoon might have to try something a little bit different because they will be compositionally, in theory, outmatched by not having their own Sigma play in.
Well, looking like this standard one-string dive. Jumpin has to force out the bubble just to keep himself alive. He was almost killed there by the oppressive damage from Team Falcons. Like you said, go ahead.
It does put Shu about 30% ahead on Nano, though.
Yeah, Fielder at only 8. Maybe he'll get some charge after healing Hanbin up. But, flat. Well, already 48%. This is going to be an early Nano for the side of Crazy Raccoon. I was trying to talk about compositions here. This Jumpin running the traditional Winston composition, but it's soaking up a lot of damage, sometimes to a very dangerous level here.
Yeah, Crazy Raccoon's just full-on committing to the dive with their support line. Obviously, the Widow v Widow is still going to be critical, but Shu's going to have Nano, and I would be a little bit surprised if they don't just fire it.
Oh, yeah, probably. Oh, nice leap onto Hanbin. Maybe this might change things. Hanbin can't eat the nade when he's sleeping, but is going to be able to retreat to the safety of his teammates. This is probably going to be that Nano moment. Oh, wait a second! Jumpin! I've been mentioning that Jumpin soaking up a lot more damage than he probably should be taking. And is just going to take him out, and Hisang being isolated there without his tank is just going to have to die. And Crazy Raccoon, they have to full retreat. Despite having that early Nano, they just lost their opportunity to capitalize from it.
Oddly enough, they are still in a huge advantage on the Nano. I just don't think that they know it yet. Happy might pop these sights here. Juma is taking so much damage. It's not even just when he went in and was diving and expecting the Nano. He's taking a lot of damage on the retreats, and it's slowing down any opportunity to be able to get him in.
Yeah, as we were speaking, they have been holding on to this Nano for quite a long time. Fielder now closing into the Nano, and also Sermon Jed has the Captive Sun as well, so having this Nano might not be an advantage anymore. For the side of Crazy Raccoon, and this is going to be the early flex, Rabbinic Flux from the side of Hanbin, not finding any kills. However, still forces Crazy Raccoon to retreat, and Serpent Jet going to use the Captive Sun to take down Lip. And this is getting into a little bit of mess. Now the Nano is there, but okay, never mind. I was about to say, can he make a difference? The question is going to be yes. Yep, that is going to be huge, and he uses the Primal Rage for that extra jump he needed to get onto Hanbin. So it took a little bit a lot longer than I expected it to, but Crazy Raccoon in the end does cap point A.
I go back to what I said on Nepal way back when. It seems like that Hisang is just a better flyer player than Prober is. The value that he gets on the Mara is higher, and he's been taking out Prober on this kind of anti-flyer Echo, and it's just that's been a huge difference to open up some of these fights.
Yep, and now it is going to be that second point hill where Team Falcons will have a natural high ground advantage. No ultimates apart from Proper's barrage. Hanbin slept and naded, so Shu just almost single-handedly taking down Hanbin over there. Proper does take down Jumpin with the barrage, but is punished by Hisang, so will be having a advantage for the side of Crazy Raccoon. That was a good nade from Fielder, but it's not going to be followed up. There's no damage follow up there. Lip with the infiltrate will be having some good sightlines on key members of Team Falcons.
And if they can keep this on the ground right around the edge, Rally could get some value. There's the rally.
There's that rally for the AoE sustain, and Hanbin unable to eat these nades. I've been talking about nades here and there, but Shu consistently landing on Hanbin makes that difference, because once Hanbin is just naded, you just can't keep the lines, frontal lines. You just have to back out, and once Crazy Raccoon just presses the W button, you can't stop them.
Yeah, Hanbin is actually going to make that switch now, going over to the D.Va. It is a little late. I mean, Sigma was working out well for them, but you mentioned it. It doesn't really matter against Shu what you're playing. He will find a way to get you purple. Hisang, yet again, was able to take out a couple members, too. So Hisang has been so great throughout this game. such a great compliment to Lip. We haven't really even noticed the Widow be Widow. It's been kind of just posturing on both ends.
Yep. Usually when you play the compositions on Circuit Royale, usually it is going to be the hit scans and the Widows that open up things, right? But this, I guess, because Crazy Raccoon does not follow the rules of the Circuit Royale, I guess, we're making things a little bit interesting. Lip taking down Surmajet off screen, so this is going to be a little bit of a pinch for the side of Team Falcons. They don't have the Captain just yet. Anti-nated once again, Hanbin, yes, you are a nano, but you're not going to get that healing from the nano if you're needed. Once again, Shu just making life hard for Hanbin here.
Yeah, it's been crazy to watch them watch Crazy Raccoon make this work and kind of, sidestepping the traditional meta. I think a lot of it comes down to, I don't want to glaze too hard, but Heesong is getting so much more work done on this flex. And yeah, Majed, that's a gutsy play, but then this was what was happening on the counter side of it while Majed was going for the kills. Also, a small thing, but Crazy Raccoon did a great job of finding pylons. It felt like there was never really a great sustain of the healing pylons out, and Crazy Raccoon took full advantage of that.
Yeah, you're just basically taking out about 40% of Iliari's value if you just take out the pylons consistently. So that's actually a really huge moment for Crazy Raccoon, because if you don't have that pylon, then you might probably end up having to force Surmajet to heal, which is not usually how you want to play the Iliari over there. And we're seeing some racing going on, but still, overtime push is there. Team Falcons, having finished their initial push in overtime, they have only a minute, and comparing that with 3 minutes and 47 seconds for Crazy Raccoon, wow, this looks a little bit, I guess, decided, but we'll see how Team Falcons, they have history of going through tough situations. Let's see if they can get back from this one.
Yeah, really interesting comp from Falcons too, to be running the Junker Queen, Hanbin, top tier JQ, Surmajet and Fielder. I mean, this is like anti-Winston as it can get. I mean, Winston's not going to get great dive value if you can get the Immortality Field. Great isolation though. Follow up.
Yep, that was good isolation, like you said, but Hanbin able to survive over there, and Junbin, also, like you mentioned, not having the greatest time of his life as the Winston by the Lip, and Heesong taking down Happy and Surmajet. So who cares if it's the Winston? Who cares if it's an anti-Winston composition? If the rest of the team members are just cleaning house, and it's no members on Team Falcons going to contest that. The cart just went out of the parking lot, and it's still in the streets, and then Team Falcons says, and this is not going to be a long push from Crazy Raccoon.
Well, this forces Team Falcons to run the just ultra cheese up front. You probably have to run your own Mei here. You might run a sim up front. This is going to require a London Spitfire type door hold cheese. Maybe we might see a Reinhardt for the first time this season.
That might as well be, because
at 347. You can't lose anyone. Any trades are favoring the offense so much. Yeah, Crazy Raccoon might be the one to just jump out this Civ Rhine and just go for it and swing away. Falcons are in an impossible situation right now. It would be an all-time holds if they could pull it off.
Yeah, so 3 minutes and 47 seconds. This is almost as much time as when they start from the start of the map, and not being able to get through that just first corner, I'd be very, very surprised. Wait, we've been joking about the Reinhardt. Are we actually gonna get the Reinhardt?
This is London Rush right here. This is Sim, Mei, Rhine, Lucio Bap. This is the Spitfire Rush.
They already got half of the progress that they need to win.
Yeah, even with the fake teleporter, this is textbook.
Oh, the charge doesn't find anyone jumping in a little bit out of the bench, but remember, this is less than a meter from Crazy Raccoons taking that win. Hobbit taking down Shu is straight out, but Proper is also down. Fielders, this is just curtains for Team Falcons as Crazy Raccoon. They keep their invincible run alive as they sweep none other than Team Falcons in a 3-0 fashion. Man, this team is terrified.
What can you say? It's best team in the world. Best team in the world by a tier break almost now. You'd have to say what they just did to Falcons. The next team with a chance to take a map off of Crazy Raccoon is going to be Zeta Division. Because right now, Crazy Raccoons, they just beat Falcons. DAEJEON, as piratey and fun as they can be, I don't see them taking a map. And then to close out their group stage, round robin stage, Crazy Raccoon is going to play Vec. So I don't see Crazy Raccoon dropping a map at this stage. What an interesting Circuit Royale. Playing towards the end, I mean, you knew it was inevitable. That Reinhardt rush is so fun to see. Player of the match is going to be Lip.
Yep, it was tied a little bit on the side of, I believe it was Charl, and then also Jimbin was in the mix, but it is going to be Lip in the end who is going to take player of the match, and well deserved though.
Yeah, I mean, what happened is I was talking about how I thought Charl was doing really well, and then you're like, okay, let's vote for him, and then we voted for him, and then obviously the Korean casters always like DPS players, so they were voting for Lip. Honestly, if I was going to give it to any DPS, I would have given it to Heesang, but that's just me. I thought he dominated on the Echo, dominated on the Pharah, the flyer ability that he has and brings the versatility to this team, but you really can never go wrong with picking Lip. It's never a bad choice. A little quiet on the Widow towards the end, but the you know what's actually been a pretty breakout for me for Lip this season has been Lip's Mei play. Like, he brings it to the table.
Yeah, and he also sometimes plays the Echo, especially on the earlier weeks of the season. He was like, this guy could play pretty much anything, and as we've been talking about who deserves the player of the match, I think just, I wouldn't be surprised if anyone on the side of Crazy Raccoon just got the player of the match, because they just outperformed everyone, and just, that's a really tall ask if you consider you're going against Team Falcons, which is arguably the second best team in the world right now.
Yeah, Lip had some game-changing plays, though. I mean, I'll give the clutch factor is why I give it to Lip here, like on this map. The final kills onto the Tracer, who was going to be the one to be touched, that was proper there. The just pure damage output. So, yeah, you can't whatever. Give it to Lip every time. You can give it to Lip before the map starts, and you'd probably be fine with it.
Yeah, probably.
But yeah, I mean, I thought Heesang played really well. You're right. It's a team where it's an all-star team. It's crazy good.
Alright, we'll be having an interview with the Warlord himself, so please, Quest, take it away.
Thank you very much, Unknown. We are here for the second POTM interview of the day. Of course, we have the Warlord himself on stage after his 3-0 victory over Team Falcons. So please introduce yourself. And this is Lip.
네, 립 선수 반갑습니다. 자, 크레이지 라쿤 아무도 막을 수 없었습니다.
Crazy Raccoon looking unstoppable.
이뤄내면서 연승 행렬을 달리고
And of
있는데요.
course,
자, 오늘
they're
승리 소감
undefeated.
들어볼까요?
The not dropping a single map streak continues. So how do you feel about the victory?
말하자면 이제 팔콘전을 위해서 딱히 저희가 뭐 준비한 건 없었고.
We didn't prepare anything special for Team Falcons match.
그래도 좀 쉽게 이긴 것 같아서 다행인 것 같아요.
But I'm relieved that today's victory has been much easier than I anticipated.
전반적인 흐름은 어땠나요?
Can you tell us about the overall momentum of the match?
첫 세트는 좀 상대가 까다롭다고 생각했는데
Map 1 was a little bit tricky to deal with.
점점 무너지는 게 보여서.
But from Map 2, it looked like they were falling apart. So we had an easy time trying to solve the game
이때 팀원들끼리 어떤 콜이 오갔을지도 궁금해요.
Can you talk about the in-game calls in Circuit Royale?
제가 연습 과정에서도 많이 밀리고 끝까지 밀리고 막 그랬어가지고 이제 뭐 딱히 멘탈 나가거나 이런 게 아니고 이제 저희가 좀 더 빨리 밀어보자라고
So we did struggle during practice a little bit.
좀 빨리 밀어줘가지고 승기를 잡을 수 있었던 것 같아요.
but we picked up the tempo of the game and decided to push much faster than we would normally go. So, and I think it worked out.
활약을 펼쳤어요. 오늘 특히 애쉬로 팔콘을 집어삼키는
Of course,
플레이를
his
보여줬는데
Ash
오늘
was
플레이할
exceptional
때
today
어떤
against Team
부분을 가장
Falcons.
중점적으로 신경 쓰면서 플레이를 했는지 궁금합니다.
So, can you talk to us about what you focused
개인적으로
on
생각했을 때 이때까지
for today's
이번
match?
연도 대회 한 것 중에 좀 많이 부족한 모습이 많이
I
나왔었는데
personally think I made a lot of disappointing plays
네, 다른 애들이 더 잘했는데 네.
throughout. If I think
네,
about all
이렇게
the plays that I made
겸손하게까지
throughout the year,
알려졌습니다. 그리고
but
오늘
I'm
사전 인터뷰 때
very grateful that I
우리
still
승리하게
received
된다면
POTM.
다음 경기 입장 때 맥스 선수가
Of course, in the earlier player rep interview, you said that Max would
어차피
sing in the next
인터뷰 때는 이제
match.
많은 선수들도 있으니까 거기 중에 맥스도 있어서
So in next match
맥스가
entrance,
그때 하지
so
않을까 싶습니다. 네.
will we be able to hear Max sing? And Lip said, okay, well, maybe next match when we make the entrance, we might be able to hear
마지막으로
him.
오늘 경기 응원하러 와주신 팬분들께도
And lastly, can you please say a few words to all the fans?
아직 대회가 다 끝난 건 아니지만 네, 오늘
Of course,
좀 그래도
the tournament isn't over.
저걸 쉽게 잡아내서 다음 주도
But
쉽게
we're relieved
풀어나갈 거라
that we were
생각하고
able to
많이 관심 가져주시고 응원해
beat
주시면
Team Falcons
감사하겠습니다.
today, who were relatively stronger than the other teams. So please continue to cheer us on. And that was the interview with Lip. And before we head into the interview, to the third match of the day, I'm going to send it back to Unknown and Hex.
All right, thank you, Quest.
네, 저희는
and,
지금 다음 경기로 돌아오도록
so
하겠습니다.
we're not
잠시만
gonna get
기다려주세요.
the karaoke show today. I'm a little bit disappointed, but anyways, poor Max. I mean, let's see if he actually lives that up next week. But we have our next banger of a match coming up in the form of Pokerface versus Zeta division. So don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
안녕하세요. 포커페이스에서 힐러를 맡고 있는 심플입니다. 딜러를 맡고 있는 재우입니다.
DPS 맡고 있는 최상입니다.
포커페이스에서 탱커를 맡고 있는 자스민입니다.
메인 딜러를 맡고 있는 프라우드라고 합니다.
탱커를 맡고 있는 벨로스라라고 합니다.
포커페이스에서 힐러를 맡고 있는 픽사라고 합니다.
힐러를 맡고 있는 카루입니다.
전에 있던 팀이 제타였는데 제타보다 훨씬 더 있기 전에 있었던 팀이 포커페이스라서 딱히 적응하는데 문제는 없었던 것 같습니다. 심플 선수가 오면은 우승시켜준다고 하길래 고민도 안 하고 바로 왔습니다.
제가 다 팰 수 있다고 생각해가지고 그렇게 말했던 것 같아요.
전체적으로 템포가 좀 더 코리아 쪽이 빠른 편이고 피지컬 차이가 전체적으로 나는 것 같습니다. 그래서 재팬 때보다는 코리아 시즌에서 좀 더 좋은 성적 낼 수 있을 것 같습니다.
부상은 이제 시간도 많이 지났고 이제 잘 회복이 되었고요. 이제 마침 포커페이스라는 팀에서 이제 저한테 함께하지 않겠냐는 제안과 함께 이제 다시 도전해볼 마음이 생겨가지고 이제 다시 처음에 도전할 때는 이제 어려움이 분명 있었지만 좋은 선수와 좋은 스태프진 아주 좋은 팀이라서 제가 다시 복귀해서 적응하는데 큰 문제가 없었던 것 같습니다.
지난 시즌엔 나이 제한 때문에 못 뛰었는데 이번엔 나이 제한도 풀려서 좋은 성적 낼 수 있도록 잘하겠습니다.
다른 팀에 비해 로스터 인원수가 좀 많기 때문에 아마 감독님이 행복한 고민을 하시지 않을까 싶고요. 또 모든 조합을 구현이 가능한 멤버들이기 때문에 아마 좋은 성적이 나오지 않을까 싶습니다. 여태까지 해왔던 것처럼 항상 최선을 다해서 열심히 할 생각이고요. 좋은 팀원들 만난 것 같아서 개인적으로 기대가 좀 큰 시즌입니다.
저번에 프나틱을 저희가 올려드렸는데
이번 시즌에 프나틱은 꼭 잡고 올라갈 수 있도록 하겠습니다.
이번 시즌에서 제타는 꼭 이기고 올라가도록 하겠습니다.
저희가 1등 하겠습니다. 응원해주셔서 감사하고 이번 시즌에 심플님이 1등 시켜준다고 했으니까 열심히 해서 좋은 성적으로 보답드리도록 하겠습니다.
항상 응원해주시는 팬분들 정말 감사드리고 좋은 모습 보여드릴 수 있도록 노력하겠습니다.
얘들아 나 믿어. 내가 우승시켜줄게.
하나, 둘, 셋. 포커페이스 화이팅!
안녕하세요. 제타 디비전에서 탱커 포지션을 맡고 있는 베르나르라고 합니다.
필러를 맡고 있는 바이올렛이라고 합니다.
필러를 맡고 있는 핀이라고 합니다.
메인 DPS 맡고 있는 플로라라고 합니다.
탱커를 맡고 있는 희성이라고 합니다.
딜러를 맡고 있는 알파이라고 합니다.
열심히 해서 이런 좋은 팀 오게 돼서 좋고 신입의 패기가 뭔지 보여드리겠습니다.
좋은 팀에 좋은 스폰이 들어와가지고 저희가 좀 연습할 환경이 좀 좋아진 것 같아서 더 좋은 성적을 낼 수 있을 것 같아요. 스폰이 생겨가지고 이제 합숙을 하게 됐는데 이제 그러면서 더 선수들끼리 친해지고 좋은 성적을 거둘 것 같습니다.
솔직히 좀 만족하지 못한 성적이고 꼭 이번 OWCS에서는 우승하고 스웨덴 가서도 우승을 해보도록 하겠습니다.
저희가 코리아랑 아시아 둘 다 3위 했는데 좀 아쉽다고 생각을 하고 좀 더 잘할 수 있는 팀이었다고 생각을 하는데 이제 합숙도 해서 더 좋은 연습 환경 갖췄으니까 우승할 수 있도록 노력하면 될 것 같습니다.
아무래도 같은 탱커라서 저를 항상 이제 좀 이해를 해주고 항상 POTM 투표도 항상 저를 해준다고 하더라고요. 그래서 고맙고요. 탱커가 사실 진짜 힘든 포지션이거든요. 항상 못하면 티도 많이 나고 잘해도 티가 안 나고 그런 포지션인데 다들 화이팅 하셨으면 좋겠습니다.
목표는 당연히 1등이고
이번 각오는 절대 3등은 안 하겠습니다.
당연히 우승이라고 생각하고요. 제가 항상 각오로 이제 3등을 안 하고 싶다고 했는데 이번에는 꼭 안 하도록 하겠습니다.
일단 저희가 지금 사우디 대회까지 해가지고 3등을 거의 3번 해가지고 저 홍진호급이 돼서 이제 1위 들어갈 때가 되지 않았나 싶어요.
스웨덴 가고 싶고요. 진짜 3등만 하기 싫습니다. 3등 말고 1, 2등 하겠습니다. 3등만 하기 싫어.
저희 팀 응원해주시는 분들이 자부심 가질 수 있게 이번에는 꼭 우승해보도록 하겠습니다.
저희를 이제 항상 응원해주시고 이제 경기도 보러 와주시고 하는 팬분들 덕분에 이렇게 저희가 좋은 환경이나 이제 좋은 팀도 구할 수 있고 하게 되는 건데 그에 보답할 수 있도록 저희도 노력도 많이 해서 좋은 경기를 보여드릴 수 있도록 하겠습니다.
日本で応援してくれてる方に感謝します。ありがとうございます。
今 OWCS コリアにクレイジーラクーンとゼタっていう日本のチームが2つあるんですが、ラクーンが今まで優勝もう3回取っちゃったんで、今ゼタが入ってからは優勝はゼタが取ろうと思います。頑張ります。
ゼタ
화이팅!
Welcome back to Overwatch Champions Series Korea. We're currently approaching our third series of the day, but let's talk about our second series a little bit. It was destined to be a very close match, but it wasn't.
No, not at all. I mean, there's not much else to say about it. I mean, they were close maps. It wasn't completely one-sided, except for that defense on Circuit. Circuit was just weird. Both teams playing something just a little bit off. The question immediately was like, why aren't they running Sigma? But it seems like they just really believe in their dive and their ability to do damage too. So Crazy Raccoon, I don't see them losing a map this stage. I just don't see it happening if the Falcons can't do it. But there is a contender that I think could take a map off with them. I don't see them losing a match for sure. 100% not going to happen. But Zeta Division has beaten Falcons. They've beaten pretty much everyone in front of them. They just don't have the map differential, but they're still undefeated. Let's remember. And this is a team that I was kind of hyping up as they could definitely be the second best team here, with Falcons having stumbled a couple times, having beat the Falcons. I think just, by virtue of that, then you'd have to almost put Zeta Division at number 2.
Yep, and there are multiple interviews that they've been expressing their desire to be, we're not going to be third anymore, we want to be second, or maybe even first if we're ambitious. And it looks like they're in good course to do that. This team was formerly FTG after they got their new org and new colors, Zeta Division, which is a very large organization in Japan. It's been the upward trajectory for them ever since. It looks like, indeed, like you said, Hex, they are indeed going to be these. It looks like currently they're the second best team in the Asia region, and if you kind of overextend that, maybe even the world. I mean, if you kind of there are some good teams that you need to contend with if you go beyond Asia, but still, it looks like this team has been improving steadily, and who knows where the limit is. But before that, we have to introduce Pokerface, who is also a very much improved team compared to last stage.
Yeah, so they kicked off the season against Crazy Raccoon and they went 0-3. All right, just disregard that. Apparently everyone's going to go 0-3 against Crazy Raccoon. Not a big deal. They beat back 3-0, so you have to take care of your own business. But then Pokerface beat Fnatic 3-1, and I was like, this is the team. It's going to be really interesting. We got to wait until they play Zeta, until we figure out who they are. And then they played Old Ocean. It was a team that I think finishes 7th or 8th probably. And they just didn't look that good. They lost a map, and even the maps they won didn't look as clean as they were. So I think they were looking ahead to this matchup. This is going to be the barometer of where this Pokerface team is. Are they that much better than Fnatic? Where can they challenge teams like Zeta? I don't expect them to win the match, but I expect them to look competitive and maybe win a.
All right, then we have Zeta Division with Bernard and a birthday comrade. Maybe it is his birthday. I'm not really sure. I need confirmation on that. But this is a very hyped team. This is a team that has been on the improvement. We have a lot of former All-Stars, Overwatch League stars, in the form of Flora, Alpha, Bernard. I mean, everyone on this team has been on the Overwatch League at some point, and the talent, if you just look at the name values, it looks like Zeta Division will take this one easily. However, Pokerface has been proving that they are no pushovers by any means here, and they have a very big roster like you see here. We have Chisewan Jo starting on the damage roll, Proud, featuring. So at some point, we also have Belisraya and Jasmine on the tank role. Belisraya starting today. We have Simple and Fixa starting the carry on the bench on the support role. So 8 members strong. This team has been very, I would say, known for swapping a lot of their players accordingly to the map and their strategic choices here.
Well, they added 5 new players, so whatever you think of Pokerface before, you can throw it out the window. They kept the 3 core that they really liked, and they added 5 new players, so huge roster for them. Zeta Division just, I think, like a lot of teams have their core, and then they've got a new player in the tank role specialist, replacing Fearless for the most part, as Fearless is now, I think, doing his military service. But Heesung comes in as a ladder champ, as a rookie, and has played pretty well. But they have the Winston specialist, like a lot of teams. But other than that, you're just going to see the same support, same damage. Why would you change out any of these guys? I am obviously a huge Violet fan, and I find them super entertaining. But don't overlook Finn. Finn has been rock solid, and there's been a couple matches where Finn could have won player of the match on that flex support role.
All right, a lot of things to watch out for Zeta Division, but we have a player interview So
오늘
Quest,
준비된
please take it away.
마지막 경기 제타 디비전과 포커페이스의
Thank you very
경기를
much,
앞두고
Unknown.
있는데요.
We are
경기
back
시작
with the
전에
final
각 팀의
player
대표분들
rep
한
interview
분씩
of the day.
인터뷰 진행해 보도록 하겠습니다.
Pokerface
먼저
facing off against Zeta Division.
자기소개
And on
부탁드립니다.
Pokerface's side,
안녕하세요. 포커페이스에서 탱커를 맡고 있는
we
벨루스라고
have Bellusria.
네, 벨로스레아 선수 반갑습니다. 자, 그렇다면 제타 디비전
And on Zeta
자기소개
side,
부탁드립니다.
안녕하세요. 제타 디비전에서 탱커를 맡고 있는 희성이라고
we have Hisung representing Zeta's
네,
division.
희성 선수도 반갑습니다. 자, 먼저 벨로스레아 선수.
So the first question
지난
goes to
시즌에 한
Bellusria.
팀이었던 선수들과 맞붙게
course, Bellusria being
됐습니다. 아는
the
만큼
former Zeta
보인다라는
division,
말이 있듯이
formerly
오늘
part of Zeta,
선수들이 장점과
but now you
단점들을
are
파악해서
meeting as
경기를 펼칠 수
enemies.
있을 것 같은데요. 오늘
So,
경기 어떻게 볼까요?
with the insider knowledge, how do you see
제가
the
제타에
game
있을
going?
때는 이제 형들이 게임을 할 때
When I was a part of Zeta,
주섭이라고 하죠. 그날마다 이제 못하는 선수들이 한 명씩 있어서
there were always that one player
알파
that
형이 못한다면 알파 형
underperformed.
보고 뭐 플로라 형 못한다면 플로라 형 보고 근데 일단 희성이가 있어서 희성이만 보면 될 것 같습니다.
But I think now that Hisung's
자,
there,
일단
I would
희성 선수만
be able to
바라보겠다라고
single out
말씀을
Hisung as
해주셨습니다.
the one
희성
player that
선수는
underperforms.
벨로스리아 선수가 있던 자리에
So the next
새로
question
들어오게
goes to Hisung.
됐어요. 자,
You
팀의
essentially
적응도 이미
replaced
마친 것
Bellusria and are
같고
doing very
좋은
well
실력
adjusting to the
보여주고
team so far.
있는데 벨로스리아 선수보다 내가 이건
So what would
낫다
be the
하는 게
one thing
있을까요?
you'd say you're better than him?
벨로스레아 선수도 잘하지만
He's a very good player.
결과로 증명해드리겠습니다.
But I'll let the results
긴
speak
말할
for
거 없고
themselves.
결과로 말씀드리겠다라고 말씀을 해주셨어요. 그렇다면 벨로스리아 선수에게 한마디
So can you
부탁드립니다.
maybe say a few words to
얼굴로 게임하면 안
Bellusria?
돼.
And he says,
야,
hey,
얼굴
you can't
믿고
rely on
너무
your
게임
looks
그렇게
to
하면
play
안
the game.
된다라고 말씀을 해주셨어요. 자, 이렇게 벌써부터 긴장감이 팽팽한데요. 자, 그렇다면 오늘 경기 예상 스코어 들어보는
So,
시간 가져보도록 하겠습니다.
For both teams,
먼저
what's the predicted
포커페이스 팀.
score for today's match?
원래 베르나르 형이 나왔으면은 3대 0으로 이기려 했는데
If
왜냐면 오늘
Bernard was starting,
생일이잖아요. 그래서
I would have been 3-0,
3대 0으로
I
이기려
think.
했는데 일단 1세트가 희성이가 나와서
But
때리고 싶은 마음이 좀
Hisung
사라졌어요.
is starting,
자,
so
그렇다면 1세트 정도
I'm just very eager
내어줄 수
to get
있나요?
into the game.
아마 딱 한 3대 1 정도?
And I predict a
야,
3-1 victory.
생일빵 대신에 생일 선물 같은 1세트만 내어주신다고
As a
합니다.
basically
자, 그렇다면
giving up map one
우리
as a
희성
birthday
선수는요?
gift for Bernard.
저희는 3대 0으로 그냥 이기겠습니다.
And as for Zeta Division, Hisung says
거 없이 3대 0으로
3-0.
깔끔하게 이기겠다라고 말씀을 해주셨습니다. 자, 지금까지
And that was the player rep
포커페이스의
interview
벨로스리아 선수,
for
제타
match 3.
디비전의 희성
Will we
선수와
see
인터뷰 진행해
a 3-0
봤는데요.
Overwatch
마지막
or
경기
will we see something
흥미진진한
different?
서사를
Before we head into the match,
포함하듯이
I'm going to send it
흥미진진한
back
대결이 되지
to Unknown and
않을까
Hex.
싶습니다. 두 팀의 경기가 펼쳐질
All right,
첫 번째
thank you,
전장
Quest,
만나보시죠.
for the translation. Some spice pre-match. So this is going to be a little bit interesting, and it is indeed Bernard's birthday. So happy birthday, Bernard!
Two things. It would be really funny if it wasn't Bernard's birthday and just every time they walked out, it was someone else was wearing the hat. Also, it's just, I love that kind of trash talk. It's like, oh, you think just being handsome is going to make you good at the game? Like, it's a great backhanded compliment to like, oh, you think just because you're very, very, very ridiculously good looking that you're a better tank than me? I don't think so. Yeah, but a little bit of history, you know, Bellusria used to be on FTG now, of course, Team Zeta Division, so I love when those little rivalries come up. When you have a roster as big as Pokerface's, you're going to have players that have been on pretty much every other team, so interesting stuff. Yeah, Hisung playing out first here on control. I mean, it's not ultra surprising here that you want to play your Winston, want to play your ball as we go over to Lijiang Tower.
Yep, Lijiang Tower. This has we've been rotating control maps for comp ops here today. We're not having the same maps going each day, which is kind of like, I guess, good for me and good for you to cast various compositions and various maps. But Bellusria starting means that they'll probably go with the main tank, play the main tank game here as well. Proud not starting means that maybe it implies a Tracer Echo or is that sort of thing, maybe, because Proud is usually the head scan specialist. Oh wow, what a drawing over there.
That's crazy good. Yeah, Jaewoo will be their Tracer Ace. That has been kind of the role that they have relegated him to. You know, another new player who joined this team, so pretty much only holding on to, I believe it's Proud, Jasmine, and Simple from the original roster. Simple's been on this team since 2023, actually, and Proud and Jasmine were in Stage 1 for Pokerface. Everyone else, a new addition, but some old faces. You know, you got Choice A1, Bellusria, Fixa, Karu coming in, you know, had played in, I believe, OWCS Japan previously, so will come over and add some extra versatility to this team.
Yeah, it's good to see that some early talent developing in other regions as well. Who hasn't been? He's from Insomnia, which played in OWCS Japan. So good to see some new talent develop in other regions and come back to home soil to just display how much they've improved. Well, Karu is, if I'm not mistaken, on the flex support duty. So if there's any room for double flex support tactics on the side of Pokerface, definitely we'll see Karu featuring. And this is one of the rosters that we've seen that more like, hey, you have a bigger roster and you're actually using a lot of them. There were some cases where if you do have some extra members on the roster, not likely you'll be using them unless you're in a really comfortable spot, or whether you're just trying to use a specialist for that specific map. But this is one of the rosters that use their roster size to their advantage.
Yeah, absolutely. And on the other side, Hisung had joined Zeta Division after Fearless had retired, but they didn't sign Hisung officially until August 6th. 2 days before the start of the stage. Hisung, I believe, known as mostly just a ladder monster, just a top 5 in every role, and on pretty much every tank, but has been really stepping in for this team to play the Winston and play the ball, which has been critical for this squad. I mean, Bernard is very good at everything else, but if you had to pick out holes in his roster, it would be that Bernard is not necessarily known as a good dive tank. They've supplemented it where Bernard will play some D.Va, Bernard will play the Orisa even at times, so Bernard's got a good pool. It's just Hisung, they needed somebody to fill that Fearless role, especially with how the meta is developing right now.
Yeah, and those are some big shoes to fill, but Hisung at least at the current moment, he's actually pretty, I think, doing it really well. I don't see some critical mistakes on Hisung's side. Yes, a little bit of oopsies here and there every now and then, but still, I mean, considering that it's going to be his rookie season, I think Zeta Division should be happy with how Hisung is playing right now. And we do also have to talk about the GOAT here, Violet. I've seen in multiple times, especially recent games, where he's been playing the Lucio, and then he just is miles away, somehow is miles away ahead in his ult charge. And I still remember that legendary map where he had 2 beats in a single fight.
Yeah, it's able to bring it back. Violet is just he is the ultimate, you take the good with the bad, right? That's ultimately what you're doing. But the reason he can build those beats very quickly, and why he's the best in the world at building Lucio beat, I don't think there's even a question about that. The reason why he's good at that is because he's aggressive. And so because he's aggressive, he will die first sometimes, and he will make mistakes, and pretty much has like the most infamous Ajax, right now of all time. Aside from the namesake, I suppose. It will always be associated with Violet and Runasapi in that corner in general. That's just an all-time snapshot moment. But he's also still the best in the world. I've mentioned it several times. He's the most entertaining support to watch because you'll tune in on his POV sometimes, and it's the worst 10 seconds of support play you've ever seen. And then you tune in on his POV the rest of the time, and it's like, oh, this is god tier 5 minutes of support play. And he's played every single support. He adds the ability for Zeta Division to play a double flex better than anybody else, because Violet was a flex support. Violet taught people how to play Baptiste when Baptiste first came out. Like, he's just that good at everything.
Yeah, and he has, I just noticed that he has an anime mousepad, where everyone else is just having like mono-color professional mousepads, and then he's just having that. I believe, I'm not able to single out what anime that is, but it looks like it's an anime mousepad. But enough chatter about that. We are going on our first map of the day on Lijiang Tower, ladies and gentlemen. Alright, the fan chants are there. It looks like we are going to Gardens first as our first round of Lijiang Tower, as Zeta Division I guess they're not diverting away from what you usually expect for the Violet, Eliari, and Pokerface going with the Jungle Queen composition. I guess I'm guessing this is expecting the Winston composition, so it's going on a full anti-Winston composition.
Yeah, full on expecting the Winston, so it's a nice little wrinkle to have Bellisria play the Junker Queen, and then you have the sustain in the May as well, trying to isolate targets over the bridge. Zeta Division might have making some switches. Yeah, Alpha E is going to go over to the far immediately. Violet
taking down Chizuan. We've been talking about him, and this is also the perfect Violet moment to just be traded out. But looks like it is going to be Zeta Division who's going to profit in this situation right now. Alpha E taking down Bellisria. He's also getting
nice direct.
Yes. No, all good. And this is actually going to be a early point control for the side of Zeta Division. Violet taking out Chizuan and taking out all that utility was crucial for Zeta Division to have an early lead.
Violet's definitely been leaning towards the double flex support lately, especially on the Illari. And really, I look to Violet to see where a hero's ceiling is in that role, especially. What is possible to actually achieve with Illari. And that him and Finn together have been so strong. And they're just kind of playing at a distance. I mean, look at the limited ult charge that Vixa has. It's because there's not been any healing to get done up close.
Yep, and Flora takes down Bellisria on a sleeping Junker Queen, if I'm not mistaken, and yes, Simple used the amplification matrix, what is going to be a none as Zeta Division just cleaned up house. I believe that the only ultimate that Zeta Division used was the Pulse Bomb from Flora, so this is going to be a win on the ult economy as well, and I've been kind of sleeping on Alpha E right now today because I've been mentioning all the other members, but like you said, some good direct hits and also a good positioning from Alpha E to be in a position where only you can damage the enemy.
There's just no answer right now for this Pharah, and the answer was supposed to be simple with the window maybe and get the hit scan done, but I mean a May and a Tracer against a Pharah, if you play the Pharah intelligently, you should never die.
And Flora taking out, so once again, this is going to be a very quick round if Pokerface does not find an answer to this. Remember, it is already 84% and going, and Zeta Division have a lot of ultimates that can zone out Pokerface, like the Captive Sun and also Hisang, the Primal Rush to push out members, denying the touch from Pokerface. So Pokerface needs to be very careful of how they play here right now.
Yeah, even if you get on point or you rotate through White Room, you have to be really careful of Barrage as well. Nice touch at the last second from Jaewoo, gives his life forward though.
Yep, and there are the ultimates that Zeta Division have been saving up. The Blizzard is there, but doesn't find a lot of targets. And Zeta Division, it was a very quick 100-0 on Gardens here.
Pretty one-sided, not even close. I mean, I like the compositional idea of the Junker Queen, but never really got any damage going for it. And Violet was just putting down a ton of damage. I didn't even see if he put down a pylon anywhere. Yeah, there's the pylon early on. But really, I mean, their composition with a May and a Tracer, that's not enough damage to deal with a Pharah. Vixa never really got value because they're playing so far away. They're not really even diving it. They just let Finn and Violet do damage from a distance or splash in there. Then Flora would come in and figure it out. The Zeta Division team, I think, leveled up for me when Alpha E and Flora just started being way more consistent. That was always the bugaboo on those players. And now, like, they show up every single week, and I think they got the confidence early in the season or early in the stage by beating Falcons, and now they believe they can beat anybody.
This is, yeah, I mean, I've been personally with Flora during my time with the NYXL, and Flora is one of those confidence players, like you said, and Violet once again drawing first blood on Control Center here. And yes, Finn is going to be traded out by Joe, who is playing on the Venture. So this is a little bit of a wrinkle on the compositional side, but Zeta Division, they're playing their Orisa here. I haven't seen Orisa in a while.
Yeah, you would expect Bernard to be playing the Orisa, but it's a nice answer to just be able to put down a ton of damage and get some stall out, and also like it makes the it's difficult to dive an Orisa with the Fortify.
Yep.
They kind of want to play it like Zeta would like to play this slow and just let Alfie pick his targets and do as much damage as possible.
Yeah, but as we're speaking, we did see a trade kill happen between Pokerface and Zeta Division, but now it's a lot more one-sided as Flora takes down Chisuhan. And, well, once again, this is looking like Pokerface, they struggle to find an answer to the compositional, I guess, curveballs that Zeta Division is throwing at them.
Yeah, there's just a ton of poke coming in from Zeta, so Hisang wants to be like an anchor tank and sit there, provide the blocking, provide the uptime, allow all the rockets to come through, allow Finn and Violet to get their long-range damage in, which they're running great double flex support on the back line. So Hisang with a really interesting switch to Orisa, but it makes a ton of sense for the poke play that Zeta Division want to do.
Alright, chasing on, looking for some spam damage. Oh wait, off screen, Belshara takes down Violet, which is, wait a second, Finn is just using the amplification bases on his own just to be a DPS player as right now, and then it actually leads up to Hisang using the Terror Surge. So despite Violet just falling early on the hands of Belshara, this was basically just the rest of Zeta Division not even being concerned about it, and then just winning teamfights.
They just keep picking heroes that Pokerface just doesn't have an answer for. Like, how are you going to contest that high ground with like Tracer, Venture, and they just switched to Simple on his own Baptiste, so finally someone can shoot at Finn, but Zeta Division's compositions have always presented just almost an unkillable problem in these last two stages.
Yeah, now I mean, looking at it right now, it is already overtime, and Zeta Division, they lose Finn early on, but they're not really deterred with it. Maybe now after losing Hisang, but Flora stepping up right now with 2 kills, but okay. Wait a second. Flora with 3 kills, but it's not probably going to change the outcome of the team fight itself. Violet, in a little bit of a tight situation, is taken down by Chuseon once again, so this is going to be a little bit of progress going to be on the side of Pokerface. They need a long way to go if they want to match the progress of Zeta Division, though.
Well, they can't lose a single fight from here on out. So Jay was going to get out of that dive, not able to secure the kills. Hisang on the Doom is in a little bit of trouble. You kind of want to just wait a second, let your support ults come online.
Alright, which will be actually online very shortly, momentarily, as Finn is at 98%. Yeah, there you go. So this is going to be the Captive Sun taken first. Hisang going to be bursted down. Immortality Field has to be used on Finn himself, but is not going to save himself. So Zeta Division are kind of in a very awkward position where they thought that they would be easily taking... Oh, wait a second. Not if Violet has anything to say, but this is probably why we love Violet so much. And just wait and see until he gets a super kill, and then he gets killed, like he dies for the most random of reasons.
Yeah, the 2 kills bring it back, and it's going to allow Zeta Division to control the space that they really want, which is really great for Finn, because Finn can now set up the window where they want it. Finn keeps going back to the well on the top side, and they caught him twice, but he lives through the Immortality Field.
Yeah, but then that was also the Javelin kill from Hisang going back on the Orisa. Clearly the Orisa works a lot better, and once again Finn. This is Finn's, I guess, new favorite spot on Control Center, as, like you said, there's no way Pokerface can actually control that high ground, and Finn just capitalizes to full effect, and Lijiang Tower easily on the side of Zeta Division. I guess there was also some mechanical prowess from the side of Zeta Division, but also the tactical setup was really impressive.
At the very end there, it was Finn and Violet on Bap and Alari, both on that top platform, just raining down damage, and like the healing pylon would come out as well. So they're doing enough healing up there, but then just how do you deal with it? There was a couple times where they threw the Tracer up there. But it takes a while for the Tracer to get up there. You got to double blink around. You got to take the stairs. It's not ideal to get up there. Then even then, I think got bullied out, but Bap just drops the Immortality Field. Alari just uses, I don't know what that ability is, where she spins and jumps away. But totally fine and safe up there. They couldn't deal with it. And much like the stage prior where they couldn't deal with the Pharah, they couldn't deal with the double flex support that really enabled that. And then having the uptime on your Orisa was really important. So that's why the fights that they won, they usually had the Orisa in there. Orisa, it's hard to burst down in Orisa. You can use the Fortify and you can use Javelin. And in those moments, you say, hey guys, can you stop shooting at the other team for half a second and just heal me? Bap shoots in a couple of healing nades, you're back up, and now back to just cycling in the damage. So while they did have like damage players doing pretty good work, that second stage was all about the double flex comp, and that was fun to watch.
Yep, some new style of play coming in from Zeta Division, and also their star support line just justifying their namesakes, as Pokerface now has some not homework, but actually some questions to answer, as it will be on their map pick. So let's see how they bounce back after a short break. Welcome back to Overwatch Champions Series Korea. We're currently approaching our second map of the finals series of the day, and the second map is going to be Blizzard World, picked by Pokerface.
It's a good map pick for Pokerface. This is a map that they believe they chose against Fnatic, and Proud just put on an absolute clinic on Ashe, was hitting headshot after headshot, not even just like long distance waiting for people to walk into your scope. He was going after people in pack room and hitting like those mid-range headshots, which I always find super impressive on like long-range hit scan heroes. Like when a Widow dinks a Tracer that's double blinking at the mid-range, and I think it's more impressive than just waiting for someone to walk into your crosshairs across the map. So I believe this is just probably playing into their strengths. Oh, I think I spoiled it, but Proud is coming in. So it's interesting though that Proud is coming in for Choisewan rather than
Jew.
Yeah, Jay with their Tracer ace, so it does seem like it's going to be Ashe Tracer, which makes sense. Trying to run a flyer, especially on the first point, can be really difficult, but you can run a Genji, so it does maybe show their hand a little bit, but hey, we've seen some crazy compositions so far tonight. Even on the last map, last stage, we saw some nuts compositions, so yeah, I believe that this is a map where we're probably going to see Violet run the Illari again. You can force an Illari here in some situations, especially if it ends up going to last point. You can just put the pylon in some sick spots on defense and offense, really. So it's a map we've only seen twice so far this stage, and one of them being Pokerface's pick. So I believe this is largely nothing to force Zeta into a composition. This is just, we need Proud to have a map and carry us.
Yeah, and here is the man right now. Proud has been very excellent on those mid to long range head scan heroes. So if he needs be, he can also pull out his Widow, which has been also very impressive as well. And like you said, he has some good memories on Blizzard World, so why not? And I mean, talking about, I guess, coming back to the player interviews, my personal thought is that Pokerface, if they were thinking about how the possibilities are for beating Zeta Division on a single map, I believe that it should be going against Heesung. So it's kind of like forcing a map where Heesung has to play instead of Bernard would be like their stage 1 of like beating Zeta Division, and stage 2 it's gonna be like Proud just carrying and popping off. I don't know what the Zeta Division guys were doing all watching Violet screen, but they looked like they were having fun.
Yeah, just looking at this jersey reveal, it was Houston, then it was Hangzhou, now it's Washington. So they've all had their moment in the sun, but they've all had some pretty poor moments as well. But I have a custom Hangzhou Spark jersey. It's got my name on it, my name and my number. So
Ooh.
I'm always appreciative of it. Oh, that was a Florida Mayhem black jersey, actually.
Yes, that's a committed L fan.
Yeah.
Wait, so who has been on all of those teams? Probably not. It's just probably fans of multiple players, I guess.
Florida, Washington, Houston. This is like some immaculate grid type stuff. Well,
I mean, Bernard has been on Houston. Flora and Alpha has been on Washington. So
I don't want to. Well, I mean, who's been on Hangzhou is the question. Is that Alfie?
Bernard? No, wait.
Alfie's been on Washington and Houston, but I don't know what's the.
No, Alfie has not been on Houston.
Or no, Hangzhou. I meant. Sorry, Hangzhou and Washington.
So who's been on Florida? Never mind. Yeah, kind of a mystery, but anyways, that's a lot of Owl jerseys, and I respect that.
Maybe it's for Florida, you know?
Ah, I get it. I get what you're going to. But yeah, anyways, we also have some Pokerface jerseys on sale as well. So some Pokerface fans showing their support over there. And so they're actually friends. That's what the sign says, is that they're actually friends, but they're rooting for different teams. So the fan on the left, as you can see on the color, is a Pokerface fan, and the fan on the right is a Zeta Division fan. So they're just they came together, but they're rooting for different teams. So I mean, that's the fun of going to, I guess, sports events with your friends, right?
Yeah. Some of my best friends are fans of the team that I hate the most in NFL football, but it's great because we just bet on all the games and then we talk trash to each other and we realize at the end, hey, it's just a game and we had fun. You know?
I mean, I guess that's a very similar experience right now. I think we are almost ready. Actually, we are, because we're getting the player cams on the ready. It was a very quick day so far. I thought that the second series of the day specifically would be a little bit longer, but it looks like, by the looks of how Control went, this might be another quick affair. But let's see if Pokerface, with their big roster and tactical adjustments, will be able to make this a competitive series. I believe the dubstep button is now on, so ladies and gentlemen, we are going to Blizzard World.
I've said it before, it's really hard to learn anything from Control, so this one might end up going a distance here.
As long. Alright, the fan chants are there, and going to back to your point, Hex, I think, as long as the matches are good, I'm happy to work overtime. But looking at the compositions here, we're seeing a little bit of some cheese as we're seeing the ball and the Zen here from the side of Pokerface.
Yeah, the Zen, I think it speaks to your point where I think they just want to play against Heesung, and it's like, well, we want to force a Winston, and we're going to have compositions that are good at fighting the Winston. And that's exactly what a Zenyatta will do. Winston getting antied or getting Discord is brutal. So I believe that's why Simple is on that Zenyatta.
Alright.
Flora on the cast, going mid-range. So you're going to get outranged by Proud, so they might be trying to rotate into the left side room, get a dive.
Looks like that's exactly what they're trying to do. Pokerface do spot them out and use the Pile Driver, but Violet just TPs out of range. And Violet is not afraid to take those one-on-one duels, even with DPS heroes. So let's see how those go. Flora, kind of trying to do some spam damage, but on screen, Alpha he takes down Simple. So this is one of the, this composition from Pokerface does counter the Winston very hard, but Zeta Division, they should be able to capitalize on Zen, but it's going to be Velasrea that is going to take the spotlight as he takes 2 kills, so this is going to be a Zeta Division reset.
I'm going to try to get out and not lose anyone else, but yeah, it is going to be a reset. Too late for Flora to get out. Your little combat roll will not save you from that. So, I mean, we talk about like why you play the Zenyatta, but you also know why you don't play the Zenyatta. You kind of just get dove on really hard in higher ranks. It's going to rely a lot on Fixa to keep Simple alive because they're not going to have a peel from the tank. So, really, can they get back and deal with Fixa or deal with Simple through Fixa? Violet takes a dynamite and ends up dying from it. Must not have had Suzu up.
Yeah, probably not. And that's kind of like one of the risks of running Violet on some of those more combative supports, because remember, like I said before, he's not afraid to take those 1v1 duels with DPS players, and sometimes he loses.
Yeah, should be a Nano Winston in here.
There is exactly going to be that. There is that leap, not finding too much value, but still buying some space. That Zen is just having a shooting on Winston as if, oh! Wait, I was about to say, yeah. I was about to say that Winston's a very big target for the Zenyatta, but then Alpha he just sticks a pulse bomb onto Fixa, and then Simple just follows suit, and then Pokerface probably will not have that sustain in order for them to contest point A. And Zeta Division, they after about 2 minutes and a half, they will be finally able to secure point A. Velasrea looking for a sneaky touch. And there is that minefield, but he's hindered. He is sled, but he's still alive. That's the most important point. And Pokerface, the rest of Pokerface is actually here on time. And with the help of Simple's Transcendence here, they actually win this fight. So Zeta Division, despite being in a very good position, they're currently now on desperation, on the brink of desperation now with only 48 seconds left.
I mean, it's just that silver lining of getting bodied so hard in a fight that everyone's going to respawn and you're going to have time to come back. Also, like, the big advantage of running a Wrecking Ball is to be able to touch and get back. Pokerface got wrecked before they could use any ultimates, so they come back, they've got ultimates to use. However, Zeta Division, yeah, last fight, but they will have Nano up and ready to go. They can't lose anyone on the way in, that's the only thing.
Yep, on 26 seconds. They're still on their way. The Nano target probably going to be Heesung's Winston. Finn. Oh, Heesung pops the Primal Rage before the Nano happens and actually takes down Proud. So this is a lot of damage going to be denied for the side of Pokerface. Simple taking down Violet. So Violet not having the best map of his life so far. Wait a second. Fixa taking down Heesung. Flora is going to be the recipient of the Nano and takes down Velasrea, but Alpha is taking down. So this is going to be a major numbers disadvantage for the side of Zeta Division, and with overtime burning down Pokerface with a, I guess, somewhat of an unexpected composition. They full hold Zeta Division, so this is a very different look from what we've seen on Lijiang Tower.
I mean, it's a map that you see full held pretty often. Hybrid has a couple of those maps that are like that, where the offense only really gets 3 shots at this, 3 cracks at it. This was their best crack at it. Alpha E played pretty well. I mean, it's the good or the bad with Violet. I mean, did die way too often, overextending. I don't know why Violet felt he needed to supplement the damage so hard when they're running a Tracer and a Cass. Flora never really got in a great position to be oppressive on the Cass, and really Pokerface did a great job of catching the dives from Hisong. I thought they might end up trying to nano cast towards the end there, just to get the extra damage, get the extra burst, but they never found a way in. It's Pokerface's map pick, and clearly they had a good idea of what defense they wanted to run. So Zeta Division now with an opportunity to fuller hold. Again, they didn't get full health, so they have about 90% or, you know,
yep,
two and a half ticks. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, Pokerface clearly coming with a pocket strats, and they were doing a really good job of protecting the Zenyatta, which is critical. But Alfie opened the window just once. Zeta or Pokerface able to shut it back down with the ball recontest.
Yeah, and now it's going to be some more standard Winston compositions from both teams now. Zeta Division not changing. Well, I mean, the only change is going to be Flora from Cassidy to the Ashe with a little bit more range. Proud probably going back and swapping to the Ashe if I'm not going to be mistaken. Yep. Wait, actually Proud is going to have another shot. Oh, never mind. There is that swap over. So this is going to be a complete mirror composition. Zeta Division, they have a very, I guess, tall ask of having to fuller hold point A, but not impossible to say the least.
So the setup time is so difficult on this map that you just have to win 3 fights. So right now, if you're Pokerface, like unless you see a really good target, everyone's just going to get out right now.
Yep, and Flora having a much better showing on the Ashe than the Cassidy on this map right now. Already picking up some kills and massively ahead of the Bob on this occasion. Pokerface looking for a soft reset and also looking for a window of opportunity. That nade from Finn was pretty huge. Doesn't there's no follow-up damage. However, it does kind of deter Pokerface from jumping in right now. A good sleep onto Hisong from Simple over there. Hisong will still be able to survive at the current moment, but can the same be said with Finn? Oh, despite being purple, Finn does survive, and there is that nano onto Bellastraya, looking for some value, but no value as of yet. And it's now going to be Hisong's turn on that nano onto multiple targets. The pulse bomb going wide on the side of Jew, and it's going to be Violet going with the rally here, and Bellastraya trying his best, but no kills either side, which is kind of surprising here despite all the ultimates used.
Kind of crazy. There's a purple that comes through, and Hisong will finally still live through it. My god. Bellastraya does get Alfie, but should be returning to the fight rather shortly. Both teams have burned everything. It's going to be a Bob matchup soon. Jaywu takes down Violet. That's big. It's only Finn alive.
Yeah, oh, wait a second. Flora is also down as well. So remember, this is only going to be a 9% before Pokerface assumed victory. Can Zeta Division get any bodies onto the point? I don't think that is going to be the case. Finn does take down Bellastraya, but it is not going to mean in the great scheme of things. Oh, wait, there's that sneak touch from Alpha E. The recall has to be used, but he cannot touch a second time as already too much progress has been registered from the side of Pokerface. Pokerface, I think, yes, they do even out the series, but this is a very impressive tactical setup from the side of Pokerface here.
It's just really nice to have their pocket pick and to win that map. So this is, you know, after Control, it looked pretty one-sided, but Control is very much brawly mechanically and things like that. But we saw just kind of the intelligent play of Pokerface there to get the composition that they wanted, to play the map that they're good at, to put Proud on Proud's best hero was really nice. The one thing I'd like Flora to figure out a little bit, though, that I think probably people should have learned by now is, like, there's only a couple places that Cass is good at this moment. Never got in position on that Cass, really getting outranged and outdone. And it's not that you just... It doesn't put enough pressure on the opposing Ashe. It lets Ashe play in different places and not really have to worry. Whereas an opposing Ashe would put more pressure, and you hit 1 or 2 shots and it sends the Ashe off of the high ground and means that there's no dynamites coming in. You're not building alt charge. So we've seen Happy really try to force the cast, and I think we saw it even on Blizzard World a couple times, and then Happy went on Widow and it was different. But I just think that that's not the place to run it, and they did end up lacking damage, and maybe that's why Violet ended up trying to supplement that damage, and he died a little too often. So really good composition, though, from Pokerface, and this is what we wanted to see. Where is Pokerface against one of the top teams? And to be able to take a map already is pretty solid.
Yep, Pokerface being able to take a map off Zeta Division, which is on their quest to being the second best team in Korea right now. So I guess this is good signs for Pokerface. Let's see. Now this is going to be Zeta Division's map pick. So very interesting to see what they have in store, the tactical setups, the strategic, I guess, elements of how the map pick goes. But we'll get to see all that after a short break, so don't go anywhere. Welcome back to Overwatch Champions Series Korea. We're currently approaching map 3 of the final series of the day, which is tied up 1-1, and Zeta Division opts to choose Survasa as their third map. So what's the implications on Survasa?
Well, I mean, I think you're seeing one of the wrinkles of being able to pick mode and map at the same time, because not only is Pokerface good at Blizzard World, but it also takes away the hybrid map, and I believe Zeta Division would have preferred to play a King's Row. That's a map they've chosen more often. They have chosen Survasa before, but it probably means that you're going to take out your Winston-only player. Survasa's been fine-ish for Winstons, but really D.Va has been the strongest tank on Survasa. And the implication also is that Zeta can probably run Violet on Alari as well. Violet has not really had to play any Lucio so far through 2 maps. The good being the Alari on the first map of Control, the bad being the Kiri on the second map, trying to be way too aggressive. Like, Kiri seems like a hero that's custom made for Violet to flank and everything like that. Also, Violet's Kiri on King's Row has been almost unbeatable. He's been doing so much damage, so it's maybe one of the reasons why they took Hybrid out of the mix. But Hisung will be out. Bernard's coming in. It's also a map you can run Orisa on. Bernard's a great Orisa. and it's a map that you can really, Divas have been probably the best tank option on Saravasa.
And also, he has the birthday buff, so he's the birthday boy. And there it is. He's 25 now.
Nice. It's a good age. Finally figure out who you are as a human being.
Really? Oh.
I've always felt that way. Like, everyone always thinks, like, oh, you're an adult, you're 18. I'm like, your brain is not even close to being fully realized. You gotta wait till you're like mid-20s.
I mean, I still have some existential crisis. Oh, and also a cute cat picture over there. But yeah, Bernard, I guess this is a little bit of a different showing from Zeta Division. Now that they have different cards on the table, they would be in another gear, for lack of a better word, and allows Violet, like you said, to be on his aggressive shoes. I'm hearing that Bernard is requesting a little bit more time to set up, so we're going through the cheer cards over there, and I guess more Bernard fans on the venue.
Gotta honor the birthday wishes. Now we saw this heart meta yesterday not really work out as they try to connect the hands on screen, and it looks like they've given up already.
I mean,
skill issue.
It is. I mean, if you're not looking at each other and you're not trying to do it correctly, it might be a little bit hard. But
it's tough.
It is. I mean, sometimes I have a hard time looking at the preview of my camera and wait, do I have to look left or right? I mean, yes,
Right.
I know in theory where I should look. It's just hard to do that on the moment. However, enough chatter about camera angles and myself. We are getting ready for our third map, which is going to be Saravasa. The two players being on cam, meaning that they are ready. So another exciting match. What should we expect in terms of Pokerface, in terms of compositions here?
I'm a little surprised Choice One is not coming in because Echo has been so good on Saravasa. This may end up, well, I mean, Choice One not being in is a big wrinkle for me. Because I would I like what Fnatic is doing with like the Junker Queen Venture Genji, but it's a little bit odd. Maybe Proud. I don't really know. I don't rightly know. But on first point, you can definitely run the Ashe. It is a long point where you can get the poke through. So this.
I'd be very surprised if the Widowmaker would. Wait a second. He's actually playing it.
Yeah. For this mid fight, you can totally do it.
All right, Zeta Division playing the D.Va composition like you anticipated. It is going to be Alpha and Flora on the Chaser and the Cassidy. Violet on like you've foreseen.
It's good.
Has been
it's a good map for
Laurie.
Laurie. Yeah, very good map for Laurie.
All right, this is why they keep Proud in. Probably.
Yeah. I mean, we haven't seen a great deal of Widow on this map, to be fair, but I guess if they're not expecting it, you just able to throw that curveball. They need to equalize a kill here, though. They need to get that one back.
Well, I mean, Zeta Division not yet able to find a kill here, so early point control onto Pokerface. Now, now that Violet's back, he's on Delicio duty now. Probably just wants to use that speed boost to just jump on the Widow on first sight. The purple is there onto Bernard, but Bernard, despite being very low, still lives. Oh, he's going to be demected in the end. This is not going to be good news for the side of Zeta Division. Proud still looking for a snipe. It is surprising.
I got the point. Got a flip. So, I mean, if they can just be annoying and sustain a little bit, which is what Violet can be really good at, they could be fine here. I mean, okay, flip back over.
Well, but that was still a lot of progress denied from the side of Pokerface, because if you thought that the flip didn't happen, it would be already 90% and going.
It'd be over.
Yeah, it'd be over. So now that flip just gave Zeta Division a chance for a final fight, but that's not going to mean much if Bernard is going to get gunned down and get team back. JO taking down Alpha E. So I guess this is going to be it for the first point, and Zeta Division, they have to make a decision on whether they want to commit or just want to go to the second point. Been taken down, so this is further bad news for the side of Pokerface. Excuse me, Zeta Division. And despite Proud being taken down, it is going to be Pokerface that asserts dominance on the first flashpoint. And they still have 4 ultimates for the next fight.
Yeah, completely outcomped there early, and I think it's Pokerface just making another really good decision of, we know that Zeta Division wants to run double flex here. Like, we know that 100% on midpoint at the very least. So let's run a Widow that's going to outrange the Illari, and they get that first pick. Super easy. Flora on the Cass, I have some stuff to say about it, but I'll give him another stage to prove that Cass can do anything here.
Alright, Alpha E trying to make life hard for Proud, but he dodges the pulse bomb from Alpha E, but Flora opens things up with a Deadeye kill onto Simple. Vixa trying to commit here with the rally, and then Proud and Vixa getting some kill credits, meaning that Zeta Division, despite that early pick here, is going to lose this team fight. Soraya has to pop the Primal Rage, but well worth it as Pokerface, even after Zeta Division using several ultimates, have to just win the fight and gets early control again on this control point.
I mean, I understand the impetus to stay on the Cass, especially that point. It's a little bit smaller. You can use some crowd control. Pretty solid there. But now wholesale DPS changes. Finn is also going to go over to the Kiri. It's just easier to heal Alpha E in the sky with the Kiri. So Bernard finally deals with the threat of the Widow. And Zeta comes rushing in.
Yep, Simple Danos fixed it for survivability, but Simple is not going to be so that fortunate, as Flora will be able to take down Simple. After that comp change, Zeta Division is reaping the rewards as they finally gain control on the second flashpoint for the first time. Proud, I mean, the Widow has long overstayed her welcome, and, well, even though that Proud has to change to the Ashe, Proud should still feel good about it because he did a lot more than a lot of people expected him to do on the Widow.
Very solid play there. So we're completely different compositions. Pokerface still wants to do the dive for the most part, whereas Zeta Division is going to rely on kind of sneaky DPS flanks in the sky play.
Alrighty, and it is still Zeta Division on control of the point. Australia leaping in to get some space for his teammates. Not a lot of action so far. Zeta Division has the ult advantage so far. Alpha E on a flanking position. He gets the Ana, but is left. But Bernard jumping in at the right time to take out Simple. So despite Alpha E sleeping on the Ana form, wait a second. I was about to say the Zeta Division were in a good position to keep this lead, but not before Proud and Soraya just pops off and take all the kills. So this is going to be, once again, a flip in favor of Pokerface. And Zeta Division, despite having 99% on the second flashpoint, they have to touch and they have to win this team fight if they are not to be threatened map point here.
We talk a little bit about how Zeta Division is a confidence-based team, and Alpha E not with the confidence that he's going to get that Ana. He was afraid, so he goes to the dupe right away to try to dodge a sleep dart, but the sleep comes out after the dupe. So now you don't have that ultimate. There's a rush in for Zeta.
He's going to be traded in with the rally from Vixa, but Violet using the sound barrier for extra support, and Vixa still takes down Alpha E. Finn also taken down. This is not looking good for the side of Zeta Division. Violet does take down Vixa, but it is going to be a very lonesome fight as Pokerface, the rest of Pokerface, DAEJEON and Proud, taking a lot of credit on that fight. So now it is going to be map point in favor of Pokerface, 2-0 already. And if they can close this out, this is going to be match point for Pokerface.
They've got the tools to do it. They've got this Nano coming in. Violet and Finn going to switch over to the Brig and Ana composition. They've been getting dove super hard, been unable to peel. Bernard's been unable to really peel for this team and deal with the Winston, which is kind of why you want to run the D.Va. And really, they're just getting outclassed on both damage dealers right now.
Yep, and Proud being burnt down a little bit, but doesn't matter as he is very close to his support Esports. Proud still does need some healing. Pokerface has that nano to start the aggression with, but he has to heal a purple Velostraya first. Now that things are normal, that might be that trigger for, there it is, there is that nano target on Velostraya. Velostraya instantly finding value in 3 kills, and once again Zeta Division, they have no chance of winning this fight early. Once again, early point control established by Pokerface.
It only took a nano too, so the economy isn't going to be in great position. The both healers go down. Zeta clumped up, which is the last thing you want to do against anticipating a Winston dive. They've just had no answer for this Winston dive.
Yep, exactly. And
Is Simple just 1v1 floor, or was there anyone helping him? Because the co-feed says it was just Simple.
Yeah, I probably didn't see anyone else trying to help that, but that was about like 3 shots, 4 shots in a row, and then Flora just fell down. This is not going to be as close as it seems like it's going to be. Bernard trying to do what he can, but with the current situation right now, all he can get is probably a nano and maybe a rally. Still, Pokerface with 4 ultimates have all the answers in the world for that.
Shayla's got to be careful, and with his fire there.
Proud? Okay. Proud with half health.
The nano has to come in here.
The Bob from Flora starts things up, but it is gonna be Proud. Wait, Bob actually takes down Alpha E. Proud takes the other Bob away, but still, Flora takes down Jew. But Proud's Bob just doing a lot more value here in a sense. And Velostraya taking down Bernard. Violet does, but is it going to change the outcome of this fight? I think not. Wait a second. Flora taking down 2 members, so this might be a different site right now. Velostraya, okay. Flora just extended Zeta Division's life in this map here.
Yeah, maybe that'll be the turning point for Flora to finally turn it on. But Zeta Division only with Bernard's ultimate, which is not really a game-winning ultimate. Meanwhile, Pokerface, they found so much value thus far in the Nano Winston, and they're going to have Nano yet again to try to close out this map.
Yep. Pokerface is setting up for what may be the final fight of Saravasa so far. Zeta Division, they know that the Nano Winston is coming. They're also setting up defensively. Flora trying to get that as much ultra charge as he can. Proud is not able to get his dynamite on fire. Bernard, very low, so he has to vacate the point. Now he's coming back, but there is that Nano Winston that was coming. I think he's been pushed by Violet, so does not get immediate contact with the backline and does have to go back. Still, they do manage to flip the point. They do have to touch. Bernard gets the touch. He has that refill if he needs to. Good nade onto Velostraya, but no follow-up damage to take the monkey down. Vix are very low. Go ahead.
Zeta should be able to win this point. They've got everything coming up online. The early DMAC is rough, but they do get Bernard back into it. Bob on the point.
And Nano is going on to Violet, and Spin is taken down. Violet very low, uses the rally at the right time just to keep himself alive, but cannot be the same for Alpha E. Laura does take down Joe, so this could be anyone's fight just yet, but not if Bernard is going to be DMAC'd. Hex, you said that Zeta Division has all the tools to keep himself alive on this point. However, Pokerface just team fights better and then takes Saravasa.
They had no answer for the Winston dive. Just none. Every single time getting value there, and a really patient play from Pokerface, not force that Winston dive a lot of the time. They understood when they were in control of the point that there's no reason that we have to go diving. But also just on an individual level, the moment that Bernard would use the boosters to come in, that's when they would nano in. That's when they'd find Purchase over the top to get a ton of that damage in. And really on any of the 1v1s on the side, it seemed like the Pokerface damage dealers were just doing better. It didn't seem like there was a cohesive idea or plan of what Zeta was going to do, as they just kept rotating damage dealers, kept rotating support players, and that's always going to put you behind by a fight because you're resetting your ultimate counts. But even early on, it just seemed like that Pokerface had a good counter strategy of like, we know you're going to run Alari here on the point. You always run Alari here on the point. So yeah, here's a Widow. Deal with it. Flora's Cass, I think you run the Ashe there on the point. But maybe it's just when Flora runs the cast, and this goes back to Blizzard World too, you are then relying on Violet to run the other flex support so that you have a long range option or a damage supplement, whether it be the Kiri or the Illari, and that you can control the mid range with the cast. But I just don't see a place where cast super fits into a lot of these metas right now, and it's put Zeta Division in a weird spot. Zeta Division on match point, and not exactly what I expected. I expected this one to go the other way based on the trajectories of these teams.
Yeah, so this is also super concerning for the side of Zeta Division, especially considering that it was also their map pick. It was supposed to be them twisting the I guess tactical setups and throwing surprises at Pokerface, but it is looking like Pokerface, they are fully prepared for this, and they actually put some curveballs of their own. So now, looking ahead, Zeta Division, they're they have the backs on the wall, they are on match point, and they still have one chance to make their map picks, and they have to make it work. So let's see whether Pokerface can close this out, or whether Zeta Division can actually turn this around after a short break. Welcome back to Overwatch Champions Series Korea. We are approaching our fourth map of the final series of the day, and it is going to be Pokerface threatening match point to Zeta Division, and it is going to be Colosseo going to be Zeta Division's pick for what may be the final map of the series.
I mean, if you're going to force cast, you might as well go to Colosseo. The story I kind of always tell about the Zeta Division team, this is back when they were FTG, is used to be one of their top picks. And the stat I have of like going into the playoffs last year, or last stage, excuse me, they had a 100% win rate on Colosseo. And how they played it is they would just put Flora on cast, They'd go right down the pipe, and then he would get all the resources, like all the healing packs. They'd almost get an on a pocket, full-on shield, and it was just, Flora, if you're going to play cast, just go kill something. And they pumped all the resources into it, and hey, it worked out. They had a 100% win rate on this map for a long time. Makes perfect sense, otherwise they would have to go to escorts. Some teams just don't love playing escort. Could have seen maybe, I don't know, Dorado perhaps, but that is neither here nor there. Heesung is out, or Heesung is back in, and Bernard is out for Zeta Division. So, interesting pick.
Yeah, so this
Heesung
implies another Winston on the side of Zeta Division.
Heesung bust out the Orisa earlier. Bernard did not have the greatest game on D.Va on that one map, so happy birthday, Bernard, but go back to the waiting room as Heesung will come in.
Yep, I think what you said is absolutely correct in terms of what Zeta Division is planning for the Colosseo pick here. Probably, I mean, it could also apply to Flora on the Ashe pick for Colosseo as well. Just give him all the resources that Zeta Division has to Flora, and then Alpha E just trying to harass the backline of Pokerface. Not just setting up for Flora to grab 2 or 3 kills, and then that's going to be the trigger for everyone to jump in as well. And all means having substitutions means that we will have a little bit of extra time for them to set up. So we're taking a look at the fan cheers here, crowd fans, and also Finn fans on screen as well. There's also a very cute happy birthday, I believe that's Bernard. So fans of supporting a lot of players. I mean, you don't have to just support one player, so that's pretty much fair.
It's just interesting how Overwatch is. It's very, very player based, where people will follow players to different teams. You know, we saw all the jerseys earlier, so it's very much a player based league, much like the NBA, more so than you know, the NFL is kind of you root for the helmet. You don't care who's wearing the helmet. You root for the team. You know, it doesn't matter who's on the team. You can hate a player, then they get traded to your team, and you're like, I've always loved this player. But Overwatch is very much player-based, star-based team stuff, and fans will follow those. So we're just giving Pokerface a minute to run an audio check here. It's been interesting that we're not seeing a ton of Choice A1, but you know, Jwoo has played really, really solid Tracer, so this is very likely going to be Tracer Ashe mirrors. The question is Flora. I mean, I'm not in love with the cast. It's got its spots, few and far between, and you can make it work if you're just really. Maybe it's in response, perhaps, to how good the Tracer is playing too, because while flashbang isn't as good anymore, just hitting a single headshot on a Tracer can usually burn out a recall or a double blank retreat. So it's got a spot. It's just not been working really this evening. And yeah, Pokerface on the brink of what would be a pretty big upset. Zeta Division, again, unbeaten so far, and a team that has beaten the Falcons.
Yeah, and also this is their first map 5 after the first match of the season against Fnatic. So they're Zeta Division kind of in a, I guess, unfamiliar territory in a sense that they're being threatened match point here. But let's see how Zeta Division can react to that. Ladies and gentlemen, we are going to Colosseo. Alright, enthusiastic fans all around. This is 9:36 p.m. in Korea. Still, people being here at the venue being supportive, and as the gates open, it looks like we're not seeing anything out of the ordinary, as Heesung is going to be on the Winston. It's going to be that Tracer Ashe mirror that you've been foreseeing before the map.
Yeah, pretty much you are just going to see shooting galleries down the center, Tracers, and maybe Winston's looking out on the flank. But this one is just patient, looking for picks.
And so this means not a lot of action until, wait a second, I was about to say not a lot of action until they just, both teams agreed to just jump on the sidelines, and Finn taking down Jew. Flora just trying to shoot as much as he can, but he's only at 13% ult charge. Doesn't find too much value, but it's not necessarily his fault when everyone's just, both Winstons are jumping with their bubbles online. But all in all, it is going to be Zeta Division who takes the early teamfight win and is going to pressure Pokerface into backing down a little bit. So this is going to be early push advantage priority for the for Zeta Division.
I mentioned that Finn just doesn't get the credit they deserve. He probably could have won player of the match in a couple instances because just gets overshadowed by Violet. But he 100% just 1v1 that Tracer. Hit the sleep, hit the anti, like on a Tracer. Incredible stuff to open it up, and it's going to result in a big lead for Zeta Division. That's going to be even bigger. You can't do anything now without Proud unless you really want to try to commit and win a not even fight, but Pokerface just retreating.
Yeah, and Simple also being purpled over there doesn't really help their chances of a fight back, comeback on that instance right now. So now Zeta Division, effectively, they've won 2 fights in a row. They're getting a somewhat sizable lead in the form of 54 meters. Bellastraya being very dangerously low. Simple on that high ground, trying to heal him up. Now Simple, both teams have nanos online. This is going to be Simple starting up with the nano onto Bellastraya. Bellastraya charged up with the Karma Rage now. However, good disengage from the side of Zeta Division. Not finding any kills from the side of Bellastraya. Now it's going to be Hisang who pops up the Primal Rage. And Fixa trying to keep his teammates alive with the rally here, but Hisang is just slaps Proud to the ground, and despite Fixa's best efforts, has to just Proud has to just die, and that's a good sleep onto Bellastraya here. Bellastraya wakes up and pops a Primal Rage on Finn, then uses the nano onto Hisang to keep Hisang alive. Finn is being kept healthy by the hands of Violet. So once again, Pokerface uses the ultimates, but it is not going to convert into any kills, and it's actually going to be Zeta Division who is going to fight back. Good kill on the Fixa by Finn, and Flora uses the Bob to take down Geo. Everyone is taking part of the action as Zeta Division caps the checkpoint.
0 to 66, and I like that the primal went in, everything went in and got everyone very low, but Violet was hitting Inspires during that whole time. You saw just everyone's health just kind of creeping up. Then when they really needed it, the rally comes in late. I mean, this one is completely one-sided so far. We're gonna have to see a different look from Pokerface if they want to bring back this one.
Yep, Fixa. Oh, alright.
No, sorry.
No, I was about to say Fixa was almost taken down over there by a good nade from Finn. Finn doing a lot of work, not just on the nanos on the sleep dress, but also on the anti-nade as well. This one doesn't go by the intended target. Flora taken down by Jew. It's going to be Fixa, going to be the target for the nano. Proud also a cheeky headshot onto Finn. So finally, Pokerface get that teamfight win that need, and yes, they're going to clean up, but they still have a long way to go if they want to close out the series.
Well, that's not the ideal spot they wanted to use the nano in, though. That was if we lose one more fight, we are in desperate trouble of just completely not even having a chance to win this map. So the nano goes on to Fixa to just keep them alive after the dive was coming in. But Pokerface still needs to win 2 more fights at 103. Ooh, Finn is crushing this map.
Exactly, Finn, you've been crediting him a lot, but this is just on another level right now. Yes, Hisang is going to be needed. However, it's not going to change the grand scheme of things as Hisang, with the support of his supports right now, is just doing what he wants to do. He's just jumping all over the place and wreaking havoc in the Pokerface lines, and Fixa has to pop the rally. Once again, like you said, X, this is not the place that you want to see the rally. This is Pokerface territory, and Zeta Division, they're not allowing fights that Pokerface need to win for the push. So even if Pokerface wins the fight here, it's not going to have any mileage on the card.
And you see no panic from Zeta Division either. Finn gets jumped on. He knows it's Winston Tracer. I'm fine. We're not going to panic Nano or anything like that. Violet, same thing. Rally is up, gets jumped on. No reason to try to save myself. They're fighting the clock at this point. They're up 100 meters, and as long as they can just stay in fights and trade evenly back and forth in fights, they're fine. The last thing they want to do is end up throwing away ultimates, throwing away fights. They just need to trade and be competitive, and they've got this map in the bag.
Yep, exactly. Flora starts things up, And actually Proud also used the Bob as well, so both Bobs in action. Flora's Bob is the one to fall first, but Alpha he takes down Joe in the process, which I think is going to be more important, and that sleep dart did not land onto Belstrea. But no harm done to Zeta Division as Pokerface, they're looking for another opportunity. Alpha E has the Pulse Bomb. It is going to be Flora being the recipient of the Nano. Belstrea using the Primal, but still not finding any kill, not converting into any kills. This lack of conversion to kills after ultimate usage is being concerning for the side of Pokerface for now.
It's largely just because Belstrea's dead if he does not Primal there. The Pulse Bomb was about to come in, the Primal comes in just to save Belstrea's life, and they're using ults just to save lives, just to save base, because they have to. They have to win every single fight from here on out, but another sleep, another anti.
Violet falls, but still Zeta Division, they don't even mind as it's going to be a major teamfight win for the side of Zeta Division.
3 minutes left, Pokerface. I mean, it's on the verge of Pokerface having to be perfect.
Yep, now we're talking about teamfights. I think they have to win about like 4 to 5 teamfights in a row in order for Pokerface to get a, I guess, at least trying to match the progress that Zeta Division has accumulated so far. And with Zeta, yes, Pokerface do have 3 ultimates on the board right now, and also that was a good nade onto Isong. Zeta Division will be having their key ultimates online as well. They will have the Primal, they already have the Rally, they will be having the Bomb online. So it's going to be an uphill fight for the side of Pokerface.
Yeah, Zeta Division, I mean, this composition's so good at stalling anyway, so that they're not going to win a fight. Pokerface is not going to win a fight clean and quick.
Very, very low. Despite getting that Nano, it's not going to find any targets once again, and it's going to be Zeta Division's turn now. Violet pulling the trigger with the Rally, and Alpha E taking 2 with that Pulse Bomb, and Hisong just following suit. This is a lot more organized version of Zeta Division that we've been seeing in the recent 2 maps that we've been seeing. And Zeta Division, they are looking to push even further. They might even threaten the full push here.
Zeta Division has lost maps like based on compositions for the most part of not being certain what to run, and Push eliminates that for the most part. Like, this is the best composition to run on Push by a mile right now, and it's now they can just not worry about anything, just play mechanics, and their economy play has been fantastic.
Exactly. Proud pushes Zeta Division back with that Bob. Zeta Division, they're really happy with that. They're just like, oh, they used it all, we can back out. They have all the time, they have all the mileage of progress in the world right now, so they shouldn't be concerned. Specifically, Fixa gets connected with that anti-nade, but should not be too concerned with that at the current moment. Zeta Division has the Nano, which is going to be probably onto Hisong, and Pokerface has the Primal Rage, but looks like he'll be waiting for Simple's Nano to come online first.
1 minute left. Zeta Division doesn't really need to press the issue unless they find a great opportunity to do it. Another sleep dart hits, another anti, another deleted Winston.
Yeah, that's, you can see the frustration on Belstrea's face over there. He didn't even have time to press that Q button over there, and is gonna be Zeta Division on the front foot now, just pressing the aggression. They don't want to give any chance of Pokerface for a comeback. That, ooh, Hisong a little bit too greedy, I guess, a little bit too deep in, as he is going to fall in the hands by the hands of Simple, and Proud also takes down Flora. So this might be a sliver of hope for the side of Pokerface. Remember, there's only 15 seconds left, and they have to perfectly win multiple fights in a row, and that was a good sleep from Finn over there.
The whip into the sleep, Finn and Violet were just trying to live there. That's all they care about, is living through that one so that they can set up a decent fight after losing Hisong. Hisong could get the Nano here. Does Nano Hisong, he's also got the Primal.
Is there with the Nano, looking for another target onto Proud, but is being slept. On the other hand, Belstrea is Primal Raging, and low health bars across the board for Zeta Division, but nobody falling, surprisingly enough. Flora holding on to that 2-digit HP that he has, and also takes down Proud. This might be the start of the end of Pokerface right now, Hex, as it is going to be a little bit of an extended fight, but Flora with the Bob on to the point, unless Joe finds an insane pulse bomb, Simple and Finn is traded out. Fixa is going to be gone as well, so no healing for the side of Pokerface. Alpha E also takes down Philistera with the pulse bomb, so finally, Zeta Division living up to expectations, and it is going to be a full 5-map series for this one.
Absolutely great play by the supports there too. I mean, we highlighted Finn, and why not? Because you're hitting all the skill shots, it always looks that much better. But there were a couple fights where everyone was really low, where the Nano would come in on the Winston and people were getting juggled and they were all clumped up, and usually that spells death. But Violet was getting Inspire hits, he was getting whip shot hits and keeping his team alive. Even there towards the end, the dive came in trying to chase down the supports. And if they get both those supports, we might be having a different conversation. But the whip shot comes in, and then the whip shot follow-up is a sleep dart. And like that just encompasses how great I think the support line is from Zeta Division to be able to work that well together and keep each other alive. And you know, Blizzard Worlds, they got outcomped a little bit. You know, Flora on the cast, and then you saw even on Saravasa, didn't know what comps to run. We're kind of confused. Push eliminates all those factors. Push, you just run that comp and you don't switch off of it, then you don't put yourself behind economically. And you can see when they don't have to figure out, well, where are we at with this ult because I just switched, so what do we do to get that ult up, when they just know what the ult charges are on both sides and that side, and they can read the game state a lot better when they're running that mirror. That they won economically throughout that whole match as well. A lot of that comes off winning a couple fights and knowing that they don't have to really have the impetus to push, and they can essentially play defense on push, but they look like a whole different team when they don't have to worry about any of that and they can just play mechanics.
Yep, and also some concerns from Pokerface as well, as they failed to convert their ultimate turns into some kills, and that kind of like worsened the ult economy situation that Zeta Division managed really well. But it all comes down to this. It is going to be map 5, Pokerface having the luxury of the map pick so far. Let's see how the map is going to go on that final match of the day, actually, after a short break. Welcome back to Overwatch Champions Series Korea, and we are approaching our very last map of the weekend, and it is going to be Circuit Royale, picked by Pokerface. Oh, so this is an interesting turn of things here.
Pokerface is 1-1 on Circuit Royale. Oddly enough, Zeta Division, in my notes, says they have not played Circuit Royale. I felt like they played Fnatic on Circuit Royale in the first week, but anyway, it's hard to remember everything that we've seen. So this is a map where essentially you're gonna put it in Proud's hands, and let the Widow play it. Even with the kind of weird compositions we saw earlier tonight with the Crazy Raccoon versus Team Falcons match, you still saw a lot of Widow play, regardless of all the chaos going on around that. So Circuit Royale, it's a pick that makes some sense. God, this has been a close series, and overall, no matter what happens, I think this is a good look from Pokerface, even if they end up losing this, to be able to go toe-to-toe with Zeta Division after what I thought was a somewhat underwhelming performance against one of the worst teams in the tournament yesterday, but I think it was because they were looking ahead. Choi Se-won will come in for Jae Woo, so probably to run the Echo or the Pharah on this map.
We've seen a lot of Pharah on Circuit Royale, so maybe that is indeed going to be the case. And we're going to see Jasmine! I haven't seen Jasmine in a while. This may be the first time that I'm seeing him this stage. I do believe that I did see him in Contenders before, in SLT, but before, I have no memory of him being featured this stage, at least on this stage.
If so, it would have been maybe once or twice. I don't know. I've watched every game. It's just hard to compartmentalize all of my memories and look through my notes. But yeah, Jasmine generally doesn't play. Always difficult to someone to come in cold on a map 5, so we might be allowing a little more setup time here. Bernard is coming in. Heesung out, and I always mention it's a very Sigma heavy map, but I just watched the two best teams in the world play anything but Sigma on this map, so perhaps they're redefining the meta and the scrims, but you would have to imagine long-range hit scan still going to happen, but maybe a team just wants to run a rush. Maybe Venture comes into play. Like, even maps where the meta's been figured out, so to speak, offer so much different compositional variation. Like, Suravasa, you see teams switching up on a lot. Actually, probably the most consistent map is Colosseo, what we just saw on Colosseo, where teams aren't trying to mind game themselves and by trying to run like Zarya, So yeah, Zeta Division is a strange team because the maps that they lose, it just feels like they're maps where they get cute on comps and then they have to switch and they end up behind and they can't come back on it.
All right.
Maps that are just pure brawl and pure fight and mechanics, they win rather easily.
Well, let's see how Circuit Royale goes. I think that looking at based on the substitutions right now, they won't pull another Crazy Raccoon Falcons. It's more like, hey, we're just gonna stick to the rules of the game and just play a Sigma matchup over there. And Bernard, another fan of Bernard, also a very impressive drawing over there. Let's see if he can actually celebrate his birthday with the win, because that would feel pretty good on his end.
Well, regardless, we got a good banger here after the somewhat less exciting matches that happened, which should have been, exciting for the stakes, but this was a match that I looked forward to when I started kind of hyping up Pokerface and seeing where they're at, because it's a squad that has kind of been at the bottom of the standings in Stage 1, and a team that's used to play like kind of in contenders and some of the opens when Al was doing that weird system. So it's nice to see them investing in the team, bringing in all these new players, making changes, and it's nice to see that pay off for an organization.
Yep, Pokerface has been invested in the Overwatch, competitive Overwatch for a long time, and finally, to be honest, they haven't been on that top, on that group of top teams, but now, finally, their investments are paying off. Good to see that Pokerface is approaching that level of a team where they might be attracting the interests of some, I guess, big names. Because remember, FTG, Zeta Division, it was formerly FTG, they put up a very good performance, they put up a top 3 performance, and then after that, some top organizations got interest in them, and look how they evolved after that. So, same can be the same for Pokerface. They're not there yet at the level of Crazy Raccoon or anything yet, but if you're a potential sponsor of a team, if you're looking at an organization that is looking to get a team in Overwatch, you usually look starting from the top of the standings, right? And then you go to Crazy Raccoon, already taken by Crazy Raccoon, of course, and then you have Team Falcons, already sponsored, and then you have Zeta Division, already sponsored. Maybe if you kind of look over there and you already see Fnatic, already sponsored. So Pokerface, if they keep this up, we might be witnessing the birth of a new big organization taking interest in a Korean team here.
Yeah, you have to be in the top 4 standings to really garner that attention. I mean, we know the reason why a lot of those organizations picked up teams, so maybe something like that will happen and help Pokerface, but at the very least, might help with just getting another patch on the jersey, right, and getting some more sponsorship money coming in. So you might just stay as the Pokerface org and not have to sell the roster, but you might be able to increase the income. I mean, you've increased investment, and you'd like to increase revenue now. I took up business class once in high school. I know that those words mean something.
All right. Well, anyways, I mean, this is, I guess, like you said, Pokerface putting up a 5-map banger against Zeta Division. It still is a show of intent that by no means that they should be looked down upon by any team, and that only means good news. But the dubstep button is there, so ladies and gentlemen, this is the last map of the weekend for Overwatch Champions Series Korea. Ladies and gentlemen, we are going to Circuit Royale. Alright, the fan chants are there. It is going to be Pokerface on the defense first. It is going to be Jasmine on the Sigma duty. And, well, Finn, I've been talking about Finn and his piano skills. He's not disappointing.
Well, now I missed it. You talked over.
But he only has 5 seconds left, so he needs to go. He has places to be. So, Zeta Division, a composition that is not surprising by any means. The only, I guess, wrinkle is going to be on the support lineup, where Violet is going to be on the Illari, where Simple is going to be on the Zenyatta.
Yeah, both very viable. We saw Simple play the Zen earlier on Blizzard World. Looks fantastic. Finn and Violet together on Lijiang Tower just crushed a couple of maps in a row. So this is a very dangerous squad. Zeta Division already going to try to answer Choice A1 in the sky by running Echo instead. Echo is very good if you're just going to fight 1v1 in the sky. Much more consistent damage.
Also, it offers a lot of burst damage that you can't eat those beams as a Sigma, so this is also makes a lot of sense for the side of Zeta Division. Slowly, Zeta Division is pushing the corner, but heavy resistance from the side of Pokerface so far. Proud, always very confident on that Widow, looking to just rip some heads away. Flora knows this. He's trying to track Proud and just get a snipe of his own, whereas Simple in the backline, he's doing some JJ things as he's trying to look for a very cheeky angle where only he can shoot. But not a lot of bloodshed on either side yet, as the payload is slowly pushing into that corner, last corner. Simple takes down the pylon, and Flora finally opening things up with a good headshot onto Fixa. Proud taking down Finn's immortality field does not mean a lot, at least on this current state of things. Flora does connect to Simple, but does not make that headshot kill happen. Jasmine very low and is beamed down by Alpha. Remember, like I said, you can't eat those beams. And I don't think we can even care to call this a team fight, but so, without a proper team fight, Zeta Division just slowly pushed and kept point A.
Yeah, I wonder if it's Zeta Division focusing more on shield crack. I'd have to see it from their perspective, and then that just allows your Sigma to take slower steps forward and forward because you've got the crack up. But nice shot there from Proud to take down Violet.
There's also going to be the Infosight online. So Pokerface with their defensive positioning advantage looking towards to take Finn's head off. Not actually going to be almost punished by that. And Violet is going to immediately answer with a Captive Sun. Has to force out Transcendence from the side of Pokerface. Zeta Division, this is actually pretty smart, I guess, combo of ultimates. However, it is going to be Pokerface who is going to take all the kills. Headshots from Simple and Proud, taking down Bernard and Flora. So everyone on the side of Zeta Division falls, and Pokerface, they, well, stabilize things a little bit. Zeta Division, I thought it was really smart from the side of Zeta Division to kind of, oh wait.
It absolutely should have done more. You're right. Flora takes down Proud. I call him Florida. Flora takes down Proud, but you're right. It was intended to get the Transcendence out, and then when the Transcendence was going to fade, they were going to get the Flux, but then the Immortality field comes out. They burned everything into that fight, by the way. They threw in the Duplicate, the Window, the Captive Sun. But, I mean, Violet, we talked about how he charges ult on Lucio. Already 2/3 of the way there again on Alari.
Yeah, and also the Implication Matrix from the side of Fixa doesn't connect too much. So, apart from Chaseon's Barrage, nobody is going to have ultimates at least so far until Violet gets that Captive Sun online. And notice that Alpha E is already swapped to the Pharah as well, but Proud takes down Violet, so that's going to deny a lot of utility on the side of Zeta Division. They have to back off.
I think Violet knew Proud was there too, and you just can't take that step. I mean, Violet is a player that will dare you to hit him, and Proud is a player that will happily take that dare. So Zeta Division been slowed down here by a lot, only 2 minutes left. I wonder if they're going to try the combo again, but Bernard a long ways away from that Flux. Simple's been doing a ton of damage too. I mean, the Transcendence timings have been really good. The Transcendence is up. This one's just going to come down to kills and mechanics.
Yep. Oh, and speaking of kills, Bernard just throws a rock on Proud. This is going to be a lot of threat. Just denied from the side of Pokerface. Now Violet, without that threat of a Widowmaker, is just going to throw out the Captive Sun. It's going to be answered by Simple's chance once again, and now it is going to be Finn's turn to use the ultimate. Alpha E getting a kill with that Barrage, and although is going to be punished for that, now it's just going to be Bernard with that late Flux. This is going to be the PC guard for the side of Zeta Division. It was. It is.
Well, Simple was in the back getting some work done. If Simple was able to take down Finn, then you never really know what happened. So a little bit close there, but really nice plays from Bernard. I mean, that accretion around the corner just opens things up. It can't be overstated how much taking down the defensive Widow means for the rest of your team. It allows Alpha E to go in with a little bit of confidence on the Pharah and get a trade. It allows you know, your backlines to start peaking and doing damage, which is exactly what this backline is meant to be doing. It's not really a healing backline. This is meant to kill people backline.
And currently at the moment, Zeta Division's backline is doing a little bit a better job on that, at least on the offense side of things. Violet taking down Proud. Yes, Fixa did take down Alpha E as well, so this is an even fight in terms of numbers so far. Fixa trying his best to both keep his teammates alive and take down the opponent as well, but it looks like Zeta Division is going to take the better trade, and is only going to be Proud that's going to be alive for the side of Pokerface. Zeta Division continuing with this push, 1 minute and a half remaining, so not the best timing in the world, but Flora finishing off Proud. That was not a headshot, but still good combo from Alpha E and Flora, so this is going to be a lot of pressure alleviated for Zeta Division's push here.
Yeah, I mean, the Pharah role in this composition is like very much like a hunting dog, is to flush people out while the rest of your team hits the hit scan shots. That's exactly what happened there. You hit a shot onto Proud. Proud has to try to leave and get in the corner, and Flora knows that's going to happen, knows that the ducks have to fly in the air, so to speak, and hits the shot.
Flora taking L. Proud once again, and Alpha taking Chiso on. in that aerial 1v1. So things are deteriorating really fast for the side of Pokerface. Members falling down one by one, meaning that in order for them to regroup, it's going to take quite a while. And Jasmine also falling very late in this stage of the game means that Zeta Division is in good position to full cap. And with the time bank, this is pretty impressive stuff from Zeta Division.
I don't want to hear anyone say in any ranked game that you can't run Pharah into this, because if there's any comp that would be a nightmare to run Pharah into, it is this one. Alari Baptiste Widow. What are you supposed to do? But these Pharahs are so good at knowing when to go in, and the dominoes that fall with these types of kills. To kill the opposing Widow opens things up for that from Alfie. Getting the shots in from Bernard to take down the accretions, really solid stuff. So Bernard really looking comfortable on this Sigma. Jasmine, I feel for him having to come in and play cold map 5 in a decider against a really tough opponent. But I'm still just been super impressed with Finn and Violet. Really on the other side of things, Simple made a couple of plays, but they were just relying on that Transcendence and didn't see Fixa do a lot except the Immortality field. So they're doing fine. But, I mean, Zeta Division just has the playmakers in the support line that have been a big difference, because damage-wise, they're kind of matching each other. I think Bernard's getting a little bit better at this Sigma, but in my opinion, the support lines are the big difference right now.
Yeah, you mentioned about Simple and Fixa just doing fine, but you need more than fine if you want to beat the likes of Zeta Division, especially if you're going against Violet and Finn in this form right now. We've been criticizing Violet a little bit in the earlier stages of the series. However, like, if you're giving him comfort picks and then you're putting him in a very comfortable situation, there's not a lot of ways you can stop Violet.
Well, it comes down to map choice too. Like, when you have to play Escort, Escort just really is good for the damage composition or the support composition that Zeta Division wants to run. Like, you can run this on Shimbali as well. There's not a great Escort map that locks out the Baptiste Alari, which Zeta Division showed they wanted to run all the way from Control.
Yep, and it is going to be Pokerface. If you look at the compositions here, Simple is going to match the Iliari here, and no Zenyatta anymore. But looks like, once again, this is a very low profile affair. I was about to say Flora, very low, but now it's going to be Simple who's low as well. No kills on either side. This is just going to be the push onto that corner. Remember, on Zeta Division's offense, they barely had a team fight before they counted point A. Let's see if that's going to be the case for Pokerface as well.
Choice1 doing a great job of flushing Flora out and gets him off of the mid-statue point, gets around the corner. Zeta Division, conversely, doing a great job of keeping Flora alive, and Flora hits pay dirt.
Yep, Flora taking a very good shot onto Crowd. I believe that was a very tight angle. Good reflexes from the side of Flora. This is going to change a lot of things. Remember, Pokerface, they were almost approaching the last corner, but now they have to be stalled, and it gives room for Zeta Division to work on that aggression. And speaking of aggression, Violet takes down Simple on a melee. And then, well, Proud is going to punish Alpha for being a little bit too far into enemy territory. However, it still delays Pokerface's advance to cap point A by an immense amount. And Proud returns the favor that he got from Flora to a good headshot onto Finn. So this may be the go button for the side of Pokerface. Both are using the Emphasite and also Violet using the Captive Sun to take out Chiseohan. Jasmine using the ultimate to take out Bernard. So this means that it's likely Pokerface is going to cap point A, but Zeta Division, they had to make Pokerface pay a hefty toll for it.
There's a really gutsy Captive Sun, and Violet almost switches it around with Finn going down early. They decided, like, let's still try to win this fight. Top teams will win fights after getting first pick or second pick even, and try to flip things around. Also, I just think it does come down to the fact that Violet does so much damage that you're gonna probably be able to laugh Simple on this, where Simple was taking that weird off angle on that first death where he got himself trapped in the corner behind enemy lines as though he was invisible. So Violet just feels super comfortable on this hero so far and has been charging these so fast. And Violet's been killing Proud, like, oddly enough. He's literally killed Proud like 3 times.
And this is just a showing of how aggressive Violet can be and also how mechanically good he was. Remember, he also has history of playing DPS role on the San Francisco Shock. We're looking at the Cassidy player of the Shock here. Yep, Proud does take down Finn a little bit, but going back to the point of Violet, I mean, he has the mechanics to just 1v1 those DPS players.
Always has. Always has. I mean, his time as a Cass on Shock was a bit of a meme. It's almost like, you know, the Super Genji. Shock had always would bust things out, but oddly enough, that Super Genji was pretty good, so who knows. Yeah, I mean, at the top level, the mechanical gifts are just so good. Violet also has that game sense.
Okay, Jason was playing a little bit of a stealth game over there, almost like, well, still kind of ninja game, but in the end, in the grand scheme of things, Pokerface do get the space that they need in order to get that advanced position there, but Alpha E takes down 2 members, so this is going to be spawn advantage for the side of Zeta Division. They lost Alpha E, yes, but they will be having that spawn advantage for the last contest of point B. Violet being very aggressive there by using the Captive Sun, but is going to be taken out by Simple's Captive Sun. Bernard can down Chisuhan, but Alpha E also taken out by Proud means that despite having a spawn advantage early on, Zeta Division will have to concede point B. But the question now is going to be, how long can they stall? Zeta Division wanted to stall as long as possible by using that amplification matrix. However, Jasmine uses, they're not joking here, they just want to cap this point as quickly as possible and are willing to pay ultimates for it.
A lot of trades come in there. 3 minutes now on the clock. Remember that Zeta Division finished with only 30 seconds remaining. Defensive sniping position for Flora. Also has sights up. Might just be waiting to reactively use them here. Both teams burned ults. That was about as back and forth as a fight as you could have seen. Stairway fight commencing. Violet gets in early and often.
Yep. Now Simple and Jasmine means that Pokerface has to. Violet is just bloodthirsty as ever right now as he takes down 3. This means that Pokerface has to just full retreat. And I mean, I kind of think about Violet and his Captive Suns right now. He used the Captive Sun when point B was capped. Now he's already at 73%. I mean, this man.
It doesn't matter.
Yeah, it's just. Oh my goodness, the speed that he gets his ultimates is just so inspiring. But in the grand scheme of things right now, Zeta Division is establishing defensive positions, doing some spam, hoping that Flora gets a headshot kill onto a backline member, not finding those kills just yet. Alpha actually taking down Jisuan off screen, so this is an early numbers advantage for the side of Zeta Division. Knowing Zeta Division, they will take any advantages that they can have and use this to make the aggressions happen, and Flora takes down Jisuan once again. Jisuan just coming back from spawn, and this is not going to feel good for Jisuan here.
Oh, they did force Choiseone off of the Pharah a couple lives ago as well, so now they know, well, Choiseone is going to go over to the Echo now, trying to get something going through. They've been stalled at this doorway because a lot of the splash damage coming down from Alpha E. Proud gets an opening!
And it just, not only does he just opens the fight, he just literally just cleans it up as well. He just closes the fight as well as he takes 2 headshot kills into Flora and Bernard, if I'm not mistaken, and they finally break the deadlock, finally get the payload moving at 1 minute. They still have about like 2 team fights if they want to make that full push happen.
They're going to have one good one and one scuffed one at this timing. So Zeta Division might force the issue here, or you can just play super defensively. They will stall the card out now by hitting a shot and make Proud back away from it. The real fight's going to happen up top.
Yep, Jasmine with that prophetic flux. Actually, this is going to be a really huge fight where both teams have a plethora of ultimates. Zeta Division a little bit leading on that one for ultimate. Oh, JC1! Okay, he does have the glide, so he will live to fight another day. It is going to be Jasmine who uses the prophetic flux first and is going to be followed up by Fixa. Alpha he takes down Fixa, but it is going to be Proud and Simple who makes that numbers advantage work. Violet takes down Simple, but is there anyone to contest the card? It has to be Flora, but it is not going to be enough as desperation touches are there, but it is going to be the members of Zeta Division falling one by one. Bernard is going to be there with the D.Va, but is going to be connected in an instant. Flora trying what he can do, but he has a duplicated D.Va in his face, and it is going to be extra rounds, extra innings, as Pokerface, despite being on overtime, makes that full push happen.
The question being now, do we see switch-ups of compositions? Because this composition, which is the more standard composition that you see on Circle Royale, generally gives up some space on defense. You're generally not really fighting until the first corner. But other compositions will force the issue early on. Violate is just a nut. We've said that enough. The really important thing that I think is that we now get a second chance to see Finn play the piano.
Yeah, that's also very true.
Best piano player in
competitive
in
Overwatch. Yes.
Yeah. So it's just so tense that I'm just trying to bring some levity to it. Yeah, it's super close between both of these teams right now. 30 seconds isn't a whole lot to even call an advantage. It is an advantage, but if you win a team fight decisively, that wipes it out completely. Defensively, it looks like...
Yeah, it looks like Pokerface is just running the default composition, so not a lot of, I guess, fishy shenanigans going on. Maybe a little
defensively,
bit...
Zeta's running stall.
I mean, if anything... Alright, Zeta Division. They're on the rooftop, so...
Well, they're gonna have an exit here too with the teleporter if they need it. So right now they're just running stall, and now it forces Pokerface to switch comps. They have to.
They do with the Ramatra composition on, and the Sim is here to stay. But this is an interesting choice of things, and now they're on the other side of the map. Proud looking to find a headshot, but it's going to be Bernard who takes that GC on first, so this is going to be a crucial advantage in favor of Zeta Division. Remember, there's only 20 seconds remaining, so there might not be a second chance. And the very concerning part about this is that Pokerface, despite only having 10 minutes to push, they have 0 meters on the cart!
It's what a beautiful composition. Is what a really smart play. They're going to block off the door. There's going to be no touch. Well, the Venture is going to barely get there on time. Not over just yet.
Well, Jasmine in a very tight position where he's getting fired in all directions, and Finn just doing another Lijiang Tower shenanigan as he is just on the roof with that amplification matrix, having a lot of fun, and 0 meters. This is something I remember casting this.
Meters.
I remember casting Overwatch World Cup in Korea versus Philippines, was it? It was almost like this. It was all Korea needed was an Orisa javelin spin, because that gives that gives him CC immunity, and then he just pushed the card like like a millisecond, and then Korea won. This might be the case for Zeta Division as well.
I mean, now that you know what you have to do, Zeta Division with just a brilliant defense there to hold up top, and then, you know, the counterplay was to get the teleporter out. The teleporter went in front of the cart, and it was just actually brilliant that they just dropped an ice wall there too. It's like, now you still can't get push. Just really well played, and you know, it's like bookends to a series when you've got Finn up top with the window just raining down damage, very much like our first control. Zeta Division, 136 to get a single meter, or actually a tenth of a meter.
Yeah, things are not looking good for Pokerface. They are running the May as well. So let's see how things. What? I did not even see that.
Wait, what happened? Can we get a replay? I looked away for half a second.
No, it was not just us that looked away for half a second. It was just, I have no idea what happened. It was the POV was onto another member over there, and then it was just, I don't know what happened.
I think I saw D.Va go out of the point. I don't know. Maybe we'll get it in the highlights. I'd love for someone who was observing that to just, hit up the Discord, because I literally turned my head and started looking at the comps, and then it was over. Zeta Division.
Wow.
Look, I mean, it ends in kind of a goofy way, and it's kind of funny, but it was a $1.36 to get like any push on the cart. You have to feel that Zeta Division had a better feel of how that overtime was going to go, just based on their defense, able to pull it off. But as I mentioned before, coming into this, Pokerface, even with the loss, I think turned a lot of heads. Proved a lot of people that they really do belong up here. Zeta Division will continue to be the second best team, in my opinion. My not so humble opinion, I've been saying it for a while now. Player of the match, do you recognize the silhouette? We have seen you in chat, we have seen the comments in threads that Finn has been robbed. I agree with you sometimes, so I locked this one in after Colosseo. Finn, I thought, had a phenomenal Colosseo, and at that point, the only two maps that Zeta had won, it was Finn going nuts. We talk about Lijiang Tower and just the up top play that Finn and Violet did well together. For my money, the best double flex support line in the league for the most part.
Yep.
And
it looks like
it's almost how you pick around them. You make them play something that's not double
so
flex.
Just going on, but Finn
so much damage.
Looking
it's been
like
Violet before. It's Finn tonight.
Whether even on a general main support and flex support composition, or a double flex support composition, it looks like just Finn has been phenomenal on either role and able to switch gears in between. So this is really impressive stuff. I voted for Finn as well. So yeah, well deserved. And we're in store to take a look at the highlights over there in just a moment. And also, I'm waiting for Hex to come back. But anyways, it was not how I thought the series would end, but still, very, very impressive series overall, and a moreover impressive performance from Finn himself. And also, one thing that I want to kind of add on to Finn, as he is the Japanese link of Zeta Division here. Zeta Division being a Japanese organization operating in Korea. Finn is Korean Japanese, so he is that Japanese link that teams have. Well, that links the team with the org and its Japanese fan base as well. So if you look at the interviews from Finn as well, he also speaks some good Japanese. So Finn, I think he has the potential to be one of those fan favorites, especially as if he stays in Zeta Division and Zeta Division keeps on the connection with the Japanese fandom. And I want okay, here are the highlights. There we go. We started on with the Lijiang Tower Finn Baptiste's performance. The Pokerface just did not have an answer to his Baptiste play on the high ground. I think this was more of a compositional difference though, but the real value was, I think, in his Ana play as well, especially when they were playing the Winston Mirror. They were shutting down all the dive efforts, but now we will have an interview with Finn himself. So Quest, please take it away.
Thank you very much.
마지막 꽉의
Unknown.
연장까지 갈
We
정도로
are
정말 손에 땀을 쥐는
now
경기가
at the final
펼쳐졌는데요.
POTM
제타
interview of the
디비전과
day.
포커페이스 중 승자는
with
제타 디비전이었습니다.
Zeta
승리
Division
축하드립니다.
taking the 3-2 victory over
네,
Pokerface.
오늘 승리 너무
And the man
축하드립니다.
himself,
자, 오늘
Finn, is now on
POTM은 킴
stage,
선수가 차지하게 됐는데요.
ready for the interview.
소개 들어볼까요?
So before we head into the interview,
안녕하세요.
please
제타
introduce yourself.
디비전에서 서브힐러를 맡고 있는
And this is
핀이라고
Finn.
합니다.
네, 핀 선수 반갑습니다. 자, 오늘 5센트 모두 겪어내면서 무패 행진을 이어갑니다.
Of course, with a 3-2 victory,
오늘 승리 소감
and going to
들어볼까요?
map 5, they take the
일단
win.
좀
So how do you
쉽게
feel
갈 줄
about
알았는데 좀 어렵게
with the victory today?
가가지고 사실 이번
Honestly,
스테이지
I thought we
1
would
라쿤
win
말고는
much easier.
딱히 뭔가 질만한 팀이 없어가지고 딱히 뭔가 5연승한 거 기쁘긴
And
한데
while I am
예상된
happy about the
결과라고
5-match win streak,
자, 오늘 좀
I'm
쉽게 이길
a little
줄
bit
알았는데
disappointed
그래도 좀
because it was
공격이었다라고
much harder than
말씀을
I
해주셨습니다.
anticipated.
또 오늘 1세트 따낸 이후에 2, 3세트
And after the map one victory,
내어주면서 끝나나 연승 못
Zeta
하나
Division
싶었는데
dropped 2
바로
maps.
역전에 성공했거든요.
And
이때
they,
좀 전략 변경이
you know,
있었는지
obviously
어떤
went to
플레이가
map 5 and
오갔는지
1.
궁금합니다.
So,
솔직히 블리자드 월드 때
can you talk to us about some of the in-game calls?
얘가 좀 갑자기 좀 이상해졌더라고요. 그래가지고
During Blizzard
그때
World,
뭐
he
다들
became
이제
a little bit weird.
대기실 들어가서 이제
So
희성이 막
after-
주눅 들어있길래 아 괜찮아.
After
1세트야.
that map,
이래서 그냥
Hisung
다음에
was
잘할 것
looking a
같아.
little down, so we had to cheer him up.
뭐지? 아 맞다. 그리고 콜로 다음에
수라바스.
수라바에서 갑자기 위도우를 꺼내길래
And
저희가
during the Surafasa,
위도우 게이드 했는데
they
서로 따여가지고
suddenly
저희
took out the
민경이
Widowmaker.
그래서
So we
어라
were
하다가
like, okay, work.
진것 같아요 그 맵은.
But we
그렇지만
got
팀원들을
complacent
너무
and
나무라지 않고 뭐라고
we
하지
ended up dropping the
않고
map.
다독여주면서 다음에 잘하자 이렇게 한 거 맞죠?
아 네 맞아요.
네 맞다고 합니다. 자 그리고 또 마지막 서킨 로얄
And of
때
course, we have to talk about
명장면이
Circuit Royal.
나왔어요. 스테이지 2 최고의 명장면이 되지 않을까
And
싶은데
it has to
정말
be a
진검승부가
highlight moment.
펼쳐졌습니다. 킬로그가 난리가 날 정도였어요. 자 이때 좀 마지막 서프라이즈 파티가 있었잖아요.
And there was a
입구막기. 이거 누가
surprise
가져간 건가요?
일단
gatekeeping
스크림 때 한번 민기 형이 이거
moment
해보자
in that map.
해서 스크림 때 연습을 해본
So can you talk to us about it?
상태였고 오늘은 이제 플로라 선수가 갑자기 입구막 해가지고
And we actually,
알파이는
it's something that we actually
그냥
practiced during
해서
scrims.
된 것
And Flora said, okay,
네,
well maybe this is the time we
어쨌든
pull out that
결과가 너무
strat. So
좋으니까. 그리고 제가 또 궁금한 게
okay,
과연
and then we
누가
tried it and then we
화물을
won.
터치했나?
그 시작하기 전에 제가 뭔가 이거 3전멸 하면은 될 것 같은데
Who
했는데
are the
이제
ones
준이
to
형이
touch
그 알파이가 알아 이미
the package?
그럼 해 했는데 알파이가 바로 띠디딕 하고 캡처돼가지고 이긴 것 같아요. 그거.
I think
정말
that
화면에 잡힐
you know
수
we
없을
were.
만큼 엄청난 스피드를
Sorry, I
보여줬던
missed a little bit of the
알파이
answer over there.
선수였습니다.
What
자
he said,
오늘 또 전 포지션
but
치열한 싸움이 펼쳐졌는데
it was
그중에서도
he was
핀
talking
선수의
about some of
활약이
the
눈에
in-game calls,
띄었습니다. 자, 오늘 좀
whether
컨디션 어땠나요?
to how to touch.
오늘 사실 점심을 좀 안 먹고 와가지고 좀 늦게 일어나서
And in
이제
terms of how he was
알파이가
feeling
시킨
today,
밥좀 뺏어 먹고
and
이제
he actually
피자
didn't eat
어제
before the
시킨
match.
거 남은 거 좀 먹고
He had a little bit of the
해가지고
leftover food.
살짝 먹고 할 걸 했는데 생각보다
And
되게 잘 돼가지고 안 먹고 해도 될 것 같아요.
네,
I
헝그리
thought that
정신이
okay,
돋보였던
well
오늘
maybe I
하루가
shouldn't have
아닐까
ate before,
싶네요.
but
자 그렇다면 오늘
in the end
또
it didn't
킬족이
turn out
가장
well.
어려운 팀원이 누구였을지 한번 꼽아볼까요?
이게 원래는 민기 형이었는데 민기 형 상대도 우리 팀도 예측하지 못하는 이제 움직임을 할 때가 있거든요. 그때 힘들고 이제 플로라
So who is
애쉬가
who are the players
이게
that
아나유저는 알 텐데 점프하면
are hard to
갑자기
heal?
막그 뭐라 해야 되지? 히트
When
스캔이
Flora
이상해져.
when Flora jumps, it's really hard to hit him when Flora's playing Ashe.
네, 어금니를 꽉 물고 플로라 애쉬 할 때라고 말씀을 해주셨어요. 자 그리고 또 오늘 일본에서도 찾아주신 팬분이 있을 정도로
Of course, there are some
정말
fans
많은
from
응원을
Japan
받고
that are
있습니다.
here to
그런
support
만큼
you.
일본 팬분들에게도 한 말씀
So can you please say a
부탁드려요.
few words to the Japanese fans as well?
みんなゼータ応援してくれて
I
本当にありが
unfortunately
とう
don't
ご
speak
ざいます。
Japanese,
であと
but
タヌ
I'm
キつ
assuming
かむなんで
he's saying something
か
along
むか
the
ら
lines of
もっと
thank you
応
very
援
much for
お
the
願いしま
support
す。
and please continue to
네, 그리고
support us.
일본인 팬분들도 그리고 한국인 팬분들도 너무너무 기다리고 있을 하트를 한번 보내주시면 좋겠습니다.
Can you give us a little heart to the fans that are watching in the crowd, to the
네, 다
both Japanese
저장하셨죠?
and the Korean fans?
자, 그리고 또 마지막으로 다음 주 크레이지 라쿤과의 경기가
Of course, next week Zeta is
정말 많은 분들이 과연 누가
slated
이길
to face Crazy
것인가
Raccoon next week.
예측을 하고 계신데요. 자, 그렇다면
So it's a big
예고편
match.
한마디
So
스포 하나 해주세요.
can you give us a little spoiler for that
지금까지
match?
라쿤이 좀 많이 잘했잖아요. 근데 뭐 저희도 많이 잘하고 있어서 지금 좀만 더 보완하고
I mean,
하면은
Crazy Raccoon are very good,
모두의
but I
예상을
think we're also
깨는
playing very well.
그런
So
경기가
I think
나올
that
것
we will
같습니다.
be able to
저는.
create an upset,
네,
in my humble
예상을
opinion.
깨는 경기 결과가 나올 수도 있다라고 스포를 해주신 만큼 다음 주도 기대를 해주셔야 될 것 같은데요. 자, 지금까지 오늘
And that
승리하신
was the
제타
POTM
디비전의
interview
핀
with
선수
Finn
만나봤습니다. 승리
from
다시
Zeta
한번
Division.
축하드립니다.
Congratulations again. And to close us off for the day, I am going to send
네,
it back
이렇게 오늘
to Unknown and
마지막
Hex.
경기까지 끝이 났습니다.
Alright,
이번 주 정말
thank you,
흥미진진한
and Hex, you're back.
경기들이
Welcome back.
명장면의
I am. I'm really sorry about that, but I thought, since we had such an error-free night and almost no pauses, no tech issues, that I'd have to, contribute on my end and pull the plug on my internet. Sorry about that. I told you earlier tonight it was acting finicky, but it finally gave up the ghost. But I am back. We are just a quick router reset away.
Hey,
But,
it's okay.
yeah.
You were here when the 0.01 meter push was there, so you got all the details that you needed. And
It broke my brain and broke my internet at the same time. But what a night of matches. That last match I knew was going to be a great one. A little surprising at that 3-0 in the middle, but in the same way, not really surprising. You know what I mean?
yeah, I mean, if you just sum up today's results right now, it's Fnatic taking that 3-1 victory onto DAEJEON. We thought it would be a 3-0. We expected a 3-0. Vec did claw one back, so credit to them. And then it was Crazy Raccoon assuming a lot of dominance against Team Falcons, who should not now be concerned about their second place spot as well, especially because Zeta Division, they're 5-0. And they already played against Team Falcons, so unless Zeta Division slips down or something like that, there is mathematically no way that Team Falcons can make it to that second place spot. And Crazy Raccoon on that with 4-0 right now just is a win away because they played less matches. They are placed second, but they have yet to drop a single map, so they are looking like the dominant team in this region. And Zeta Division following suit with undefeated series records, but still dropping a few maps here and there, especially 2 maps on this series particularly, and 2 maps against Fnatic. Not as dominant, but still a very good showing from the side of Zeta Division here.
Well, Zeta Division, I'm pretty sure, locks up a top 4 with that, because even if Team Falcons won their next 3 by 3-0s, they would still not have the map margin. But not going to try to do math at the end of the night when I just get my internet back. So yeah, really good sets tonight. Again, just want to give Pokerface their props as well going forward. And it turns out that our next match, which is 5 days from now, Pokerface and Team Falcons gonna kick it off. That one is going to be sick. That is critical for both teams. Then we'll see Crazy Raccoon win 3-0 real quickly, and then we'll see if Fnatic ends up just punting it and dropping it to Old Ocean. But that's the first matchup that's going to be really sick, and then stick around for the highlight reels that Crazy Raccoon puts up against everybody. That's not any shade against their opponents. They've done it to everybody.
Yep. Crazy Raccoon. I mean, DAEJEON is a pretty good team in their own right, but looking at Crazy Raccoon, even just dunking Team Falcons today in a 3-0 fashion, and I don't think that unless something really, really tragic happens, in terms of mistakes or something like that, I think Crazy Raccoons is still going on to that invincible streak in terms of not even dropping maps to teams. And Team Falcons versus Pokerface should be the match of the day, like you've mentioned, because it means that if Pokerface, it gives hope that Pokerface actually has a fighting chance against Team Falcons. If you asked me before the season started, I would say, wait, there's no world where Pokerface beats Team Falcons. Like, not even a chance. But right now, Team Falcons looks as mortal as ever, and Pokerface, looking at their performance versus Zeta Division, they look like they actually might have it in them. Maybe a good map, maybe a lucky headshot or 2, maybe enough for Pokerface to actually take down Team Falcons.
Well, next week is Team Falcon week. They will play every single day. They have 3 matches left. We have 3 matches left in the stage here. Pokerface is one of those teams too that they're cerebral enough that they can pick a map and have a comp on it that they can just steal stuff from you. And then if they can just figure out how to win mechanically, because those were the maps that it felt like Zeta was beating them on tonight. Of we're just going to fight, and we have the best flex support line in the world, and we're just going to do that much more damage. But some of the picks that they made and some of the comps that they were running were really cool, and they've got a deep roster, they've got versatility, and it seems like they have good ideas of how to play. So the Pokerface team that I was gassing up, even with the loss, looked pretty good tonight. And next week we got to see how the Falcons bounce back after pretty damning loss against Crazy Raccoon.
Yep, and so more Overwatch to be played next week, and not even next week. We're coming back. Well, Overwatch OWCS in Asia never stops, as we are going straight into Japan starting from tomorrow. So if you have any interest in some other regions that are going against Korea in the OWCS Asia, please take that, give them a look as well. They have some very decent teams and some decent gameplay as well. And then on Thursday, we're going to have OWCS Pacific. And starting from the Friday, Saturday, Sunday weekend, we'll be going back to OWCS Korea. So, but this is going to be it for today. Thank you, Hex, for staying with me. Thank you, chat, for being with us all the way. We had some good games, but we will be coming back tomorrow, starting with OWC Japan. So this is it for us. This was Unknown at the commentary, and this was Hex on the analysis. Thank you, and have a good day, good afternoon, good night, wherever you are.